This is Ji Qing. He is a fairly well-known web author. Recently, he has been spending a lot of time playing a mobile game called Champions of the Soul. This game is based on a very popular manhwa, and its sales have exceeded 100 million, not including in-game purchases. The author of the manhwa on which the game was based disappeared half a month ago and could not be found. It is true that great people always leave us too soon. But contrary to all expectations, the gaming company turned out to be very generous. It recently announced that Jing Qing was the first player to obtain the bracelet of immortals in the game, which is why the game sent him a replica of this bracelet. The bracelet had unique properties. Immortality. If cut into pieces, it can quickly regenerate. Guardian of the Yellow Springs resurrected dead creatures for a short period of time and summoned them as guards. The third ability, the Wine of Immortality, turns human flesh and blood into an elixir capable of healing any wound. Our hero really liked this bracelet, but suddenly a nighttime phone call brought him out of his thoughts. Who could be calling so late? The voice on the line asked if Jing Qing had received what had been sent to him, and if he was ready. The guy confirmed that he had indeed received the delivery and didn't understand if there could be any problems with it, and who he was talking to in the first place. Could it be the developer company? But they didn't answer. The bracelet began to glow. Finally, the voice said that he hoped Jing was well prepared, and promised that he would be welcomed. The teleportation to another dimension began. In a forest cabin, among a bamboo grove, angry voices could be heard trying to assert themselves. This gentleman appeared to one beautiful woman to return something to her. The gentleman discovered that the young lady had left this scarf on a tree in a peach orchard. The girl was polite and grateful for this, but asked that the handkerchief be left on the fence and not come any closer. The scent that the gentleman inhaled from the handkerchief was wonderful. He could not have expected that going out for a walk, he would find this handkerchief and then such a beautiful lady. Was this fate? Then the old man warned the gentleman that this was not the first time he had encountered this lady, and he should be vigilant. Did that mean she had deliberately left the handkerchief to lure him here? The gentleman found that hard to believe. The girl was frightened by the appearance of these guests, and her hand involuntarily reached for the sharp sickle. In a loud voice, she warned everyone not to come any closer, not even a couple of steps, and if anyone approached, Xuanqing would kill herself. The gentleman was afraid that the lady might harm herself. He pushed the old man away and tried to approach Xuanqing. She cut her neck. Although Xuanqing was a lady, her father was a scholar and also a skilled doctor. And weren't these shameless people ashamed? If they had even a shred of dignity left, they should leave this place. The gentleman nervously began kicking the old man for slandering the young lady Xuanqing. It was all because of his foul mouth. The gentleman was in no hurry to leave. He asked Xuanqing to put down her sickle and rise above it. He wanted her to allow him to express his love and respect for her. Xuanqing should have ended this charade and gone with the men to the city. This young gentleman was born into the family of a distinguished doctor. If she agreed, her status would rise to the heavens. But she did not want to. All their conversations were interrupted by a sudden gust of wind that tore leaves from the trees and raised dust from the ground. All this was accompanied by a powerful bolt of lightning in the middle of the day. The lightning struck the gentleman's carriage, in which he had arrived. The gentleman thought that someone was trying to play God, and demanded that he be brought here quickly. But his companions realized that something was wrong and that the young gentleman should be much more careful. Floating in the high clouds, flashing bright lightning, this man was at least a third-level expert. The gentleman was beside himself. Even if he was an expert, could they really do whatever they wanted? Where had such a thing ever been seen? The gentleman demanded that this scoundrel show himself. The attendants thought more critically, took their master away, and rushed off. Leaving the place in indignation, the gentleman shouted that he would return for this beauty. Xuanqing remained standing in the same place. Smoke filled the air, and Jing Qing was still flashing with lightning. The girl began to recall the supreme scriptures, which stated that a man who descended from heaven would reveal his power and become the greatest expert, and everything that was written was happening right in front of her. Her father had devoted his entire life to these scriptures. They also stated that even the strongest and most powerful ruler of the empire must bow before this person. Jing realized with fear and cold sweat that he had almost died. He didn't really understand what had just happened. He remembered that he had suddenly fallen from a great height and somehow managed to survive. After that, his whole body was shaking. Jing Qing also remembered that he had received a phone call just before that, but now there was no phone near him. Then he remembered that this bracelet consisted of 3 parts, but now only one remained. Where had the other 2 gone? He didn't have time to think about it for long, as Xuanqing was worried about his condition and whether he was okay. Jing Qing didn't even know that someone else was there, but when he saw the girl, he was frightened because he noticed her bleeding neck. Jing Qing completely forgot about himself and began to panic, trying to help the girl and shouting that she should be taken to the hospital. But when he looked around and saw only trees, rocks, and a river, he didn't even understand where he was or where the hospital might be. The guy started shaking the girl nervously, trying to find out what the hell this place was. But that didn't make the girl feel any better. Blood began to flow from her neck like water from a fountain. Jing Qing became even more frightened and began to apologize nervously. Xuan Qing wasn't offended by the guy. Her father was a strong and brave man, and even though she was a woman, she was sure she wouldn't die from such a wound. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't thanked her benefactor. She didn't have any money or valuables, so she invited him to her modest home for tea. After a long conversation with Xuan Qing, Jing Qing realized that he had somehow ended up in another world. Although it reminded him of a game, the story here was different. The Qin kingdom could not conquer the whole world, and vassal wars and mass bloodshed continued. In the chaos of this endless war, there was no place on earth that could be called prosperous. Jin still remembered that he had ended up in this world after a very strange phone call, probably from a representative of the development company. He wanted to know more, but where could he get this information? Maybe the truth was hidden in the bracelet. Although only one tooth remained on the bracelet, it had saved his life after falling from a height of several thousand meters. But that was only possible because it was a bracelet from a game, and nothing else. Jing Qing didn't know why he was here, but the fact remained. He was in the world of the game, in the world of warring kingdoms. And thanks to the power of the bracelet, he could destroy anything. Jing Qing couldn't help but dream that he would become the true ruler and emperor of this world. The guy even started thinking about what his empire would be called. Maybe Qing Shi, or better yet, Qing Wu. Jin Qing couldn't help himself and shouted at the top of his lungs that the great rivers and mountains outside the window would become his possessions. At that moment, Xuan Qing entered, bringing her guest new clothes. Realizing that his moment of quiet shouting about power had been heard by the lady, Jin Qing was a little embarrassed. However, the lady herself was a little shocked that she had witnessed such a personal moment and had come in at the wrong time. Jing felt ashamed because now Xuan Qing would think he was some kind of psycho or worse, and he clearly did not want to make that impression on her. However, he tried on the clothes she had brought him. The clothes were well made and fit him perfectly. His sister knew her stuff. But Jin Qing didn't need to thank her because these clothes belonged to her father, which she sadly told the master. The young man felt awkward and asked her to leave all these pleasantries between them. He wanted her to call him by his first name, and if she didn't like that, she could call him Brother Jin. Xuan Qing understood, but for some reason she still felt sad and excited. Jing, in turn, wanted to know more about the situation in the world, and about her personally. Xuan Qing said she was an orphan. Although her father had left her some books, she didn't know much because they couldn't afford to send her to school. Our hero thought that this was not surprising, because during the war, few people could afford such a luxury. Jing Qing wanted to clarify something else because there were many things he did not know. But as soon as he turned his head toward her, he was stunned by what he saw. Xuan Qing, embarrassed and sad, undressed right in front of him and insisted that she would help him get a good night's rest. Jing Qing hurried to stop her from undressing. He didn't understand. Did she really have nowhere else to sleep? The girl looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting such a reaction from him. But did her older brother really think that Xuan Qing was wicked? Xuan Qing considered Jing Qing her great benefactor, as exalted as the sun in the sky. She saw herself as some kind of weed on the ground, and her body was all she could offer him in return for his rescue. Jing had a completely different opinion of the girl, but she did not want to remain indebted to him. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Who knew what was in this girl's heart and what she had been hiding for so many years? For Jing Qin, it was yet another mystery he couldn't understand. Why was she crying? Why was she doing all this? Xuan Qing couldn't take it anymore and hugged her older brother. It was such an unexpected impulse, but it was clear that it made her feel calmer. Nevertheless, the sadness and confusion did not go away. She had nothing, but she wanted to thank Jing Qin, and the only way she could show her gratitude was with her body. Jing Qin understood that it would be wrong, but he was confused by his sister's insistence, and it was clear that he was barely holding himself back. His trembling fingers barely touched Xuan Qing's bare shoulder. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, and ran away. He considered himself a decent person, and tried to think about good deeds. So when he noticed that his sister had run out of firewood, he ran to take care of it. Xuan Qing found our hero too polite. She thought about him. His surname Qing told her that he was most likely from the Luo school. Moreover, even though his shoes were very worn, they were very delicately made, which indicated that this guy was quite wealthy. Xuan Qing did not want to miss such a wonderful opportunity. Jing Qing decided to spend the night in the hayloft. He seemed to have slept a lot, but still felt that he hadn't gotten enough sleep. He fell asleep so late that he even forgot to test his bracelet. The guy didn't think long about how to test its power and the skills he had seen in the description. His gaze fell on the machete, and he wanted to test the immortality skill and God mode first. Jing Qing decided to try cutting himself and then see what would happen. Of course, it was very difficult to harm himself. But when he finally managed to press down on his wrist, blood flowed, and at that moment, Qing called him. The girl was upset because everything was going wrong. That jerk who had hit on her yesterday had shown up again, just as he had promised. This guy said he wanted to challenge Jing Qing to a duel. There were even more people with the young gentleman than yesterday. He challenged our hero to a duel, because yesterday Jing Qing dared to steal his lady. Jing Qing didn't keep him waiting long. He was curious to see what kind of duel this gentleman was proposing. The man was surprised that Jing Qing didn't even know that. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He had to explain that he was proposing a fight to the death. Jing Qing only needed a couple of seconds to regenerate. The bone bracelet of the Undying really worked. That meant this fight should be easy. Jing Qing became interested in the gentleman's offer. After all, he wanted to test his skills in this world, and with this bracelet. So this was the perfect opportunity. Jing Qing was already ready to fight. But the gentleman and the others were frightened and asked him not to approach. Could it be that these country bumpkins didn't even know how a duel was conducted? Of course, the gentleman would not dirty his hands, and it would be a completely different person who would fight Jing Qing. Out of nowhere, a dueling master from the Xinyang Palace appeared, who happened to be passing by. The young gentleman hoped that Master Yi would help resolve this conflict. Master Yi was extremely surprised that the gentleman had paid Master Lin with an entire jade pendant for this. But since he was here, he was ready to fight this duelist. The master introduced himself as Wei Yi from the Xinyang Palace, and he would be Jing Qing's opponent in this duel. Jing finally realized that he had been thrown into the era of duelists during the war between the kingdoms. Our hero was lucky to have the bone bracelet of the Undying with him. It was a rare item in the Soul Championships. Even in the era of duelists, no one could fight him. As Jing Qing challenged Master Yi to a duel, he was given the right to strike first. In the game, in addition to its deflection effect, the bone bracelet of the Undying could also be used as a combat spell. Our hero decided to use the spell Release the True Spirit. It didn't work. The spell didn't work, so he nervously began to use other spells. But none of them worked either. Jin had no idea why nothing was happening. Had he used something wrong? Yi decided that was enough and that Jin was not a real duelist. His movements were like those of a beginner, with no release of ki at all. He couldn't even release a first-level earth spell. This ordinary person wasn't even worthy of receiving the first blow from Master Yi. The young master felt that he was in an awkward position. After all, this guy had originally flown in from the heavens, and now the master claimed that he was weak. But the special techniques of each country's palaces allowed even a pig to fly through the skies, which meant nothing to Master Yi. Among the young master's servants, there were one or two who could unleash a first-level earth spell, so it was a piece of cake for them to deal with such problems. Master Yi didn't want to get involved in such trifles, so he walked away. Childish games were not for him. Jing felt that things were bad because the effect of the bone bracelet of immortality had disappeared. The master turned to Jing Qing again. He said that Master Yi had revealed his true nature, so now he had to bow down to the young master. Jing decided to pretend to be frightened, but of course he had no intention of obeying. Qing watched from the sidelines and did not fully understand what was happening. Since Master Yi said that Jing was an inexperienced fighter, the young master suggested that one of the servants fight him. But they realized that yesterday this guy had made a really scary landing. They were ready to run away and call the master again, but they didn't want to get into a fight. Jing knew what to emphasize, because yesterday's landing from 1,000 meters was truly frightening, and he could use that to intimidate them. But before he could even say anything, Qing, whom he had completely forgotten about, called out to him. The girl didn't understand why Master Yi was mocking him, but why didn't her older brother say anything back? She whispered to him, was he afraid for her? If so, she asked him not to worry about her because she would follow her older brother Ji to the ends of the earth. Jing explained to her and wanted to be honest with her. He was not a master, but just an ordinary guy, and he could not defeat Master Yi. But he could still intimidate these fools. As soon as the opportunity arose, Qing should run away and not look back. Jing Qing decided to play the role of a brave man, saying that he let that boy Yi go because he didn't want to destroy someone as talented as him, so he did nothing. And anyway, what did this trash understand? Jing Qing was an assassin from the Alliance of Heavenly Lords, a general of the Zhou Kingdom, Wang Xiaoming. The lackeys began to whisper nervously among themselves. If he was so formidable and powerful, then they and their young master had better retreat. Jing Qing was already rejoicing in his victory because he had managed to intimidate these hooligans after all. And now that he had the chance, he wanted his younger sister Qing to run away. He didn't have time to finish speaking to her before he felt something cut his hand. Xuan Qing, holding a machete in her hand, cut off her older brother's arm. He was shocked and didn't even know how to react. Xuan Qing quietly said that it turned out he wasn't a real duelist. Jing Qing fell dead, blood flowing like a river, and no one came to help him. The girl ran away to the men and began to lie to them, saying that this bandit had held her hostage, and if they hadn't come in time, he would have touched her. None of the men expected such a turn of events. They all stood there, unable to even blink at such a development. Xuan Qing began to cry and begged the young gentleman to kill the bandit, because he wasn't even a duelist. She was even prepared to be a slave and serve her young master forever. The young master gladly accepted this girl, and sent his men to Jing Qing to teach him a lesson for daring to fool him. Since the master ordered them to teach him a lesson, they wanted to beat the guy to death. Now they mocked Jing Qing sarcastically, because who was he trying to fool, and why was he trying to pass himself off as tough, calling himself a killer of rulers and all that? Our hero was still conscious, and he quickly realized what was happening and how he had been cleverly deceived. If only he could touch the bone bracelet of the Undying, he would be able to survive. Through pain and enormous effort, he crawled toward his hand like a snail. The lackeys watched his pathetic attempts to move with relish. But still, they admitted that he had guts. They did nothing but watch Jing Qin's attempts to reach his hand. They even decided to place bets on how far he would crawl. Depressed but not broken, Jing Qing almost reached his hand, which was almost 3 meters away. What was our hero feeling at that moment? A sense of resentment, injustice, or perhaps a determination to survive and turn everything around? When he had almost reached his goal, one of the lackeys hit him so hard on the spine that he left his face imprinted in the ground. For this guy, the bet was more important. If he said that Jing Qing could crawl 2.5 meters, then he was allowed to crawl exactly that far and no further. Others were outraged by this action. Yang Kong was at the first stage of the initial Earth level, and his single kick could kill a horse or a cow, let alone a human being. But Jing Qing was still alive. His will to survive was stronger than the strength of some lackey. With a trembling hand, he tried to reach for his other hand and forced his body to move. Such a simple action was extremely difficult for him. He had to overcome himself to reach the bracelet a little further. The servants heard a strange sound. It was similar to the sound of a heartbeat. But how could a heartbeat be so loud? Then it became clear that Jing Qin's vessel was filled with an unusually large amount of ki energy, which created sounds like thunder. These were signs of the awakening of the first stage of the initial Earth level, but the servants couldn't even imagine how this was possible. Jing Qin managed to regenerate his arm after all. It magically reattached itself to his shoulder and became as it was before. Step by step, our hero got back on his feet. After the shock he had experienced, he was still staggering like a drunkard, but his body and mind were filled with determination to take revenge. The lackeys noticed that this bastard was acting very strangely and decided to kill him right away. Yang Kong decided to show all his strength this time. He had to kill the guy. He was sure that awakening the first stage of the initial Earth level would not help Jing Qin, when he was already a corpse. Yang Kong was also at the first stage of the initial Earth level, and he thought that one blow from him would be enough to split a huge boulder. But after such an attack, Jing Qing was still standing on his feet and smiling maliciously as if nothing had happened. The lackey tensed up because everything was not going according to his plan. He expected Jing to die after that blow, but he did not die, and what's more, he smiled. Yang Kong didn't have time to do anything before he was attacked by Jing Qing. This attack was accompanied by cries of pain. Our hero had no intention of stopping there. There were still enough lackeys to practice on. One of them begged not to be killed and urged them to blame the girl who had seduced their master and stabbed Jing Qing in the back. He understood perfectly well what had happened. The old man promised that if Jing Qin spared his life, he would take our hero to the city and introduce him to his prince. Their prince was from a noble family in the city of Yong, and he really needed fighters, and that woman was worth nothing compared to a fighter of Jing Qing's caliber. The old man bowed incessantly and talked about how strong Jing Qing was. After all, he was able to kill Yang Kong with one blow, and he was at the first stage of the initial Earth level, although none of their master's followers had achieved such strength. Jing Qing agreed with the servant's words, but a clear smile did not disappear from his face. This thirst for blood was already difficult to stop. The old man still begged him to spare him, because he knew that his death was near. Finally, our hero dealt with all his enemies. Not a single soul was left alive. Everyone was dead. The last to die was the old man himself. Jing Qing had no intention of sparing such traitors, and when it was all over, he tried to catch his breath. Our hero had just awakened the first stage of the initial earthly level. Everything happened so unusually and quickly that he was still trying to digest the latest events. Could his breakthrough depend on the bone bracelet of the Undying? In any case, thanks to it, Jing managed to save himself. Those who managed to leave probably went to the city of Yong. Jing Qing had no intention of leaving things as they were. He wanted to find his younger sister because she had something to explain to him. The next day, the hero decided to leave that place and set off on his journey, although he didn't really understand how to get there yet. His strength was running out, and he could barely drag his feet. Jing Qing was incredibly hungry. After reaching the first stage of the earthly realm, his hunger intensified. Finally, he tripped over a rock and rolled down a cliff. All he wanted now was to eat something, anything. His strength was already running out, and it was very difficult to think about anything other than food. As he lay on the grass, he heard a sound like a carriage approaching, and the sound of horse hooves. And he was right. It really was a cart, and it was already very close. The horsemen tried not to let their guard down, especially when they were in this rocky terrain. Jing Qing decided not to miss this chance, and to reveal himself to them, hoping for at least some help, because he was very, very far from the city. The horse was frightened by the sight of our hero, and the rider also became nervous. He took the vagrant for a thief. Jing Qing, who had previously looked pale and weak, became nervous when he saw the rider and could not believe his eyes. Finally, the carriage stopped. The lady sitting inside did not know what was happening outside. Liu Yi, her maid, explained that some vagrant had appeared out of nowhere and had been knocked down by their horse, but she did not know if he was okay or not. She believed that he was just some vagrant who wanted to die. Some of the crew thought about giving him some money and leaving him there, but the lady thought otherwise. If this man had put his life in danger trying to stop their carriage, then something important must have happened. So she decided to go out and ask him what had happened. Liu Yi was very worried about her mistress, and of course it was extra nerve-wracking for her when her mistress got involved in some unusual situation. The lady couldn't even get out properly. Somehow she even managed to fall out of the carriage. Jing Qing was still conscious, even after the horse had kicked him with its hooves. He barely managed to say that he wanted food. The lady saw that she only had a bloody nose, and asked everyone to step aside and not worry about her. She wanted to see the vagrant. Time seemed to stand still when Jing Qing looked into the eyes of the lovely lady. Jing Qing risked his life to stop the carriage, and now the lady wanted to know what he wanted. The guy could barely get any words out. It took him an incredible effort to do so. Finally, he managed to say that he was hungry. The lady breathed a sigh of relief because she thought this guy was a victim of injustice looking for help, which is why he stopped them. The lady ordered the maid to give this needy person some food, but there was a problem. The lady had already given all the food to a crowd of refugees who didn't have enough to eat. The girl did not even expect that they had run out of food. Still, saving a life was her top priority, so she began to take something out of her cleavage. From her cleavage, she took out a small pie. Only now did Liu Yi realize what was wrong with her mistress, because she was hiding pies in her clothes again. But what was wrong with looking more beautiful? Liu Yi lectured her mistress, because the master had forbidden her to do so. But her mistress did not believe in the ravings of the old senile man, and had no intention of following his orders. The girls continued to argue, and the guy couldn't stand the shouting anymore. It annoyed him terribly. The lady's father was very stubborn, and his daughter wanted a perfect body, but she couldn't go against her nature. In the end, Jing Qing couldn't take it anymore and started shouting that he was extremely hungry. He gathered his last ounce of strength and simply threw himself on top of the lady, knocking her to the ground. Our hero took a roll from her and began to eat it greedily as if he had never seen food before. The lady did not try to resist or scream or try to throw the guy off her body. She just watched him eat. Such behavior was unacceptable toward the lady, so Jing Qing was surrounded by soldiers who put their swords to his neck. He had to get off the lady as soon as possible, otherwise he would face very bad consequences. They thought that this scoundrel also wanted the lady. But how could he get up when he was surrounded by swords? He wanted them to at least take away their weapons. The lady asked the guards to put away their swords, as she understood that the young man had no ill intentions toward her. Moreover, it reminded her of a moment from the past. When her dog, Juan, was still alive, he also loved to snatch food and rush at people. The girl thought that the guy was too hungry, and that one pie was probably not enough for him, so she reached into her cleavage for another one. The comparison with the dog was certainly not very flattering, but nevertheless Jing Qing did not take offense at it, because he was definitely as hungry as a stray dog. The lady might have given him more food, but unfortunately, she only had 2 buns. The lady couldn't reveal her maiden name and first name, but she introduced herself as Shang Li, and for some reason thought that Jing Qin's name was Da Huang. Our hero finally revealed his real name, still not rushing to catch up with the carriage. He promised that as soon as he had the opportunity, he would definitely thank the lady. There were still good people in ancient times. I wonder if he will be able to meet them again and repay them for their kindness. Well, for the food. Then he suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten to ask how to get to the city, but for some reason, he heard the strange sounds of the carriage again. It turned out that the carriage had turned into the neighboring district to buy food, but they did not expect Jing to be so fast and meet them again. The guard was, of course, unhappy to see this vagrant on his way again. He had already thought that this guy had bad intentions since he was following them, and suggested that the lady simply kill him. But when the lady found out that Jing was also going to the city, she decided to give him a ride. So he joined Ms. Shang Li's crew, which was heading for the city of Yang. He also learned a lot of information about this era. Many events differed from those described in the game, but the characters involved in these events remained the same. 500 years ago, Emperor Qin ruled these lands, and he was assassinated in the city of Xiangyang by the master of the Mo clan, Jing Qing. With his last breath, Emperor Qin inflicted fatal injuries on Master Jing Qing. The probability of surviving such injuries was 1%, but at the very last moment, before dying, Master Jing was saved by a mysterious stranger accompanied by a rare beast who descended from the heavens and never appeared in this world again. The mighty Qin dynasty was unable to conquer all the neighboring countries, and the rulers of the neighboring kingdoms continued to fight each other from that day on. Sitting by a cozy fire, Jing Qing learned a lot about the past, and that the assassination attempt on the emperor had been successful. Now the young man was interested in the identity of the mysterious hero who had saved the master. Had that guy left any other mark on history? Shang Li suddenly became interested in who this Qin was and whether he knew him. Jing Qing admitted that he knew him, but not very well. The lady had already fallen asleep, and the maid suggested that she rest in the carriage. But Shang Li insisted that she was not tired. She was tired of throwing darts at bottles. It was boring here. Ideally, she would like to read a story. Jing Qing became interested and asked if the lady wanted to hear a special story. Since she had taken him with her, Jing Qing wanted to tell her a couple of stories to repay her. Of course, the lady was not opposed to this and waited eagerly. Jing decided to tell the first story about the 7 watermelon rangers. Our hero made up a strange story on the spot. The maid wanted to interrupt him, but Shang Li didn't allow it and wanted the boy to finish his story. When the next morning came, the whole group set off on their journey. Jing Qing continued to tell the lady amazing stories. He did it with such expression, such fanaticism, such charisma that it was impossible to take your eyes off him. Shang Li listened to this guy with admiration and couldn't even distract herself, only occasionally asking clarifying questions. But Jing Qing had already told about 10 different stories and wanted to take a little break. By this time, the tea had cooled down and was perfect for quenching his thirst. Shang Li was still thinking about the last story she had heard, and she had formed a connection with the heroine the guy had told her about. But suddenly, the chief guard approached them, and this sudden approach made our hero nervous. There was plenty of room in the cart, and he wanted to ask Jing Qing to keep his distance from the young lady. Jing Qing's response was not long in coming. He made it clear to the guard that if he got out, there would be much more room, but the guard was uncomfortable with some vagrant sitting inside the cart. Jing Qing was embarrassed that he was again being called a vagrant, even though he had explained 1,000 times that he had hit his head and did not remember where he was from. Incidentally, the young lady herself wanted to hear more of his story, which was why he was inside the carriage. On top of everything else, it was quite crowded here, but Wei was afraid to leave the girls alone with Jing. Liu Yi made it clear that she was also here, so Wei didn't need to worry and could get out of the carriage. Then Jin decided to embarrass the man completely, saying that he probably just wanted to listen to his stories too, but was hiding behind his presence because of the princess. But he wasn't interested in village tales. And besides, Jin's characters were all terribly weak, in Wei's opinion. Even he could handle 10 of those Momo. Shang Li thought about it, because the main character was considered a master and could only break a stone with her bare hands, which was pretty weak. But the lady thought that whether the characters were weak or strong didn't matter as long as the story was interesting. In fact, stories about weak characters were very interesting. Jin also wondered how strong people were in this world. Should he tell her about the bloody prison that ruled everything from the spiritual lords? Shang Li asked Jin to continue the story. She was simply curious to know about Lin Daiyu and Volin Demort, whether they remained a couple or not. From time to time, the lady called our hero by the name Da Huang, and this tired him a little because he wanted to be called by his name, as he said. But the girl liked that name so much that she simply couldn't resist. Jing Qing decided to turn a blind eye to it because she was just a little girl. Moreover, she wanted to hear more stories. Suddenly, the carriage hit a bumpy surface and began to shake. Shan Li couldn't hold on and fell right on Jing Qing. The boy also hit his head. Liu Yi was worried about her mistress, but she was fine. Shang Li was more concerned about Jing Qing. He may have been in pain, but he didn't say so, only revealing that he was fine and had a strong body. But the carriage had already stopped. Had they finally reached Yang City? Liu Yi knew very well that they couldn't have reached the city so quickly. The carriage had probably stopped at a tavern to rest. Shang Li, suddenly curious about the purpose of Jing Qing's visit to Yong City, heard nothing special. The guy just said he wanted to look around. But he also clarified that he wanted to find people who owed him something. Liu Yi found this strange. Jing didn't remember who he was, but he remembered the people who owed him something. The lady, in turn, thought that these people owed Jing Qing a lot of money. Our hero looked out the window and was very surprised when he saw the situation. They had indeed stopped at a tavern where they could eat and feed their horses. But looking closely at the crowd sitting at the table, he saw the young gentleman and his new gang. It was unexpected to meet such travelers. Wei had already agreed with the owner that he would prepare a hot bath and food, as well as have the horses groomed. The owner was only too happy to have such guests and promised to prepare everything immediately. Jing Qing quickly got out of the carriage without explaining anything to the lady. He only apologized to her because he had seen someone he recognized. Finally, he asked her to pretend that they had never met, because otherwise they would get into trouble, and he did not want that for her. Shanli was surprised at how abruptly everything had changed. Since they would now be going their separate ways, he decided to tell her a poem about a man who thirsted for revenge. Bon voyage, sir. Young heartless tracker from Hoya Nan, hunting in broad daylight, embracing darkness, riding 1,000 miles without rest. Because of revenge, those 1,000 miles are like nothing. Meanwhile, the gentleman was indignant because Xuan King had not yet returned, and because of her, he was still stuck in the tavern. The gentleman had no idea what could have delayed his beauty. One of the servants suggested that the gentleman should not be angry, because he could hurry the girl along. Suddenly, everyone was distracted by the neighing of a horse. The man tried to lead her away and take care of her, but she reared up and refused to go. It was the gentleman's horse, and he did not like how it was being treated, because his horse was worth more than that man's skin. But he quickly forgot about his horse when he saw the nameless warrior Jing Qing. He certainly did not expect to see him. Our hero challenged the young gentleman to a duel, and he was not going to accept any refusals. The young master was terrified, as if he had seen death itself, and turned pale as a sheet. He had seen with his own eyes how Jing Qing's hand had been cut off, and now he stood before him as if nothing had happened. The young gentleman became very nervous, his body covered in cold sweat, and with a trembling voice he ordered Jing Qing to be killed quickly. Everyone immediately rushed to defend the young master, but this did not stop Jing Qing. He was determined to collect his debt. No matter who stood in our hero's way, he defeated everyone with incredible strength and ease, showing no mercy. The guy broke everyone's bones and killed without mercy anyone who dared to go against him. These people were not so frightened and bravely went into battle, for they had not seen Jing Qing's power before. Our hero actually wanted to show these scumbags how strong a broken man could be. Just because he was in a pit didn't mean he was weaker than anyone else. The master was getting more and more nervous because a bunch of scum couldn't get rid of one single guy. The situation was critical. The gentleman kept telling his servants not to let Jing Qing get to him and to kill him, but it was hard for the men to even move. They were still conscious and understood what the consequences could be. Jing Qing had no intention of stopping. His anger was impossible to quell. Only revenge could satisfy his rage. He gave in to this instinct and enjoyed every moment of his revenge, thus filling the void inside. Someone still managed to strike him in the back. The man did not realize that he had rejoiced prematurely in his supposed victory. He thought he had inflicted a fatal wound on the young man and hoped that he would die, but he broke the sword as if it were a wooden twig. This made him even angrier. He didn't die, but became even more evil, and didn't even think about sparing anyone. Jing Qing felt as if he had enough strength to destroy an entire country. Whoever stood in his way now would not fare well. Jing Qing was beside himself with rage and could no longer control himself. Shangli watched Jing Qing with admiration. The man was furious. Blood was flying everywhere, and in less than 10 steps he killed everyone in one breath. We thought that judging by the amount of qi energy in him, this guy must be at the first stage of the initial Earth level. But the man also noticed that Jing Qing seemed to completely lose his mind when he fought. What a pity, even without knowing anything about martial arts. With his style of countering blows, ordinary first-stage fighters were no match for him. Ordinary people would never be able to replicate his style. Shangli, watching all this, once again confirmed her guess that these people probably owed him a hefty sum of money. With that much blood loss, even a strong man would have fallen dead long ago, but Jing Qing was still fighting vigorously and killing his opponents. Our hero's wounds healed at an extraordinary rate. Wei had never seen anything like it in all his years in this world, and the guy was only at the first stage of the initial earthly level. Who knows? Maybe it was because of his unusual body, or maybe it was some kind of technique, Liu Yi wondered. Jing Qing was almost at his destination, and the gentleman began to shout even louder for someone to stop him. He knew perfectly well what Jing would do to him. Our hero was in no hurry to kill this bastard. He enjoyed every scream of the master, every plea for help, his moans of pain, and how he was suffering. But unfortunately, no one could help the young master anymore. The servants nervously surrounded them and threatened Jing Qing with trembling voices, but there was nothing they could do. Jing Qing hoped to talk to the master normally, but the latter only threatened him, saying that his father, Ling Yao, was an imperial advisor. If the boy killed him, he would not let it go. Jing Qing decided to hurt this bastard even more, but suddenly remembered where Xuanqing was. When they reminded him, the young master decided to shift all the blame onto her, saying that he had nothing to do with it, that it was the woman who had cut off his hand. Someone's voice shouted at Jing Qing to stop. The girl asked Jing Qing to let the young master go. It was difficult for her to watch all this. Let there be 1,000 mistakes, but they would be her younger sister's mistakes. The young master had nothing to do with it, and she did not wish him any harm. Xuanqing knelt down again with tears in her eyes and wanted to apologize to her older brother, but there was no pity for this woman in the young man's eyes anymore. Xuanqing took our hero in when he needed it, showing compassion. When others showed even a little compassion to Jing Qing, he tried to repay them threefold. The girl claimed that this young gentleman was going to mock her, and Jing Qing saw her suffering and unwillingness to accept such a fate, so he decided to help her avoid it, even at the cost of his own life. But he would never have thought that in the end, the one who wanted him dead would be the very person he was protecting, for whom he was willing to give his life. Many who witnessed this situation realized what was happening. This lady had sold Jing Qing for the sake of her own position. No one could have imagined such a situation in real life. It was like a fairy tale, but it was the reality here. Liu Yi would never have thought that when Jing Qing spoke of duty, he meant something like this. It was difficult to be a good person these days. Therefore, if Jing Qing wanted to repay Xuanqing's kindness, he had to do something about his hatred. How was this young lady going to apologize for the wound she had inflicted on our hero earlier? Xuanqing admitted her mistake. She truly considered herself greedy and felt she had harmed the young Master Ji just to save her own skin. Xuanqing was ready to admit her mistake, her crime, only if Jing Qing allowed the young master to leave. The girl did not know if this was enough to atone for her crime, if it would satisfy her older brother, but she begged him not to beat the young master. The young master was deeply moved, for Xuanqing was willing to go so far for him. He could not remain indifferent. Jing Qing noted mockingly that even after that, she continued to pretend to be so pitiful, although Xuanqing was good at it. If she wanted to pretend until the very end, so be it. Jing Qing came to take what belonged to him. Xuanqing dared to stab him in the back and still hoped for something. The girl still wouldn't give up, and it was obvious that she didn't admit her mistakes and did everything for her own benefit. But if you didn't know the situation from the outside, it looked as if Jing Qing was evil and cruel. But with this girl, things weren't so simple. The wound was deep enough that if she had hurt herself just like that, she would have died immediately. She risked her life in the hope of postponing Jing Qing's murder. In any case, Jing Qing decided that this girl had paid her debt, but the debts did not end there. Now it was the young master's turn. The young master himself, of course, had no intention of killing Jing Qing, but he boldly sent his servants to kill him. The young master fought for his life until the very end, hoping that he would be spared after all. But alas, his status as a young master did not give him such a privilege in the eyes of Jing Qing. Jing Qing mercilessly attacked the gentleman and began to beat him with all his might, not sparing his fists. Jing Qing would only give him 10 blows. If the gentleman survived after that, he could consider it a miracle that God had saved his life. The young man beat the master with all his might. Considering the power of these blows, it was hard to tell that he was injured at all. But if his arm had been cut off before, wasn't Jing Qing's body amazing? Liu Yi was worried that the head of the Ling family and their master were court officials, and if they didn't get involved, there would be bad consequences. But Shang Li did not think so. Their families had gone their separate ways, and Jing Qing had every reason to harm his master. If it really killed him, it could be considered a mistake. Jing Qing was a ruthless warrior, and there were many like the young master in the 7 kingdoms. If he owed him something, it meant he had to repay it in full. For this, our hero would not be dishonored by being consumed by hatred. If treated with kindness, he would always return it threefold. If treated with malice, he would definitely make them pay. Jing Qing was not strong, but he was definitely a man of his word. Liu Yi was extremely surprised that her mistress was showering this man with such compliments. The young master was practically dead, his face unrecognizable. Xuanqing was still alive, but she was bleeding profusely and trying to help the young master in any way she could. Jing Qing decided that he was done, and now no one owed him anything. And if Xuanqing was still alive, he didn't want to see her and drove her away. He didn't know if he had scared the girl who loved listening to his stories with his actions. But suddenly he heard someone shouting at him to be careful. Turning around, he saw a man with chains attacking him. Just one hit from the tip of the chain, and our hero's bone was completely shattered. What kind of power was that? Jing Qing quickly assessed his opponent and realized that he would never be able to defeat such a type. Our hero was in trouble and now thought about how to get out of this situation. After all, to fight was to die. The master was only a little late and was indignant that these worthless lackeys had allowed the young master to be harmed. Commander Gao quickly gave orders to everyone for the servants to urgently give the young master medicine to restore him. Of course, he noticed the girl. He knew that she was the young lady whom the master had taken with him on the way back. If she was still alive, he ordered her to go and take care of the young master. If he died, she would die with him. Now Master Gao himself had to resolve the situation with his master's offender. He planned to kill the criminal and cut him into tiny pieces. Jing Qing still hadn't been able to recover his arm. He held himself with dignity and thought that he would have a hard time again. But suddenly Wei came to his defense. He did not want to save Jing, but simply obeyed the young mistress's order and had no choice. Nevertheless, he was now on edge from watching Jing Qing fight. And he was happy to have the opportunity to fight someone too, because he was just as good at fighting. Wei waited so eagerly for his turn to attack that he put all his strength into it. This man was strong not only physically, but also thanks to his Kai. He used the first stage of weapon fusion technique and was not going to spare his opponent. Gao couldn't even defend himself. The blow was so powerful that his bones cracked and he was thrown against the wall. Only after this attack did Gao realize that he was facing the head of the Shang family's personal guard, the man who had overcome the 5th stage of the Earth Realm, Wei Bai. Wei proudly confirmed that it was indeed him. It was no surprise that such a man was itching for a fight. Moreover, the man did not understand that Gao was also the commander of another influential family. But why was he so weak? Gao could have shown the 18th technique of the Furious Whip if Wei wanted, but was he sure that he really wanted to stop Gao because of this criminal? Wei had no idea where this criminal Gao was talking about was. This young man was from the Shang family, Wei said. For the murder of one of their slaves, the family was willing to pay a couple of cows. Or maybe Gao wanted more. Gao was furious at the suggestion because it was nonsense. And anyway, he didn't understand why this servant had attacked the young master. Liu Yi believed that even if they said that Jing Qing was a servant of the Shang family, he would still be considered an ordinary peasant who had attacked a nobleman. They couldn't just apologize for such an offense. Jing Qing understood that Master Wei had been backed into a corner. Even if he revealed Jing as their servant, it did not give him the right to do whatever he wanted. Our hero understood that he had only recently met these people, had only just gotten to know them, and in that time, they had already done so much for him. Jing Qing had to get himself out of this situation. But Shangli did not let the matter rest and decided to make a scene. If she had already stood up for Jing Qing once, she would do so again and again. The girl pretended to be heartbroken because the young master of the family had behaved inappropriately, and she simply could not imagine how she would now find a husband if they knew such things. Liu Yi whispered to her mistress that even for the sake of saving Jing Qin, she couldn't sacrifice her reputation. But it was too late. Shangli had already said everything in public, and Liu Yi simply had to play along. Shangli did not stop and continued to accuse the young master of allegedly laughing at her, drooling, and looking strangely at her body. Gao couldn't believe it and wanted the lady to stop talking nonsense. Shanli cried even more, and the maid, having no other choice, decided to play along with her after all. Liu Yi reminded her that her mistress was one of the minister's wife's favorite daughters, and he loved her so much that no one dared to do such things to her, let alone the young master. That was why Jing Qing, as her servant, stood up to defend the young mistress's honor. How could anyone else call this a crime? Liu Yi ordered everyone to leave, warning that if they dared to tell anyone about the incident and damage the young mistress's reputation, their master would bring the case to the emperor himself. The men had nothing more to say. This girl had a sharp tongue. Gao decided to take the young master to the doctors, take the woman with him in case the master wanted to see her again, and not mention this incident. Finally, as she was leaving, Xuanqing gave our hero a sad look. Who knew what she was feeling at that moment, whether she was satisfied with what she had done, or still blamed herself for what had happened. Jing Qing understood that it was pointless to hold a grudge against this girl, and it would not make him feel any better. But the lady believed that this woman was clearly driven by malicious intentions, and she was not thin-skinned. Shangli hoped that Jing Qing had already gotten everything he deserved. Liu Yi, on the other hand, was still unable to move on from what had happened, adrenaline raging through her body. All of our hero's problems had been solved, and he understood perfectly well that he now owed a lot to the princess. Since Jing owed Shangli something, she remembered that their family needed a servant, the only requirement being the disclosure of the first stage of the earthly level. Jing Qing thought that she probably also needed someone who could tell stories well. The choice was up to our hero, whether he was interested in it or not. Shangli was happy to lend him a helping hand. Jing Qing, in turn, gladly agreed. For him, it was the best opportunity to move forward. In history books, the city of Yang was described as a powerful fortress on the river. According to rumors, Yang was the capital of the Qin dynasty. At long last, our hero would finally see the great city, the old capital of the Qin dynasty, with his own eyes. Upon arriving at the Shang family residence, our hero did not immediately become a servant. According to tradition, a ceremony must be held before one can become a servant in the Shang family. Even if Jing Qing was unable to become a servant, Lady Shali said she would provide him with shelter and food. Even without being a servant, he was already safe and could trust this family and eventually occupy some position in it. But there were some nuances. While in the Shang family's house, he often had to entertain people with his stories, which they loved so much, especially Mrs. Shang. The reason why the Shang family still wanted to take him in as a servant was extremely simple. In this world, there was a clear division of status in society, and now our hero was an outcast, even lower than a slave. If a slave was killed, a cow would suffice as an apology, but if a vagrant like Qin was killed, no one would bat an eyelid. Only by becoming a subject of the Shan family could our hero officially become a citizen of this country and gain at least a little more respect. The lunch break was over, as Mr. Wei reminded them, and now it was time to get back to work. The servants had only just begun to listen to Qin's story, and were still thinking about it, unable to imagine when such days would end. The work was endless, and because of this, they couldn't hear the most interesting part. Meanwhile, Brother Wei had good news for our hero. Tomorrow he would have to undergo the ceremony of becoming a servant. This had already been approved, and preparations for the event were underway. Jing Qing was very happy to hear this news. He could not even have hoped for such a favor. It was thanks to such coincidences that he was able to get anywhere at all. During the war between kingdoms, every family had a tradition of recruiting strong subjects, and each subject had to undergo a ceremony. Only the head of the family could conduct such events. However, due to certain important circumstances, the ceremony could also be conducted by the firstborn child of the main family. In this case, it was Shan Li. With this symbol, she declared the ceremony of becoming a servant open. Today, the lady looked more serious than on her usual days. A subject had to serve his master and accept the title of servant, and he had to be treated accordingly. As a commoner, Jing Qing had enormous potential and showed loyalty to the Shang family. The boy, in turn, felt that he would not get used to all this, as it was all too serious. According to the rules, Shangli had the honor of inviting Mr. Ji into the Shang family, and because of his loyalty, their family provided him with shelter and food. Jing stood rooted to the spot and didn't even know what to say, so Wei explained that the lady had asked if Ji wanted to become a subject of the Shang family. When he understood the meaning of everything that had been said, he agreed with confidence and even beamed. But he did the wrong thing. Liu Yi explained that he had ruined the ceremony and should have said completely different words. Jing then thought about trying again and doing everything right. But there was no need for that. If Jing Qing agreed, he just needed to go up to the young lady and make a blood pact. That was the essence of the ceremony. It wasn't just about signing up for a job, but about dedicating one's life, showing the family one's willingness to sacrifice and be loyal. This table was known as a ritual platform, and our hero was about to shed his blood. A special knife was prepared for this purpose, and the essence was simple. He had to cut his hand, for example, and spill blood on the armor. Jing Qing was a little nervous, because this was the first time in his life that something like this had happened to him, and when he saw the armor, he wondered how much blood he would need to shed, because it was quite large. The bell rang. When it was time to shed blood, Jing simply shut off all his feelings and did it silently, cutting his hand so as not to be like a girl. But alas, Shan Li had not warned him earlier that one drop would be enough, and the girl still appreciated our hero's generosity. Jing Qing was dissatisfied because he always had to cut himself. What was the point of that? In fact, it was to test Jing Qing's potential, not just for show. Shangli was surprised that the guy didn't even know about it, and somehow managed to reach the first stage of the earthly level, although it was important information. Based on martial arts theory, there were 12 stages, 9 stages of the earth level, and 3 stages of the heavenly level. Not counting the heavenly levels, the 9 stages of the earth level were chains that kept them from reaching their true potential. By practicing martial arts, a person could break these chains with their bare hands. By developing their inner ki and training every day, only then could they achieve a breakthrough and free themselves from these chains. If a person's ki is a weapon, then their potential is the person holding that weapon. Different levels of potential simply showed how people developed, whether they were strong or weak, winning or losing. If a person was strong, the result was completely different. The results of training would be more obvious for people with high potential, but there were often people with weak or no potential at all. In essence, the blood agreement was actually for identifying potential, which seemed mysterious to our hero. For some reason, Ms. Shan was sure that Jing Qing would definitely surprise everyone. At the very least, because his wounds had completely healed after a few seconds. He had never trained before and managed to reach the first stage of the earthly level, and he recovered quickly. Jing was already tense that in this world there was information about the bone bracelet of the Undying. But Shanli continued. She had her own observations, and she believed that Jing's type of power was extremely rare, but it did exist, and was called the body of 1,000 years. Our hero expected anything but this. There was nothing like Jing's case in the records. People who were born with the ability to regenerate any part of their body except blood. Even in his last battle, Jin was pierced in many vital spots, but he was able to heal them as if nothing had happened. Although it was something incredible, our hero needed to know if his immortality had its limits, because if one day he suffered a wound that was too deep, he might not be able to heal it. Jing Qing thought about it, because even though his body seemed to be immortal, he could still die, like a bad version of a character in a game. Shangli decided to return to what they were talking about. The qualification results were divided into 4 ranks. First was the dragon, second was the phoenix, third was the tiger, and fourth was the horse. Ordinary people who did not have enough strength to break the chains were considered lower in rank than horses. It was as if someone with a weak body tried to lift a heavy axe. Naturally, they would not even be able to move it. It was very difficult to completely break the chains, unless a person had at least the rank of a tiger. If Jing Qing wanted to reach the highest level of perfection, he had to have the rank of a dragon, but these ranks were much more difficult than they seemed. However, all of this required training and a little bit of talent. Shangli thought that enough time had passed to see the result. When she looked at the turtle shell, she was extremely surprised by the result. She was amazed and couldn't even say what the result was, but she wanted to make sure she had seen everything correctly, so she asked for help. Liu Yi and Wei already thought that Jing Qing was the new treasure of the Shang clan. However, our hero also dreamed that he was incredibly talented and had received a high rank. He dreamed that he would be given some kind of welcome gift or something like that. Everyone in the crowd was whispering, curious about what had surprised Lady Shang so much. Some argued, trying to convince others of their point of view, while others pondered. Jing Qing stood aside as if it had nothing to do with him, while the trio discussed and considered something. But at one point, they turned to the guy and said it was incredible, but Jing Qing didn't understand what the reaction was all about. He already thought that he probably had some kind of excellent result, like a dragon. But the matter was much more complicated than that. Jing Qing was not in any of the known ranks. Shangli admitted that she had never seen results like Jing Qing's before. Our hero had a glimmer of hope that if he didn't belong to any of those ranks, then maybe he had a rank higher than a dragon. Apparently, our hero had created a 5th rank, as Shangli had suggested, and the lady named this 5th rank Ant, probably because it was seen on the shell. But in any case, Shanli stopped the test and wanted to ask about this outdated one. None of those present had ever heard of such a result before. Was the ant's rank really worse than that of a horse? One of the men understood that ants were insects that worked their entire lives, but he thought it was better not to rush, because it could be the highest rank. Jing Qing was slightly disappointed because there was so much excitement around it that he thought he had the highest rank. Perhaps he would be able to continue studying martial arts? Apart from the fact that he had a very strong bracelet, everything indicated that he was an ordinary, low-ranking person, as Jing thought. His cultivation path could end long before it even began. He had the impression that, in the end, he would not be able to be considered a great master. But despite all this, Shangli wanted to understand the situation more deeply. She decided to consult with the elders. They believed that this guy had violated the rules of nature. His ant results showed that he had no talent to advance in cultivation, but her father told her that they could not underestimate people's ambitions. Besides, their family had already accepted Jing Qin, and they could not change their minds because they never changed their minds. Shangli put an end to the discussion, which the elders clearly disagreed with. They wanted to continue the conversation, but she had no reason to do so. The ant on the shell miraculously transformed into a more shapely bloodstain. Now the stain resembled the silhouette of one of the animals that apparently was not on the list of the 4 ranks. A day later, our hero began to study martial arts. First of all, he had to understand martial arts techniques. They were divided into 4 classes: royal, noble, weapon, and public. Only members of the royal family could learn the techniques of the 1st class, as well as those of the 2nd class. The techniques of the 4th class belonged to the public domain. They could not be studied by more than 2 people at a time. The remaining techniques were divided among members of different families and passed on for high prices. Thanks to their good relations with the royal family, the Shang family had first-class techniques. Jing did not recall being told that the head of the Shang family was a minister, and he still did not understand why, if there were many techniques to learn, only 2 people could learn 4th-class techniques. Wei could not serve the family and be governor at the same time. He did not make up these rules. Despite the fact that the royal family had absolute power, they sometimes created laws without logical grounds. The lady also decided to tell the young man that her knowledge of martial arts was slightly higher than that of ordinary soldiers. But she was not like Jing, and did not have any special skills. She may have looked like a weak girl, but she was very strong when it came to fighting. Wei continued the lesson and drew attention to 3 scrolls that contained special techniques. Among them were the eagle strike and the snake bite. There was also the last one mentioned, the gorilla's fury. Each of them had its own strengths. All of these techniques were ideal for low-level practitioners to start with. Jing Qing was given a choice, and he could choose one of these techniques. For some reason, he remembered a strike he had seen before coming here. Wei had seemed incredibly strong to him at the time. That strike was called the Divine Axe, and Jing Qing thought that it might be more effective than these 3. Wei noticed that this guy had a keen eye. In the past, this technique had been spread by the hero of the local kingdom, and was considered sacred. It was only effective if the user had a body as strong as Wei's. In addition, Wei had been entrusted with this technique by the head of the family for the talent he had shown. The more Jing practiced, the stronger his body and the better his blood quality would be. If he wanted to master the Divine Axe, he would first have to improve his rank, as the blood required to master such a technique had to be of very good quality. Regarding the quality of blood, as our hero knew, chains stopped the development of human strength so that one could free oneself from them by using one's blood. The cultivation of martial arts could only improve if a person broke free, but with each breakthrough, it became more difficult to break them. So each time it was necessary to improve one's blood more in order to break the chains and rise to a higher level. When a person finally broke all 9 chains and rose to a new level, they felt like they were touching the sky. It was a rare achievement in cultivation. But Jing Qing still couldn't shake the thought of the ant rank. What could be said about this rank? Wei could only guess, and he thought that the reason Jing Qing had the rank of an ant was because he only had 3 chains in his body. Those who had the rank of a horse also had little chance of breaking the 9 chains, even if it took many years. But who knew if the ant rank was higher than his? Wei just wanted to say that our hero's cultivation path couldn't stop just because he got a certain rank. Wei believed that the Divine Axe was not suitable for Jing Qing at the moment, that trying this technique would be tantamount to suicide, and he asked him to choose one of the suggested techniques. Wei began to advise the young man to use the eagle strike and snake attack, as these were very good techniques. But Jing Qing refused to agree and wanted to start with the Divine Axe. He begged the master to show him this technique. Perhaps at first he hoped to achieve a very high level with it, and he was also sure that he would not die while practicing it. Jing Qing wanted to try and see how effective his ant rank was. Wei warned that the guy would have to follow a very strict regimen. He would have to train all day and would have no time to rest. For now, he could change his mind, because once he started, there would be no turning back. Shangli decided to intervene. She understood Jing Qing's goal and ambition perfectly well. After all, she also had a strict regimen. The lady drank goat's milk to increase her bust size, and she knew that she would succeed if she was persistent. She was sure that sooner or later she would have the perfect figure and they would both achieve their goals. Shangli closed the matter and decided that Jing Qing's training in mastering the Divine Axe would begin tomorrow. Jing Qing should have already learned the secret technique of transferring life force contained in the treatise The Way of the Warrior's Body. But learning came hard to him, and he couldn't make sense of what was written. After all, he had traveled to a distant time, and the characters here were appropriate for that era. Unfortunately, there was no version with simplified characters. Jing honestly admitted this to Wei, but Wei explained that there were only a few hieroglyphs, and mostly pictures. He had been given the secret book yesterday, and was supposed to master everything by evening. Wei was extremely dissatisfied that this guy wanted to study martial arts, and couldn't even read. But after an hour, he explained everything himself, and admitted that this guy was quick-witted, and understood everything at first glance, not like some illiterate savage. The young man awkwardly thanked Wei, because he didn't understand the Zhuangshu style of writing, and wasn't some kind of uneducated person. But it was not enough to just memorize the technique of transferring life force, and Wei had to demonstrate it to Jing Qing. The essence of the warrior's path was to strengthen the muscles of the body with the help of vital energy, turning the whole body into a deadly weapon. There were 6 forms in total. It was necessary to follow the sequence. It was not worth trying to do everything at once, so Wei decided to show the first form. First, he had to concentrate spiritual energy in both hands, allowing it to flow through his veins, and then sounds like the crackling of electricity would begin to emanate from his hands. And as soon as the energy began to circulate, it was necessary to use physical effort to force the energy to accumulate and not escape, spreading it higher up the arm to the forearm. At the same time, it was necessary to imagine that the energy in the hands was turning into a huge axe that no one could pierce or defeat. As soon as the energy took shape, both hands could merge into jade, which could easily break copper weapons. In fact, this was the first form of the warrior's path, the palm axe. It was very powerful, but Wei did it with ease. However, this was not surprising, as it was the world of high martial arts, where all techniques carried great power. Before performing the technique, the stance had to remain unchanged for the convenience of training. As soon as Jing could summon the axe palm at will, the technique would be considered mastered. Our hero couldn't wait to try this technique, and he began to repeat everything that his older brother Wei had shown him. First, he began to direct his energy into his veins. The energy accumulated in his hand like a wave. Now he imagined that this energy was turning into an axe. But then our hero encountered a problem. He didn't know what kind of weapon an axe was. However, he guessed that it was something similar to a hatchet. When he felt that he had done everything right, he proceeded to the most important part and struck a blow. Wei grasped everything on the fly and was able to transfer his life force without any problems. But the fact that he was able to chop through a black iron pole on his first try meant that his life energy was an order of magnitude stronger than that of ordinary guys. It was certainly a success, but it cost him his hand, which he broke. Probably if it weren't for the bracelet, that hand would have been long gone. Jing thought it was an ordinary wooden pole, but Wei explained that the pole was made of black iron with the addition of wood oil, which made it very hard. And yet, it wasn't that simple. Why did Wei break the pole and remain unharmed while the young man's arm was broken? It wasn't because of Jupiter's physical advantage. It was because our hero failed to successfully wield the axe and relied mostly on brute force. Jinyu finally had to admit that he didn't even know what the axe looked like. Despite this, Wei acknowledged that Jupiter's body was very cool because our hero healed his arm very quickly. Brother admitted that the guy was even more quick-witted than he was. He suggested that the young man go to the armory and get a real axe since he couldn't visualize it. He should touch it and look at it so that the shape of a real axe would be imprinted in his memory, and then he could continue with his first training session. Jin had to go to the armory himself because the master had his own business to attend to and had to leave. But before leaving, he said something important. The path of a warrior consumed a large amount of vitality after each form, so Jin could only make 3 attempts a day, otherwise he would damage his body and spirit. It was also necessary to avoid indiscriminate use of Jupiter's body, as it also consumed a considerable amount of energy. If his strength was depleted, his body would simply enter a state of shock. Liu Yi and her mistress discussed Jin, and the master praised him, because the boy was quite quick-witted. But despite this, Liu Yi thought he was just an ant. Shanli could argue with that. She had seen how strong this young man was, and he was clearly not frail. But was her mistress worried that rumors would spread among her subordinates that she had harmed Jin Qin, and that was why she was trying to cover her tracks? Of course, Shangli did not do such a thing. She believed that if a person's strength was initially very small, but their will was unbreakable, then anyone could achieve great things. She knew this from her own experience, because as a child she was a natural weakling. Liu Yi couldn't listen to such words. After all, it wasn't the same thing. In her opinion, Shang Li had innate superior qualities, but she lacked vitality. Fortunately, her grandfather persuaded important people in the country to reveal the secret of restoring spiritual strength, and after many years of practice, she gradually regained her normal level. What the lady offered her to drink was still disgusting, but she didn't really have a choice. If she wanted to restore her vitality, she had to consume this nasty stuff. Shan Li didn't even want to think about that remedy. After so many years of practice, she had increased her spiritual energy, but in return, her body had become clumsy, falling down at the slightest bump. What kind of name was that? Brown Bear Pulse Development. It didn't sound like a home workout for girls at all. And yet it was a very precious thing. The lady should not have spread this destructive technique. Jing Qing meanwhile trained so hard that he was simply exhausted. He tried with all his might to continue thinking about the battle axe and imagining its image. He spent the whole night on the training ground, and it was already stuffy, so he decided to change the setting. But suddenly Wei appeared and became interested in where the young man was going. Jing decided to say that he wanted to go shopping and relax. But there was one problem. Our hero couldn't leave. Jing Qinyu should not forget that he had humiliated his family in the tavern, and what he had done in general. He had to understand that the Li family would not back down. If the boy went outside, he could die. Jing thought, why should he be afraid of them? But he didn't even need to explain to Wei. It was enough to just press on his shoulder and the guy felt pain. It was obvious that the young man would not even be able to survive 3 blows from Commander Gao, but as long as he remained in the Shang family, no one would be able to touch him. 7 or 8 years of practice should be enough for Jing Qing. After that, he would be able to meet with the family commander. It turned out that he would not be able to go outside all these years, and would have to sit locked up and train. Of course, the young man could not accept this. He began to train even harder. People wanted so much to hear his interesting stories, but he was so busy that he couldn't even take a minute's break. Jing Qing lived and ate with his battle axe, and always thought of it as his ideal girl. But the real difficulty lay in the transformation of qi and blood. A person with a high level of enlightenment should have been able to do this immediately, but our hero could only do it in the most foolish way. Without rushing and devoting hundreds of blows to it, only with time and effort could he achieve anything. And so, once again, he decided to try the first form of the path, the palm of a battle axe. Yes, he almost managed to cut the pole in half without any problems. Last time, he broke his arm, but he cut the pole completely. This time he didn't break his arm, but he didn't completely cut the pole either. He only had to do this 3 times a day, and it was very harmful to his body. But that was exactly what he wasn't afraid of. He had a huge advantage that allowed him to train until he dropped. 3 times a day was not enough for him. Maybe dozens or hundreds of times a day would be enough for him. But in that case, he would have to train in secret. Otherwise, people would treat him like a monster. So he decided to ignore Wei's advice and started training more than 3 times a day, trying to do it so that no one would see him. The result was important to him, and he could endure everything else. Thinking that he would be isolated from the outside world for up to 10 years, Jing trained harder. Now he spent not only his days training, but his nights as well. These were difficult days, but he was unlikely to regret anything. The bone bracelet not only healed physical injuries, but could also restore qi and blood when he was exhausted. Therefore, our hero could train as many times as he wanted without feeling worse. 5 days later, Wei noticed that the black iron pillars were wearing out very quickly, and the shed was almost empty. The answer came by itself. Early in the morning, Jing Qing set out to look for Wei's brother. Our hero had already learned and mastered the first form, so he asked his elder to teach him the second. Wei Yu once said that martial arts is a gradual process, and one should not be greedy for more. Everyone saw how hard the young man was training and advised him not to ruin his health. Jing Qing took this as if no one believed that he had managed to master the first form after all. In that case, he proposed a bet to all the guys who probably thought so. If the men lost, today's dinner would be entirely Jing Qing's, and if he lost, Jing would work for them all day. The men thought he was bluffing. No matter how talented this young man was, he couldn't have mastered the first form in such a short time. The guys accepted the bet. Jing Qing knew what he was offering, after all. He used the bone bracelet too much and had a very good appetite. Jing demonstratively patted the black iron pole, as if to show that he was not faking anything. The young man gathered his thoughts and imagined what he was about to do, and he began to use the first form, the path of the warrior's body. Wei and the other men were extremely surprised that this young man had actually transformed his ki into a huge battle axe. Obviously, his days of training had not been in vain, and he had managed to win this dispute. Rumors of this event spread quickly. The new guy had mastered the first form of the warrior's path in just 10 days. What news? Some people were frightened by such a rapid learning curve, but his potential for martial arts was terrible, as many remembered. Jing listened to all this, but thought it was becoming more and more ridiculous. In his opinion, anyone could learn the technique by practicing it thousands of times. Our hero spent all his time sleeping with a sword, a battle axe, or a copper sword. Ignoring the limits of the body and restoring all damaged bones, this bracelet was truly a cheat. There was blood on his feet and on the ground, iron in his mind, the earth was broken, and the stone was split. It took our hero more than 6 months to master the second form of the warrior's path, the copper leg. He was so addicted to martial arts that he didn't even care about broken arms or legs. It was like a combat addiction. Jing even thought about undergoing treatment, but now was not the time to talk about addiction. He had more serious problems. While training the copper leg, he discovered a crack in his bone bracelet. It appeared very suddenly, and its effects were noticeable. The speed of healing slowed significantly. During those days, Jing used it day and night to restore his depleted qi and injuries. Considering that martial arts were so exhausting in this world, it seemed that even the bone bracelet could no longer withstand it. Jing thought that this bracelet was supposedly discharged, and he should give it a few days to recover, so he ate as much food as he could. Every time he used the bone bracelet, his appetite increased greatly, and he tried to eat a lot. Even after so much time had passed, Jing Qing's stories were still loved by his colleagues. They enjoyed coming to hear new stories from him. But alas, He fell asleep quite early, and the men understood that he was probably tired after training, so they left without listening to a single story. 3 days had passed, and during those last few days, he had not practiced martial arts, but had rested and recovered. But his bone bracelet had not recovered at all. The crack in it was the same as before, with no changes. Jing Qing thought that there must be something else going on. Perhaps he needed to replenish it with aura, but this was not a game of spirit masters, and he did not know how to transfer aura. He was thinking about this when suddenly the knob on the bracelet began to glow blue. Jing Qing felt a strong desire from the depths of his heart, as if something was screaming, "Let me eat her." It was a very strange impulse, and it was difficult to explain where it came from. Could it be because of Liu Yi's appearance? Something inside him screamed, "Eat her alive, devour her, eat her." These thoughts frightened our hero. Liu Yi was saying something to the guy, but he wasn't listening. By the way, the lady asked Liu Yi to come to him. Then suddenly Jing shouted for Liu Yi's sister to stay away from him. The guy was afraid that he might hurt her somehow. He was still in control of his thoughts, but he was afraid that it might become uncontrollable. So our hero immediately ran away, and Liu Yi started to catch up with him because Shang Li had asked her to give him something. The next day, Jing felt that everything had returned to normal, but on that day, he really wanted to eat Liu Yi. But still, it seemed to him that it was not him, but the desire of the bone bracelet. And this desire was so strong that it seemed that if he ate her, he would be satisfied. Was that really the way? To restore the bracelet, he had to eat Liu Yi with his mouth? Jing Qing found even thinking about it disgusting, and he tried to push these horrible thoughts away. Liu Yi was a very good girl, sweet and charming, and especially a good housekeeper. That's what Wei thought aloud, who suddenly appeared with Jing Qing. Jing Qing was staring at Liu Yi so intently that Wei easily guessed what the young man was thinking when he looked at such a girl. But he had to listen to Wei. The man began to tell him something, and Jing Qing felt the same desire he had felt when Liu Yi approached him. This made him very nervous. Wei warned that Jing Qing would only be able to think about this girl once he had defeated him. But our hero didn't listen to any of it. He was as if hypnotized. His desire to eat Wei was so strong that he couldn't control himself, and Wei was too close. He could no longer control himself and simply reached out to the man. Wei in turn watched and was puzzled. This insane hunger seemed to command him. He touched the man's chest, but Wei still did nothing. This hunger urged Jing Qing to tear him to pieces and eat him, bone by bone. Our hero completely surrendered to this desire and was ready to act. He imagined what would happen if he ate him, because that way he would replenish his strength. But Master Wei snapped him out of his trance. The man was simply bewildered as to how this bastard could touch his chest. Jing Qing didn't even know how to justify himself. He wondered if the master would believe him if he said that his hand had done it on its own. Of course, he didn't believe such nonsense. Jing kept screaming in pain, and Wei spared no effort in beating this perverted bastard. He wanted to beat all the nonsense out of the guy, and Jing screamed so loudly that he could be heard even on the street. When it was all over, Jing Qing kept repeating that it was all just a ridiculous misunderstanding, and he just wanted that dog tag. Wei felt awkward because he didn't understand why the guy was reaching for his chest. Jing should have said so right away. But our hero himself did not realize that his hunger was not for Wei, but for this tag. He couldn't even imagine that it belonged to a dog. Wei explained that this thing belonged to Shang Li's first dog, the first generation of Da Huang. The question arose, who was the second generation? It was difficult for Wei to answer, but what he said was a request for Liu Yi to pass it on to Jing Qing. Liu Yi asked him to pass it on through Wei because the guy kept avoiding her for some reason. Now Jing understood why she always carried this tag with her. We understood that the lady was being mean, and even though they called Jing Da Huang, he couldn't wear a dog tag, so Wei asked her not to be angry with her about it. The master expected any reaction, but certainly not joy. He had never seen a young man rejoice over a dog tag. In any case, he was glad that Jin liked it, which surprised him. Jing was now thinking about how to absorb the tag, but he decided to figure it out somewhere else. But he didn't have to consume the tag. All he had to do was hold it in his hand and imagine that the bone bracelet was drawing energy from it. Jing Qing immediately felt a sense of relief. He felt refreshed, and it was a real sense of mental and physical satisfaction. But he was unable to obtain any more energy. Apparently, he had absorbed all the energy that was available, and unfortunately, the bracelet had not been completely restored. Jing would still have to figure this out. Jing Qing wondered what it could be and why the tag was restoring his bone bracelet. Wei did not know where this tag came from, so he decided to ask Mrs. Shang Li. He went to the mansion, where he met Liu Yi, and had to explain his behavior. Liu Yi was unhappy with Jing Qing's appearance. Neither servants nor guests were allowed into the mansion unless summoned by the master. Since the master was away, Everyone was forced to follow the house rules. Jing Qing awkwardly admitted that he just wanted to see the lady because he had some business with her. Jing could not explain specifically what he wanted from the lady, simply explaining that he needed to ask her something. But the young man already knew the house rules. He had to leave now and not think anything bad. Jing finally admitted that he just wanted to know the story behind the dog tag, and there was nothing wrong with that. Our hero couldn't sneak into someone's house and break its rules, so he decided to just wait for Shang Li to come out of the mansion herself. He stood there for 3 days, guarding the entrances and exits. People looked at him as if he were crazy and even feared him. But when a few more days passed, they didn't even pay attention to him and laughed at him. After all, they had already gotten used to his presence here. 10 days had passed, and the lady still hadn't come out. Jing was tired of waiting, of course, but he had no choice. As he nervously chewed on a straw in his mouth, he heard someone call out to him. Wei noticed that this young man had been hanging around the gate lately, and was probably following Liu Yi, which the master clearly didn't like. We reminded him again that any man who wanted to get close to Liu Yi would have to face his fist first. But Jin was tired of being paired with Liu Yi and told the truth, because he saw that Wei liked Liu Yi and was so worried when a man approached her. Although Wei denied it and insisted that he thought of her as a sister, his face gave him away. There was only one thing Jin didn't know. 5 years ago, Liu Yi was engaged to another man, but before she got married, her fiancé died in battle. Her late fiancé was Wei's sworn brother, a handsome young man who was perfect for her. Jin Qing was saddened by this, and he would never have thought that she would have such a fate, but he thought about something else. If Wei was now over 40, how old was his brother, if he was considered young and handsome? Wei was furious at such insinuations, because he was only 25 years old this year. Although Jin had always thought that the master was older, it turned out that he was only 5 years older than the young man. Once again, our hero was almost beaten up by his brother Wei, and apparently this caused a lot of gossip. Jin thought that if he returned to the mansion, Liu Yi would be furious, and he didn't know what to do. Every time our hero looked at the bone bracelet, he was afraid that it would break completely. But suddenly, as he was thinking, a bun fell on his head. Jing was already on edge and didn't understand who could be throwing buns around. If no one wanted it, he was ready to eat it himself. But Jing Qing shouted, "Don't eat my breast!" Obviously, only Mrs. Shang Li could do such a thing. She asked Jing not to tell anyone that she was there. At this time, she was supposed to be studying at home, and if anyone found out she wasn't there, she would probably be killed. For some reason, Jing Qing began to cry, and Shang Li noticed this, but when she asked him about it, he said that he had been too emotional lately. Shang Li and Jing Qing hid in a secluded spot behind a rock so they could talk quietly. It was a long story to explain where that thing came from. Shang Li began the story anyway. Da Huang was still a puppy when her father gave him to her as a gift when she was little. Da Huang was energetic and smart, agile and cunning, and loved his owner. It was a pity that time was not eternal. 3 years ago, Da Huang died, which Shan Li took very hard. The girl didn't have time to continue her story before Jing Qing rudely interrupted her. He knew that she and Da Huang were very close, but he was specifically interested in the dog tag. Shang Li noticed that Jing Qing was just like Da Huang, harmful and impatient. But the girl still told him that the tag was a piece of jade that her father had carved from a jade wall at a festival in the city of Yunshun. Shang Li carved Da Huang's name on the jade and gave it to him. The jade wall was very large, and it was even difficult for the lady to show its size. Jing Qing was very excited. After all, the fragments had slightly restored his bone bracelet, and if he could absorb jade the size of the entire wall, what would happen then? So he tried to find out as much as possible about it. As it turned out, it was an annual festival for every family in the city of Yunshun, where they showed off their young defenders, and you couldn't participate if you weren't young. This year, our hero will turn 20. Of course, he asked the lady to take him there. But unfortunately, she refused, saying she couldn't. Yunshun City was full of famous families. This kind of demonstration was actually a competition between families. And there were always casualties at this demonstration. They were simply inevitable. Jing did not back down. He reminded her that he had the body of Jupiter and could not die even if he wanted to, and that he had mastered the first 2 forms of the warrior's path. He simply had to get there. But Shang Li was adamant. The girl was well aware of how strong the opponents were there, and Jing was not aware of this. The nobles of all families welcomed new recruits. The deeper the roots of the family, the more likely they were to seek out thousands of new recruits. In other words, new talents appeared who represented great potential for the family. There were many large families in Yunsun, led by the Miao family, followed by the Li family and the Shan family. Although Shan Li's father was a high-ranking official, he was not a military commander, and his background was not as good as that of other families. In addition, Her father was a local overseer, and he was a very powerful and hostile man. At the annual festival, families brought their future defenders and asked them to teach them a lesson. This was called sparring, but one arrogant man, unable to stand up to Shanli's father, decided to take revenge on the defenders to satisfy his petty desires. Therefore, there was a rule in the Shang family that defenders were not allowed to participate in the festival unless they had a clear advantage over other families. Jing was not afraid of getting injured. Besides, he had trained in the battle axe and copper leg techniques. He hoped that the lady would change her mind. But she knew that Jupiter's body was not omnipotent, and if our hero met a master with a weapon at the festival, he would immediately cut off his head. And what would be the point of rapid regeneration if you were dead? Jing Qing had no answer to that. In short, Jing Qing had no chance of winning at the annual festival, so the lady asked him to focus on training. In a few years, he would be able to participate. But Jin knew that in a few years he would be too old and would not meet the requirements. Shang Li promised that they would change his date of birth, because the boy looked young enough. The lady did all this for Jin Qin's own good. The boy should not have gone to such a dangerous festival. The lady was about to leave, but the boy suggested a deal. Jing Qing wanted to go to the festival as soon as possible, even if it was just to watch. If it was a short trip, he asked for permission to go. But what kind of deal could he offer? Shang Li had brought him to her residence, and she didn't think he could have anything valuable to exchange. Besides, he already owed her. Jing reminded her that the lady always complained that her breasts and body were not attractive enough, so she stuffed her bust with buns. But our hero had a wonderful idea on how to ease the mistress's worries. Shang Li felt a glimmer of hope that this might actually be possible, and she listened to Jing Qin with curiosity. This problem was indeed of paramount importance to her. Jing began to draw something on the ground to illustrate his point. After all, in his time, it was a magical bra that turned flat boards into huge breasts. The guy drew a bra as best he could, but he wasn't sure what he had drawn, and the lady didn't quite understand these lines either. When our hero had already drawn something resembling a bra, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to draw. Nevertheless, he promised the girl that when she did it, she would definitely satisfy all her needs as a girl. But in exchange, Shan Li would have to take our hero to the city of Yunsong for the festival. Shan Li couldn't stop seeing the resemblance between this guy and Da Huang. Even this character trait was so similar to his deceased dog. This guy, like that dog, never obeyed orders. Shan Li found it amusing and felt nostalgic, remembering Da Huang. Jing Qing was not offended at all when he was compared to a dog. The main thing for him was the result, and the lady practically agreed, but was still hesitant. The festival would be in half a month, and if our hero could master the third form of the warrior's path, the lady would let him go. If the lady promised, there would be no turning back, and if Jing doubted her promises, they could make a blood oath. The guy was a little afraid of bloodshed. He had had enough of it lately. After all, it was a very ordinary deal, and such measures were not necessary. And yet, the lady wanted to know how Jing would reinforce his promise. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He decided to use one of the coolest traditions in his world. The lady had to extend her little finger in response, but she did not understand why or what for, as this was her first time encountering this. Jing explained that it was supposedly a custom in his village to first extend the little finger of the right hand. Then they had to cross their little fingers together. Now they had to say certain words such as, "I make a promise on my pinky finger. And if I lie, I will swallow 1,000 needles, I swear." Shang Li thought it was like a promise of fidelity, which seemed like a rather strange custom to her. Thus, our hero got his way again. Even the lady was ready to give in to his persistence and lend a helping hand. The next day, all promises were backed up by actions. The lady had already informed Master Wei to teach our hero the third form of the warrior's path, which he was not very happy about. Shang Li was quite persistent, and despite Wei's lack of understanding, she continued to insist that Jing Qing was a martial arts genius. Then Wei decided to talk to the lady one-on-one, while Jing Qing waited nearby. Wei explained that if he mastered the third form, participating in the annual festival would not be so dangerous, but in order to master it, he would need to reach at least the second stage of the earthly level, and even then, it would take a great deal of effort to master the third form. Shang Li knew that the annual festival was dangerous, but Jing Qing still wanted to participate, so he made her an offer she couldn't refuse. That's why she used the third form, which was impossible to master at Jing Qing's current level, just to stop this stubborn man. Wei asked what offer Jing had made to the lady, but alas she couldn't talk about it. Either way, the master had to teach Jing, which he began to do 10 minutes later. The third form was the only defensive technique among the forms. After mastering it, the body became as hard as steel, and no weapon was scary. Having mastered it, one could fight sword masters with bare hands. But this form consumed a lot of ki and blood. so it should only be used in critical moments to avoid sharp weapons. Therefore, Wei immediately moved on to practice and suggested that Jin use the palm of a battle axe and a copper leg at full force to attack him. Jing Qing was a little scared because he didn't want to hurt his older brother. These were serious techniques and no joke. But if his older brother Wei said to attack, then he had to attack, and there was no need for many words. Jing Qing agreed and began to use the first form of the warrior's path. But Master Wei told him to use all his strength, and he felt that he was only using 30%. Jing Qing himself began to realize that at that moment, Brother Wei's body was not made of flesh and blood at all. Therefore, he decided to boldly use all his strength to show what he was capable of. This time it was the turn of the copper leg technique. Jing struck boldly because he knew that Wei was far from weak, and yet he failed to harm Wei. But our hero experienced the third form of the warrior's path for himself. He was literally pushed back with tremendous power, as if from a solid shell. At that moment, Wei's masters could not even be wounded, and Jing, in turn, almost broke all his bones when he attacked. The threshold of form, the unshakable shell, is the quality of qi and blood of the second stage of the earthly level. Once this threshold was crossed, success could be achieved quickly, but if the level was even slightly lower, it would be very difficult. Jing had to feel in advance what an unshakable shell was like and continue to train the other two techniques. He should not rush to open the earth level. Every day, qi and blood must gradually fill the body, and this was the greatest skill. If Jing rushed, at best, he would seriously damage his health, or his body could rupture. No one had ever reached the second stage of the earth level in a short period of time, and he didn't need to rush. Jing guessed that this was some kind of scam, otherwise Lady Shangli would not have been smiling so slyly. Nevertheless, he had to make a decision. Jing could take a risk, or he could continue training as before. After that lesson, our hero sat under a tree and pondered as if in a daze. It was an important question for him, and he wanted to make the right decision. Shanli and Wei watched him and thought that the guy realized he couldn't master this form in a short time. In any case, if he didn't master the third form, he wouldn't be able to participate in the annual festival. Shanli decided to leave him and finally asked Wei to tell Liu Yi to prepare medicine for Jing Qing. The boy needed to replenish his qi and blood. Wei noticed how kind the lady was to this guy. It was obvious to her, because he was the same Da Huang as before, so how could she not worry about him? Jing Qing thought that the difficulty was not in how to master the technique, but in whether it was necessary to master it. He finally had to decide whether to allow the bone bracelet to be damaged even more. It took others a long time to open the earth level. Jing had a bone bracelet that constantly replenished his qi and blood, so he didn't have to worry about damaging his health. But due to his natural abilities, after the third level, his martial arts path would come to an end. Then, in order to move forward, he would only be able to rely on the bone bracelet. But two of its prongs were already missing. Jin thought that perhaps Jade was capable of not only restoring the bracelet, but also growing new prongs. Jin Qing finally made a decision and decided to take a chance. Time was passing, and he needed to get started quickly. Half a month had already passed. Shang Li and Wei were worried about this stubborn young man. According to Liu Yi, Jing Qing had recently been sleeping in a kitchen pot to visualize an unshakable shell, and the cook almost boiled him. Shang Li, in turn, hoped that Jing would not be angry with her for deceiving him like that. She even thought about buying something delicious to appease the young man. Wei, Shang Li, and Liu Yi were about to go somewhere, but Jing Qing's cry asked him to wait. As soon as he approached Master Wei, he immediately attacked him, demonstrating his abilities. Brother Wei asked him not to fool around, because he had told the young man that he could only go to the annual festival if he mastered the unshakable shell. And a real man had to be responsible for his words. Wei was a little upset by how annoying this guy was. We even considered crippling Jing Qing, so that he would lie down for a few more days and think carefully about what he had done. But who said that Jing Qing hadn't mastered the third form? The result was obvious. In fact, Jing had done all this so that Wei himself could see the results of his students' efforts. We noticed that the qi and blood had barely reached the required state, but it could be considered that the young man had indeed mastered the form. Only now, the quality of the qi and blood was still locked at the first stage of the earth level. Through numerous attempts, our hero mastered the unshakable shell. This seemed impossible to Wei. In fact, Jing himself did not know how it happened. He simply trained and mastered this technique. A real man had to keep his word, and now Jing wanted to know if Lady Shangli would allow him to participate in the annual festival. Shangli did not expect the guy to be able to handle this task, so she had to collect her thoughts before answering. But how absurd. Shangli was an elegant and graceful girl. Did she look like a real man? In Yungsung, everything had already been prepared so that guests could feel comfortable in the mansion where the annual festival was held. The rumor that the Shang family had brought a commoner with them as a defender this year was the most talked about. Of course, it was also known that he had the body of Jupiter and was talented. Some even had reliable information that, although this guy was talented, his natural abilities were mediocre. Everyone wondered why the Shang family had taken in such a worthless person. Or maybe this guy was the lady's favorite. After all, an aristocrat could have as many lovers as she wanted. But as soon as the gossips saw the nobility and Lady Mengshanli herself, they immediately fell silent, because they knew that no one here loved gossip except them. The lady was invited to the podium. Jing wondered why the names Meng and Ji were used in the lady's name. Meng meant eldest daughter, and Ji was a polite form of address. Still, Liu Yi believed that our hero should read more books, and addressing Mrs. Shangli that way was only appropriate in their mansion. Shangli did not understand what they were talking about, and asked Liu Yi not to disturb Jing unnecessarily, as he needed to conserve his strength. In the meantime, Jing had to wait below the podium. It was not permissible for him to stand next to the lady. Liu Yi whispered to the guy to quickly come up with something to calm the lady down. Jing could only think about how, once the annual festival was over, he would have to urgently make a bra. The bone bracelet began to react again, and our hero already understood that this was an expression of the desire to absorb energy. Probably whatever it was that could gather all the energy was very close by. Jing felt that it was probably just behind the wall. Something behind it was drawing him there. Wei noticed where the guy was looking and explained that there was a jade wall there. Of course, Master Wei had already seen it. Jing Qing wondered why so many young defenders had come here. Yongsun used to be the capital of Qin. Perhaps all these years the situation had been too calm, and the new warlike generation was worse than the previous one. 20 years ago, a jade wall was erected in the city, but ordinary people could not see it. Only the winner of the annual festival had the right to climb the podium, from where he could see the jade wall and leave his name on it. If Jin Yu was lucky, he would be able to see it and find Wei's name among the many others. That's how his brother tried to brag that he had once been the winner. However, it was not necessary to be the winner to see the jade wall. After the competition, all participants could look at the wall. Jing was very excited and continued to ask more questions about the jade wall and whether he could touch it. Wei was wary, but replied that even if Jin decided to touch it, no one would stop him. Jin was already looking forward to this moment, because all he had to do was touch the jade wall, and he would be able to replenish his bone bracelet. The men finished their conversation and noticed that all the gentlemen had arrived, including Mr. Li, Mr. Shu, and Mr. Hao. Among the second most influential family, our hero also noticed a young gentleman who was still in serious condition but had survived. Gao turned to Mr. Shu, concerned for the young Master Hao, whose wounds had not healed, and who could have been prepared a wheelchair. But Shu was very unhappy because this smug little bastard had disgraced the entire Li family, and now he had to suffer, feel what it was like, and remember this lesson for a long time. Hao really had a hard time moving around, and he complained about it to Xuanqing, who supported him as best she could so that he wouldn't give up halfway. But then came the moment when the two families crossed paths, and Xuanqing noticed Jing Qing, her old acquaintance. She saw that he had seen her and silently bowed in respect. But our hero had no use for her respect and simply ignored her. Wei decided to support Jing, and reminded him that since there was enmity in the tavern, there must have been a reason for it. Now it was clear to our hero that this bully was clearly not the darling of the family, as he had been telling everyone. The Li family had 2 brothers in total, the older one being Mr. Shu, a key character. The Li family had lived in Xi'an for a long time, and Mr. Shu was the rightful owner of the mansion. The one Jing beat up was Hao, the second son. Rich kids, what can you do? No one took them seriously. That woman with the surname Xuanqing thought her status had risen, but retribution caught up with her later. Wei stopped the gossip. After all, the lady had ordered Jing to stay behind the podium, and Wei had to leave for a while. The young man was completely bored. He didn't know anyone here, and didn't even have anyone to talk to, so he decided to take a walk and explore the area. Jing noted to himself that the closer he got to the wall, the stronger his desire to devour it became. Even in the dark, he shouldn't go there, because if he was discovered, he would bring trouble to the Shang mansion. And yet someone noticed him. Jing Qing was recognized as the young man who had fought to defend his mistress's honor in the tavern that day. The defenders of the Zhang mansion appeared before him. They were very happy to meet Jing Qing because he was unmatched and, in general, a role model. Jing did not expect to be welcomed like this, so he was quite shy about such compliments, saying that they were exaggerating. One of the defenders continued, saying that Jing Qing had a unique Jupiter body and would most likely take first place at the annual festival, but only if he defeated the other defenders. So the men wanted the guy to show them his skills. Rumor had it that this year there were many daring guys among the defenders of the Li family. Since Li had insulted the Shang family, why not challenge their defender? He could let off some steam and reaffirm his status in the Shang mansion, kill two birds with one stone. Our hero thought it was a great idea and challenged the Li family. In the future, the squad of young defenders of Yunsan will be led by Jing Qing. At this annual festival, the guy challenged the Li family, and the men chuckled maliciously because they were able to provoke Jing. Did they really hope to hear that? Jing Qing wasn't stupid enough to fall for such silly tricks. The men were perplexed because their foolish plan had failed miserably, and now they pretended not to understand anything. Jing understood perfectly well that they wanted to provoke him into challenging the Li family, and thus making enemies of the Shang mansion. It was indeed like killing two birds with one stone. Maybe our hero should challenge these guys? But they didn't like this idea at all, because they just wanted to help the guy and give him some advice. Jing Qing was convinced that he should not expect anything good if they were flattering him for no reason. Did he really look like a fool? Our hero was so bored that he began to attract worthy conversation partners even without an invitation. But why did she come? She explained her appearance by saying that Hao wanted a drink, so she went to get him some water, and suddenly heard the people from the Zhang mansion talking to Jing. She said that there had always been discord between the Zhang and Li families, and they were surely plotting something and wanted to use the young man. Xuanqing just wanted to warn Jin, but she couldn't have imagined that he had already figured out their plan. But our hero was no longer fooled by this free cheese, so why was he being so kind to him? Xuanqing said that she was very ashamed and didn't dare to make any more excuses, but there was something else that the master needed to know. This girl had heard in the Li mansion that the Hu Miao family and the head of the Shang mansion were discussing Meng Shangzi's marriage. But at the annual festival, there were rumors that Meng Shangzi had taken Jining in to make him her favorite. And if the Miao family found out about these rumors, they might take out all their anger on Jing Qing, so Xuanqing warned him to be careful. Jing Qing was puzzled as to what these rumors were, and whether Mrs. Shang Li was really going to get married. Nevertheless, despite everything, the rumors spread very quickly. At the Hu Miao mansion, Mr. Ziyu learned that Meng Shang Uzi had chosen a favorite. Once a year for 20 years, an annual festival had been held in the city of Yongsun, and it had already become a tradition. All the noble families of the city gathered at the mansion where the annual festival was held. Their new young defenders exchanged experiences and demonstrated the talents that had made them famous. Jing thought that Shang Li still knew nothing about her upcoming marriage, as she was only 14 years old. Although in that era, everyone got married quite early, but no matter how you looked at it, she was still just a normal, cheerful girl. And she had the personality of a little girl. How could she be given away in marriage? She still had to enjoy this life to the fullest. But the time for competition had come. Over the past few years, many talented defenders had been injured during competitions. Therefore, this year the rules of the competition had changed slightly. Now the participants would no longer fight each other. To test the strength of each family's defenders, they would have to fight the Imperial Phoenix. Who would have thought that it was the Imperial Phoenix? It was a mechanism created by Mo Yuan from Sanyang, which was used to test the strength of the Qin army's soldiers. Wei seems to have understood everything, but our hero didn't understand a damn thing. He had no idea what it all meant or what this mechanism was. Still, it was clear that there were not only high-class warriors, but also mechanisms. The test consisted of attacking the mechanism's column with external force and forcing the phoenix to spread its wings. The stronger the test subject attacked, the greater the wingspan would be. Whoever had the greater wingspan would win. The winner would receive 100 gold coins and the opportunity to leave their name on the Jade Wall. It reminded Jin of the gameplay in the Dragon Pearl qualifying matches. We understood perfectly well that the young man did not have enough combat experience, but fortunately this time he would not have to fight to the death, which was just what he needed, and our hero could definitely beat the pillars. Brother Wei wished his protege not to hold back and use all his strength. Who knows? Maybe he would be able to become the winner. Before leaving, our hero glanced at his mistress, who, without looking at him, tried to support him as best she could so as not to give herself away. And that was more than enough for Jing Qing. He felt tremendous support around him. He went into the test with confidence. Wei finally wished him not to undermine the authority of their Shang mansion. When the young man left, Shan Li watched him intently, which did not go unnoticed by Liu Yi. Shang Li finally admitted what she was thinking. On the one hand, Jing Qing seemed proud and unyielding. On the other hand, he was stubborn as a mule, willing to take risks no matter what. Liu Yi supported the lady, because this time he only had to fight the Imperial Phoenix and the guy was in no danger. At least, that's what Shang Li wanted to believe, and that nothing unexpected would happen. But two conflicting rumors had already spread at the festival. The first rumor was that the new protector of the Shang family, who had the body of Jupiter, was a real savage. The other rumor was that the new favorite of the Shang family was very articulate. Thanks to this, he charmed Mrs. Shang and eventually managed to become a defender, even though his abilities were mediocre. Therefore, when people saw Jing Qing, they whispered among themselves, because this guy did not look like a savage at all, but he was not particularly handsome either, just an ordinary young man. This attention greatly embarrassed our hero, because as he walked towards them, they all stared at him strangely, and he didn't even know why. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Wow, it's the favorite!" But the favorite, who was serving, was unworthy of being among the defenders, as one of the crowd believed. Jing Qing thought that this young man had not eaten breakfast before leaving, and was therefore so angry. The boy replied that he had indeed eaten breakfast, but pointed out that Jing was indeed a coward, unable even to argue back. But this insolent fellow did not hear what Jing wanted to say. Our hero thought that this guy must have eaten shit for breakfast, otherwise where did he get so much malice? But suddenly everyone became so gentle. How dare some favorite talk to him like that? The guy was ready to fight Jing to the death, but they tried to calm the madman down. Finally calming down, the guy suggested that they fight the Imperial Phoenix, and whoever lost would have to crawl and bang their head on the ground, from the mansion to the Yongsun, all the way. Jing Qing unexpectedly agreed, but of course he did so in his own way, not forgetting to give him the middle finger. Of course, in that era, they did not know what the middle finger meant, but the guy felt that they were trying to insult him. However, the other guys calmed him down and said that it was just a finger, so Jing agreed to fight him. The competition was already underway, and the festival host invited the mansion's defender, Shang Jing Qin, to the podium. Our hero did not even expect to be called first. Therefore, he did not even know whether to be happy about it or not. But on the other hand, it was great, almost like in a movie. Revenge was not waiting, and it was necessary to proceed before it was too late. Shangli was actually excited when she found out that her defender was first. She believed that he was completely unprepared, and that there were no other defenders before him whose results could be used to assess the strength of the blow. But the lady shouldn't have been worried, as Wei had already warned Jing Qin not to hold back. After all, the young man had trained the way of the warrior, and he had the body of Jupiter, and his ki and blood were much better than those of an ordinary person. Jing Qing was slightly nervous, but he also thought that he just needed to hit the pole, which was not difficult, and in fact, it was his specialty. The defenders of other families constantly insisted that he was the mistress's favorite. Although they didn't even dare to mention the lady's name, they actually secretly insulted her and the entire Shang family. This greatly angered our hero, and he directed this anger at the Imperial Phoenix, wanting to show everyone who they were messing with. Our hero began to use the battle axe technique, but when the attack was over, he felt that the column had reflected the blow during the attack. In the end, the column somehow pushed him away as if he were a foreign body. Fortunately, Jing Qing did not fall, but managed to land more or less normally. The column's resistance was very strong, and it instantly shook him off. It became known that the wingspan of the Imperial Phoenix was 0 and 43 meters. Jing Qing was very dissatisfied with this result. He did not have time to react, and 60 or 70% of his total strength was wasted. The other defenders became nervous because they saw that something was wrong with this mechanism, and that it was resisting, although no one said anything about it. Others gloated because it was a shameful result for a defender. Wei himself had never heard that the Imperial Phoenix could resist. Could it be a new model? Shangli was dissatisfied. It seemed to her that it was a deception, and that they had deliberately made Jing Qin go first. There was always someone here who could seize the moment, find a convenient opportunity to disgrace the Shang family. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the rumors were confirmed. Many began to gossip and whisper that making the favorite a warrior was foolish, and that the girl from the Shang mansion was too promiscuous. Hu Batao, defender of the Li family, managed to set a record for spreading his wings to a width of 1 meter and 26 centimeters. Severe Go, defender of the Zhang mansion, had a wingspan of 1 meter and 2 centimeters. And finally, Crow Shizi, defender of the Diao family. He trained the long monkey paw, which was considered a fierce technique, and he was ready to fight the column. Fierce Go set a record of 1 meter and 6 centimeters. If our hero had had at least one chance, he could have done better. But he had just asked, and it was only possible to climb onto the podium once. Ferocious Go did not let Jin pass and decided to mock him, saying that he should be ashamed to be standing there. But of course, now Jin had to crawl and bang his head on the ground all the way to Yongsun. He had to answer for his words. Jin remembered that this rotten man wanted to fight, so he offered to have a battle. But Wei did not allow this to happen. After all, it was forbidden to fight for personal reasons at the annual festival, and violators would be executed. Moreover, if anyone else dared to mention the name of the favorite or humiliate the Shang mansion with their words, Wei promised that he would personally deal with each of them after the festival was over. They just chuckled at this. It was as if this was to be expected from Master Wei, who did whatever he wanted while at the 5th stage of the Earth Realm. In any case, they didn't say anything like that, and the lady had already ordered Jing Qing to return to her. The competition was still going on, but no one could set any stunning records or make the phoenix fully spread its wings. Brother Wei felt that Jing Qing wanted to say something but seemed hesitant, but Jing didn't want to say anything, or at least wasn't ready. Wei, as always, supported his protege, and the lady said that an honest person should not have to justify himself, and that these rumors were incapable of harming the Shang family. Jing should not have blamed himself. Shangli couldn't let some insignificant Da Huang destroy her dignity. Despite everyone's consolation, our hero still felt uneasy. Someone was watching Mrs. Shang and thought that there was something between Meng Shangji and the defender Jing, otherwise why wasn't he punished? In Mr. Miao's family, if a defender made a mistake, no matter what the reason, he would definitely be punished. Zhu had nothing against Shangli having a favorite. All the noble young ladies secretly kept boys for entertainment. But all these families knew that Meng Shangji was supposed to marry him, and yet they still dared to engage in all sorts of machinations. Of course, this greatly affected Mr. Ziyu's reputation, and now he wanted their reputation to suffer as well, so he called Jing Ji. At this moment, 108 defenders participating in the annual festival had already passed the tests. The festival host had already begun to announce the best results. The results of the other participants were lower than those announced, so the host was ready to announce the winner, but she was stopped. Jingji appeared on the podium at the behest of Mr. Ziyu to demonstrate something. For some reason, Mr. Zhang Jingji's appearance caused Wei to feel indignant. Who would have thought? He was the defender of the Miao family from Yongzhong. He had excellent data, and at the age of 17, he became the winner of the annual festival. Now he is only 20, and he has already reached the 4th stage of the earthly level. Yongsun experts said that in the future he would be able to surpass Wei's brother. That was probably why Wei resented his appearance, seeing him as his rival. According to the rules, he could no longer participate in the annual festival because he had turned 20. Many whispered and wanted to understand what Zhang Jingji wanted to do, but now he just stood there and didn't move. In the end, the host wanted to ask him something, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt a vibration that spread everywhere. She was not the only one who felt this vibration. The wings of the Imperial Phoenix had unfolded to their full power. It wasn't bad. Wei admired this power and understood that he couldn't relax. Jing thought that even if his attempt had been more successful, he still wouldn't have achieved such a result. Just standing still, Jingji achieved a wingspan of 2 and 6 meters. This guy was a worthy defender. And yet, Madame still couldn't understand why Jingji had taken the stage, as according to the rules, he couldn't participate in this competition. Mr. Ziyu personally explained that he had ordered his defender to use only half of his strength to demonstrate that all the current participants in the festival were just a bunch of losers. The best result was only 1 meter and 6 centimeters. How could such insignificant results take first place? And then there was that shameful result of 0.43 meters. What nonsense. Jing Qing couldn't take it anymore and wanted to do something, but Wei stopped him. After all, it was Ziyu Miao, the commander of the Qin army and the eldest grandson and heir to the family fortune. Under no circumstances could he be insolent. At that moment our hero remembered that this Mr. Ziyu wanted to marry Ms. Meng Shangji. His grandfather had established the annual festival, not so that all sorts of scum could gather there. Therefore he decided that if all attempts were worse than Jing Ji's result, then this year's festival would be cancelled. In an era when morality and heroism were highly valued, aristocrats who maintained warriors had to be understanding and humane. Defenders were obliged to protect their lord and be loyal to him. The festival took a different turn, and the results were indeed slightly better. The defenders struck several blows and remained exhausted. Unwavering loyalty and a sense of duty had to be paramount for warriors. Life is fleeting and insignificant. This guy was already exhausted and managed to set a record of 1 meter and 8 meters, but he didn't want to give up even though it was clear that he had put in all his effort. His heart rhythm was disturbed, and his life was in danger. The only way to surpass Jing Zhi was to accumulate strength by striking consistently, but the Imperial Phoenix could also accumulate counterforce, and with each new strike, the counterforce increased. However, all of these participants were losers from the 2nd stage of the Earth Realm. They could deliver a maximum of 10 blows, after which they could not withstand it and gave up. The defenders, defending the honor of their families, did not spare themselves or their health. Shan Li believed that loyalty was priceless, but now it was all meaningless. Liu Yi thought that the lady had said this, and if the master found out, he would reproach her again. But Shang Li just wanted everyone to be okay. No one should have to make sacrifices over such trifles. That's why she didn't forget to tell Jin about it. He didn't have to blindly follow everyone else. But he was no longer there, and Master Wei asked the lady not to interfere. He didn't stop him because he believed that Jing Qing was a real man, and if he backed down this time, he would have to obey for the rest of his life. That's why Jing Qing went there, and Wei, at his own discretion, wasn't going to stop him. Shang Li did not understand why only someone brave enough to die could be called a good person. Nevertheless, our hero was filled with determination and wanted to finish what he had started. This second attempt was a very sudden opportunity for him, and he did not want to miss it. Upon arriving at the podium and introducing himself, he was allowed to fight the Imperial Phoenix again. The defenders considered themselves gentlemen. They did not allow despicable people to attain high positions and seize power. If the rumors continued to spread, the reputation of the Shang Mansion and Mrs. Shang Li could be destroyed. The rumors could quickly disappear. All he had to do was be stronger than everyone else at the annual festival, so strong that the gossips would have nothing to say. Miao Ziyu did not have good intentions, but in any case, he gave our hero another chance. Jing just thought that 10 or even 20 blows would not be enough to surpass Jing Ji. If he used his unshakable shell, he would not have enough ki and blood to use his battle axe palm and copper leg. And yet, our hero simply decided to use his own body to repel the opposing force. Therefore, Jing Qing decided to use the battle axe palm first, and this time, he decided not to spare himself. Shang Li was very worried about Jing Qing, because he was once again using Jupiter's body recklessly, and this could have dire consequences. The blows continued and did not stop. People began to think that he really did have the body of Jupiter that everyone was talking about. Fierce Go thought that if he had such a body, he could do the same, but Jupiter's body could only help speed up regeneration. The pain from the injuries did not diminish, and here one had to give credit to Jin Qin's endurance and courage. Moreover, if the injuries were severe, they would not be able to heal very quickly. If the wounds increased, even Jupiter's body would be destroyed, not to mention the fact that it would be unbearably painful. To be fair, even if they had Jupiter's body, it was not certain that they would be able to achieve the same result as Jin Qing. The entire floor and the place where our hero struck was literally covered in blood. There was not a dry spot on the podium. Everything was covered in blood. The other defenders already thought that Jing Qing was simply tired of living. He paid no attention to the counteracting force of the mechanism. Was this really Jing Qing from the Shang Mansion? Our hero couldn't stop even for a moment because he knew that if his wings dropped, everything would be in vain. So he pushed again and began to strike the Imperial Phoenix with renewed force. He felt that he had very little left, but for others it seemed like an eternity, because Jing Qing had already done so much. In the end, he did not give up and saw his bird take flight. Jing Qing never doubted himself for a moment and knew what he was striving for. He had managed to make the mechanical bird fly. Now the Imperial Phoenix was soaring in the sky. It was too good to be true. But it was not a mirage. Jing Qing had made every effort to make it happen. Once helpless and discouraged, Jing Qing was saved by a lady from the Shang family and then taken into her home. Today, he had the opportunity to take the podium and show everyone Jupiter's body. He had no ulterior motives. He asked for understanding. Mrs. Shang had made him a defender because of his abilities, not because of what they had heard before. Many wondered who had started such silly rumors that Jing Qing was just a worthless favorite. If he was worthless, then who were they? If anyone disagreed with him, Jing suggested fighting right now, after the annual festival. Then it would be clear to everyone who had won and who had lost. He no longer wanted to hear all those ridiculous rumors. He fought so bravely for the reputation of his masters and was not even afraid of death. It would be cowardly to fight him when he was wounded. Jing commanded the respect of many. After this incident, Jing Qing from the Shang Mansion became famous throughout Yongzhong. Moreover, he managed to defend the lady's reputation with dignity. Liu Yi realized that Jing sacrificed his life for her mistress, although she did not understand why he did it. Nevertheless, upon returning to the mansion, she ordered Liu Yi to prepare a potion for Jing that had been kept by her father. She also decided to be angry with him for a few days. But someone found Jing to be a warrior who resembled a rabid, vicious dog. Ziyu thought it would be good to lure such a dog to him so that it would grovel before him, and if that didn't work, he wanted to kill it. Jingji was completely baffled, because there was no enmity between his master and Jing Qin. How could one simply kill a noble man like that? But it wasn't just that. Ziyu saw how noble and vengeful this guy was, and that's exactly why he wanted to kill him. Master Ziyu did not mind his woman having a favorite, but he was against having another loyal dog at her feet, who was not ready to serve him in the same way. The Imperial Phoenix is a mechanism developed by Mo Yuan during the Qin dynasty, and this mechanism is already hundreds of years old. Although the details of the mechanism had been replaced several times, the core of the mechanism remained unchanged. Only with sufficient strength could the imperial phoenix be made to spread its wings and fly. For centuries, the Qin army used the imperial phoenix to test recruits. The military believed that whoever could make the imperial phoenix fly would become a great commander and go down in world history. Over hundreds of years, there were only a few test subjects who managed to make the phoenix fly. All of them became famous generals, including the world-renowned Wu Anjun. And today was a rare stroke of luck, as those present were able to see the phoenix take flight. Jing Qing, defender of the Shang Mansion, was declared the winner of the current festival. The other defenders bowed in respect, and they were allowed to approach the podium to see the winner, who would leave his name on the jade wall. Mr. Li thought that their family was just missing such a loyal and brave defender. Before leaving, they should definitely attend the solemn part of the ceremony. Who would have thought that this fool would let such a talented person slip away because of a woman? Even Hao was not indifferent. He constantly blamed himself. Xuan King whispered to the young master not to argue with his older brother, and let her say something. The elder gentleman stopped being angry. You can't change the past, but there's always a chance for the future. Xuan Qing believed that Jing Qing was a good person, and had surely already forgotten about the incident at the inn. If the older gentleman intended to lure him away, then he should wait until his wounds had healed after the annual festival. It turned out that this trashy maid was not only beautiful, but also had her own opinion. Hao defended Xuan Qing, not liking that his older brother called her a trashy maid. Besides, even though Jin Qing had the body of Jupiter, he wasn't cut out for great achievements because his natural abilities were mediocre. But did this fool really believe what everyone was saying? The gentleman did not know. But at one time, the Li family already had a defender with the body of Jupiter. Although that defender's body recovered very quickly, regardless of the severity of his wounds, he had to use all his qi and blood during recovery. It was impossible to do what Jing Qing did, simultaneously healing wounds and using qi and blood to continue a series of strikes. It was obvious that it was not a matter of poor natural ability, but then what was it? Jing Qing was clearly not lacking in natural ability, even though people said the opposite. The old man believed that Jing Qing's natural talent was fine, but he did not have the body of Jupiter, and that was an even rarer quality. The record stated that the most powerful combat ability of the ancient emperors was Zhu Li. Other people could only take a detour to reach the Jade Wall, and only the victor could walk along the main road, which was very honorable. At first, our hero just wanted to protect his mistress's honor. He almost forgot that the winner could touch the Jade Wall. The elder was impressed by how rare Jing Qing's gift was. So little time had passed, and his wounds had already completely healed. But Jing was modest, saying that it was just Jupiter's body, nothing special. But the elder guessed that Mr. Jing Qing's natural abilities were also extraordinary. He was ashamed to admit it, but his abilities were completely ordinary. He had to train a lot on his own, but the most he had achieved was the third stage of the earthly level. It was always said that Zhu Li's ability meant kinship with Qi Yu, but the descendants of Yandi and Huangdi had no prejudices about this. Therefore, they did not understand why Jing Qing was hiding anything. However, our hero did not understand much of what was said above. The elder was surprised, but thought that the Shang Mansion probably knew nothing about this, as they did not have enough knowledge from their predecessors, so it was not surprising that they mistakenly thought that Jing had the body of Jupiter. As for the 5 levels of natural data, this is an incomplete classification. Those with the ability of Zhu Li possessed violent qi and blood, as well as extremely strong regenerative abilities, to the point that a severed limb could grow back. This was unique data, but unfortunately, it meant that the innate Earth-level stage could not be changed. Under no circumstances could one rely on qi and blood to move to another stage. Otherwise, one would have to expend too many healing resources for recovery. Once a level was reached, the difficulty increased. Nowadays, there are almost no medicinal herbs left, which were everywhere in ancient times. Over the past 100 years, there have been several people with the ability of Zhu Li among the winners, and even talented possessors of the third stage of the Earth level. Once upon a time, the grandson of the Wen family from the country of Qi possessed the ability of Zhu Li, and the family fell into ruin because everyone was constantly gathering medicinal herbs for him. At that time, he had almost reached the 6th stage. Jing Qing recalled that in the game, the bone bracelet soul champion belonged to the fierce warrior Qi Yu, which was probably why he now had the ability of Zhu Li. Although the ability of Zhu Li could only reach the 3rd stage of the Earth level, it was quite enough for a brave warrior. But the young man was not upset at all, because he did not need any medicinal herbs since he had the bone bracelet. And now he just needed to absorb the energy of the Jade Wall. First of all, the winner could leave his name on the Jade Wall, and now this honor was given to our hero. Jin Qing walked for quite a long time. Wei even thought that he probably had to rest on the way because he had lost too much blood and qi. Everyone was watching him, Many wondered what he was doing there, and he looked strange. He was so close to the jade wall that he simply couldn't help himself. He was literally drooling. He wanted to eat it. Jing was accompanied by a feeling of insatiability. At the same time, he felt good because there was a truly unusual power in it. The bone bracelet also began to recover quite quickly. Unlike the tag, which only slightly quenched his thirst, this was like a full meal. But our hero was reminded that he was here for a reason, and that he needed to write his name. Writing a name takes a couple of seconds, which would not be enough to absorb the jade, so he wondered if he could write something else besides his name. There were no such rules, but usually the winners simply wrote their names for future generations. This question confused the elder. Jin didn't stop there. He wanted to know if there were any time restrictions, just to be sure he wasn't breaking any rules. This guy was on a roll today because there were no time restrictions either. But what inscription was the winner going to leave on the wall? The winner needed to think about it a little. This was certainly an incredibly unique case. No one had ever made a phoenix soar into the sky, and then stand for hours by the jade wall thinking. People were already wondering why this guy was standing there for so long and doing nothing. Wei didn't even pay attention to it anymore, thinking that maybe the guy was too excited. Then Shangli suggested that perhaps Jing Qing simply did not know how to write, and that was why he had been standing there for so long. Wei thought that was quite possible because once he couldn't even read about the methods of work. Liu Yi was worried because how would he write his name now? But that was the least of our hero's concerns. He was completely enjoying the moment, the continuous flow of energy he was receiving now. His bone bracelet was finally fully restored, and everyone was happy. There was still enough power in the jade wall. I wonder what would happen to the bone bracelet if he continued to absorb energy. Jing Qing didn't even know if it was really happening or if it was just his imagination, but his connection with the bracelet was becoming closer and closer. Suddenly, he felt as if he had entered the interior of the bone bracelet. The atmosphere and overall appearance resembled Dante's hell. There were many bones and strange buildings all around, and everything was red, as if soaked in blood. Our hero noticed that the 3 piles of remains corresponded to the 3 prongs of the bone bracelet, and the pillar of light was probably the energy of the jade wall. The first prong of the bone bracelet was now being restored. It was so strange that the guy knew all this. He didn't even understand where he got this knowledge from, unless he was supposed to know all this from the very beginning. The damage to his bone bracelet was really serious, as could be seen from the number of skulls. Jing Qing noticed that the first tooth had finally recovered a little, but almost nothing remained of the other 2. Still, he used it quite carefully, so perhaps it was all due to his transition to this world, or maybe it happened before he even got it. Jing Qing could no longer ponder this because the elder thought he had fallen asleep. They could not wait any longer. The winner had to write his name at last. He apologized awkwardly, saying he had just been lost in thought. Jing was happy at that moment because he had prepared in advance and had specially memorized an ancient poem. There were just enough words in it to stall for time and completely absorb the energy of the wall. As it turned out, he could write after all. Shangli noticed from afar that he was composing a poem, and although according to Liu Yi, the syllables did not follow the rules, the first line was very powerful. It went like this: wandering knights with red ribbons on their swords, their weapons glistening like snow. And yet, the thought that the bone bracelet had been severely damaged due to its transfer to this world did not leave our hero. Even if the first prong looked intact and undamaged on the outside, it had not yet fully recovered on the inside. Jing Qing wanted to get as much energy as possible from the jade wall. He did not know where else to get it, and whether he would be able to return to this place. The fact that our hero wrote poetry earned him even more respect from others. It turned out that this guy was not only brave, but also well-educated. Jing Qing had a knightly spirit, and he began to like Mr. Shu more and more, which infuriated Hao. Jinji appreciated Jin's poem because it was a story about Xinlin only. Perhaps the Shang family was Xinlin Jun, but Mr. Ziyu was certain that this dog could not be Zhuhai. Wei did not fully understand why Jin wrote about Dalian and Handan, but Shang Li assumed that he was writing about events that took place in the Qin kingdom more than 500 years ago. Xinlinjin of the kingdom of Wei, with the help of Hou Yin and Zhuhai's defenders, stole the amulet to save the kingdom of Zhao. He fought off the Qin army and firmly established himself as the leader of the kingdom of Wei. Xinlinjun remained loyal to his kingdom, and Hou Yin and Zhuhai served him faithfully. When the aristocracy hired warriors, they looked for such loyal people. But Liu Yi remembered that Xinlinjun was an enemy of their kingdom of Qin. Wasn't Jing Qing praising the enemy in his verses? Shangli believed that it made no difference. These events had taken place more than 500 years ago. Besides, now they themselves often admired Xinlinjun. It was obvious that Jing Qing knew his history, which proved that the Shang family knew their people. But Jin was just happy that he had managed to buy some time, and absorbed so much energy that even his qi and blood had become stronger. The condition of the bone bracelet was several times better than it had been when he first moved. In principle, he was already finished, and there was nothing left to write. So, at the last moment by the jade wall, he turned inside the bone bracelet and felt how everything there was overflowing with energy. The first prong was completely restored. The winner proudly left a huge text with his greatest work on the jade wall. Jing Qing truly felt satisfied. The jade wall was indeed large, and he had finally absorbed its energy, which he had been striving for so long. Xinlin Jun approved of his willingness to move mountains. Even though the warriors were no longer with them, their valor would never die. Jing Qing had exceptional talent. Li Bo was indeed a genius of poetry. Even though his poems were written so long ago, they still did not leave people indifferent. And yet, our hero had to remember to write his name, even though he had written the poem. The energy of the jade wall had already been completely absorbed, and it was a pity that the second prong had not had time to recover. But one could not be so greedy, and this time the guy decided that it was enough. Mr. Shu appreciated the poem. It was written in a new style, magnificent and fresh, as if you could see with your own eyes how talented Xinlin Jun was. Zhu saw how talented Jing Qing was, and guessed that he possessed the ability of Zhu Li. But in order to overcome the limits of the earthly realm, he would probably need a lot of money for medicinal herbs, which cost a fortune. But if this man's disposition could be changed for a large sum of money, then it wasn't that expensive. Xuanqing said that after the festival ended, there would be a good opportunity to lure him away. So Shu entrusted this matter to Xuanqing, even though Jin hated her. But if it weren't for Hao, Shu's older brother would have sent Xuanqing's head as an apology to Jin Qing. Therefore, the conditions were as follows. If her attempt was successful, she could stay with the Li family. If Xuanqing failed, and Jin Qing killed her in a fit of rage, they would still be even. The girl had no choice but to agree. In the early days of autumn, the dark green reeds were covered with the first frost. Mr. Ziyu dreamed that somewhere out there, on the riverbank, although Jing wrote his own poems, the poems written during the Qin dynasty were still more familiar and beautiful. Mr. Ming Xiangdiao did not fully understand the idea expressed by Mr. Miao. But the idea was simple. A dog's bark was harmless, but it still disturbed the peace. Jing Qing, the defender of the Shang mansion, was too straightforward, and that was not enough to be considered a warrior. But Mr. Ziyu wondered if Ming Jiang really understood him. The raven, He Shiqi, was the defender of the Diao family, and he was upset that he had failed to win the annual festival. Destroying Jin Qin's reputation was a good way to ease He Shiqi's anxiety. Now the gentleman truly understood that Ming Jiang had understood his words. This showed his determination. But despite all these troubles, Ziyu recalled lines from a poem, and with these lines, he remembered his beloved Shang Li. Meanwhile, there were troubles of their own at the Shang mansion. It was quite difficult for the mistress to support Jin Qin. It took a lot of resources. Shang Li was currently conducting an inventory in the storeroom to understand how much they had in stock in the mansion, and whether it would be enough for Jing to overcome the second stage of the earthly level. In order to buy rare medicinal herbs, it was necessary to spend a fortune and hire people to search for them. Of course, the lady was still angry with Jing. He was difficult to support, and it would have been better if he had some mediocre ability. Our hero became famous throughout Yongsun. Yesterday, the Lin family sent a maid to him to convey that the incident at the tavern had been forgotten forever. The prize for winning the annual festival was also delivered, a whole mountain of gold. But the guy wasn't stupid enough to fall for it. He could see that it was just ordinary brass and didn't smell like gold at all. Gold was very valuable, and with that much, the whole family could live comfortably for several years. Jing had forgotten, but in that era, brass and bronze were used as money, and their value was very high. To use this brass, it had to be stored in the Shang mansion's warehouse. If he needed anything, he could go to the accountant to get money. Now the Lin family no longer sought revenge, and Jin was free to go out. He also had money, so if he needed anything, he could go to the market and buy it himself. Jing Qing was very happy about this, because during all this time he had not even walked around the city, let alone Yunsun, so he went to the market. Our hero looked at all the goods as if he were in a museum. It was so unusual to visit a market of that century and see what people used back then. When he saw the wine jugs, our hero decided to send 10 of them to the Shang mansion. But when he saw a crowd of onlookers, he became interested. According to rumors, a performance was about to take place, which people were already discussing. Someone was supposed to climb a pole. A large man was holding a long pole. A woman climbed this pole with ease, performing incredible acrobatic tricks. Jing managed to buy wine for his brother Wei, lipstick and blush for his sister Liu Yi, and even got some cotton, which could be used to make a magical bra for Shang Li. In that era, there were quite a few types of money, and their values were completely different, and Jin didn't even know how to count them. He continued on his way, but suddenly heard someone on the street asking for help and begging not to be beaten. It was a very young girl who was being whipped and accused of theft, saying that she had stolen expensive medicine from a shop and was now pretending she hadn't done it. According to one of the men, she had come to his shop with the medicine, and when she realized she couldn't pay, she decided to take the medicine and run away. The shop owner ordered his servant to beat her mercilessly, and the servant obediently obeyed his master. But Jing Qing could not bear to watch this, and stopped the offender, catching the whip with one hand in mid-air. The young man understood that if gold was stolen, it was understandable, but stealing medicine was rare. He believed that if this was happening, then surely someone in her family was sick, and people listened to him. But the footman didn't care. Who did this scoundrel think he was? Someone in the crowd recognized Jing Qing and was outraged that anyone would dare to yell at him. The shop owner calmed down when he heard this. In fact, he felt honored to meet Jing Qing here. The crowd immediately began discussing what was happening. Could this really be the Jing Qing who made the Imperial Phoenix fly? Was this the Jing Qing who wrote an entire heroic poem on the Jade Wall? Our hero was a celebrity, and many wanted to at least catch a glimpse of him. Rumors spread that he was very handsome and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his mistress. Jing Qing didn't even know that he had become so popular. Brother Wei told him that he was famous throughout Yongsun, and he was not exaggerating when he said that. Jing Qing paid attention to the girl. It turned out that her mother had fallen ill again, and her older brother was not in Yongsun, so in the heat of the moment, she decided to commit this crime. He asked her not to steal anymore, but he thought it was right to protect this girl, and he didn't want to ignore the fact that she had stolen something. Therefore, our hero decided to pay for the medicine she stole out of his own pocket. Of course, there was a little bit missing, but the owner said that there was enough, so how could there be anything missing? But if the money wasn't enough, Jing suggested going to the Shang mansion to get more, but they refused. The pharmacy owner usually counted every coin, but today he was unusually generous. But the servant did not understand that Jing Qing himself had given him the money, and this would create good publicity for him for several days. Besides, that girl was clearly from a poor family, so where could she have gotten the prescription? The owner understood that it had definitely been written by a real expert. Such medicines were not affordable for everyone, and even he did not have all of them in his pharmacy. All this time, the girl had been following them and eavesdropping on their conversation, but then she suddenly intervened. Xuanqing introduced herself as being from the Ling mansion, and asked permission to look at the prescription. Having been deceived once in this world, our hero should not have trusted other people so easily, but he chose to believe them anyway. Jing Qing was ready to buy more medicine for the girl's brother. The girl promised that when her brother received his salary and sent money, she would definitely repay the gentleman. The medicine was already prepared, but some of the necessary remedies were very expensive. They were not available in the small shop, so the pharmacist suggested going to other pharmacies and asking there. The money had already been paid, and the gentleman could either pick it up or have it sent to the Shan mansion. In another pharmacy, he finally managed to find one of the necessary medicines. Ginseng was the main ingredient, but this year's harvest was not very good, so the pharmacist tried not to sell it to others. When he entered another pharmacy, the pharmacists seemed to be waiting for him, and admitted that they had set aside the best ginseng in the whole city for him. Moreover, he did not have to pay for any of it at any pharmacy. Jing Qing was very confused because he did not know who had been ahead of him all this time and paying for the medicines. It was strange, as if someone was trying their best to please him. But the answer to this question came to him when an old acquaintance, Xuanqing, entered the pharmacy. Xuanqing guessed that this girl lived outside the city, as could be seen from her clothes. The carriage had already been brought, and if someone at home was seriously ill, the sooner she returned, the better. Xuanqing had only seen that Mr. Jing Qing was helping women and children, so she decided to help him a little. The help was urgent. The only thing the girl asked was that Mr. Jing not be angry with her for doing everything without his permission. The girl's mother had already taken the medicine and fallen asleep. Our hero managed to deliver it quickly with Xuanqing's help. The girl was very grateful to Brother Jing and that girl. Who knows what would have happened if the girl had been ignored. Xuanqing did not go with them, but the girl felt ashamed in front of Jing Qing. For her age, she was very good at understanding people. But Jing Qing admitted that she had only voluntarily returned the debt, nothing more. The older brother told his sister that their mother had had another seizure and asked her to check on her. The son had just arrived at the Diao mansion, but as soon as he heard what had happened, he immediately rushed back. So the fierce Go and Jing Qing met again, but this time in a calmer atmosphere, rather than a competitive one. Unexpectedly, life brings together people who seem to have nothing in common. The girl kindly brought our hero some hot tea, for which he was grateful to her. Of course, she did not forget to ask if Jing Qing was a good friend to her brother. But her older brother did not allow her to answer this question, and asked the little girl to go out and play in the yard, because he and Jing Qing needed to discuss something. The girl was naturally unhappy, but there was nothing she could do about it. This situation amused Jing, because it was all so cute, so childish. Despite all their problems, they were there for each other. Go admitted that his younger sister was very stubborn, which was sometimes funny. Jing, in turn, found it cute. The guy was the protector in the Diao family, but he had almost no time to look after his mother and sister. Therefore, Guo was deeply grateful to Jing Qing for his help today, and considered himself indebted to him for the rest of his life. Jing Qing was a little nervous because he did not expect such deep apologies and reverence towards him. He himself did not think he had done anything special. But Jing Qing simply did not know everything. Go's mother had been bedridden for many years. All this time, they had relied on the prescriptions kindly provided by Mr. Diao, which were the only thing keeping her alive. But all these medicines were very expensive, and his entire salary went to treatment, to the point that he had nothing left. Therefore, at the annual festival, he tried his best to fight and wanted to win the cash prize. If it weren't for Jing Qing, Go's mother's condition would not bode well. The least Go could do now was to bow to his benefactor. Jing didn't understand. Go was the protector of the Diao family, so why couldn't he move his mother to the mansion? Mr. Diao appreciated the young man's strength, but he was far from the best among the family's protectors. Moreover, the master was responsible for him, fed him, and paid his salary. Go had done nothing for the Diao family that would make the master treat him differently. Jing Qing thought about it at that moment, because if it had been Mrs. Shang, she would have helped even a simple defender support his parents. So he thought that maybe he could help this guy get a job at the Shang mansion. Go was grateful to our hero for everything, but he didn't want to talk about it, apparently because he was too devoted to Diao. Then Jing Qing apologized awkwardly, because after all, it was none of his business. Mr. Diao was going to send Guo to Jing Qing to arrange a battle, so the guy thought he would be sent to the Shan mansion. Jing Qing was surprised by this, because they knew very well that he had the ability of Zhu Li and still wanted to organize a battle. Go wanted them to formally exchange experiences so that they could compare their strengths, and Jing did not yield to him. If Jing lost, he would return the title of Yongsun to Go. Who knows? Maybe Diao would appreciate it later, and Go would have a dazzling career. Jing Qing understood that the Diao family's intention was to trample on his dignity. He was afraid that the scatterbrain Guo didn't understand this, and expected it to be just a friendly fight. Jing Qing decided, why not? If Go wins, he might be able to take the prize. Jing even thought about letting him win. The next day, Shangli heard the news and was surprised that Jin had agreed to the fight. Jing Qing admitted in advance that even if he lost to him, nothing terrible would happen, as Go needed this victory more. Shangli was suddenly distracted by her new bra, which Jing had given her. It was extremely comfortable, better than Bun's. Knowing when to attack and when to retreat means having a choice. Jing Qing was not so stupid, since he was able to come up with such a plan, and Shang Li considered it very wise. Moreover, the lady considered this to be a normal situation, nothing special, so she allowed Jing Qing to do as he saw fit. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Liu Yi, who wanted something from the lady. Someone wanted to meet with Jing Qing, but it was Shuang Qing from the Li family. She insisted that she had important news. Jing Qing didn't like this very much, and didn't even want to go there. Shang Li was surprised by her appearance. The mistress told Jing Qing to go see her after all, and Shang Li was ready to go with him. With complete formality, Mrs. Shang Li and Jing Qing received the unexpected guest. Xuan Qing came to visit Meng Shangji to see Mr. Jing Qing. But the main question was what Xuan Qing wanted from her visit with Jing Qing. Xuan came on behalf of her family to share some news. She hoped that this news would help Meng Shangji and Jing Qing. Our hero wondered what she wanted to say, because there didn't seem to be anything that would require her help. Shangli saw that Jing Qing did not like the presence of this girl and was still angry with her. But nevertheless, the lady asked him to let Xuan Qing finish what she had to say. Madame Meng Shangji allowed the guest to raise her head. Xuan Qing still felt indebted to Mr. Jing Qing. Back then, at the inn, even though the gentleman had said they were even, the girl still felt guilty. Therefore, Xuan Qing decided that she would repay Mr. Jing Qing everything she owed him. Meng Shangji knew that all noble families collected information about important people from other families, based on which they made assumptions about the traditions of the family and the characters of its members. Xuan Qing accidentally saw that the family had records about Mr. Ziyu from the Miao mansion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this man had a high opinion of himself and liked to control everything. Moreover, all this had reached a pathological stage, and it was likely that Mr. Ziyu had not very good intentions towards Shang Li. All aristocrats loved to make decisions, and of course, they did not tolerate objections. but few could compare to the harsh and nitpicky Mr. Ziyu. Thousands of maidservants fawned over him when one could have done the job, but even in the most insignificant matters, it was impossible to deviate from the established order and do things your own way. If he ordered that this cape be replaced with a golden one, then the maids had to do so. Fearful, the maid began to explain that the cape did not match the belt and that she had taken another one for her master to try on. Of course, this implied that she had dared to make decisions for him, which he certainly did not like at all. Moreover, Mr. Ziyu severely punished his servants and never gave them a chance to atone for their mistakes. This maid made such a small mistake, and already the guards were taking her away. She had made a mistake only once, but in the master's opinion, wasn't that enough? Ziyu didn't care that his future wife would have a favorite. But if Meng Shangji married him and became part of the Miao family, Jing Qing would surely become Ziyu's bodyguard. And when that happened, the better Jing Qing performed and the more loyal he was to his mistress, the more hatred Master Ziyu would have towards Meng Shangji. Therefore, there were two options: join the Miao family and obey Mr. Ziyu, or simply leave the Shang family, otherwise there would be danger. Xuan Qing knew that Mr. Jing Qing would not want to leave the Shang family, so she suggested thinking about what to do. There were two strategies. The first was to be modest. In the event of battles, it was possible to lose several times to avoid glory. The second was to ask Meng Shangji to distance himself from Jing Qing. Only in this way could trouble be avoided. Xuan Qing had apparently finished her business, and now the lady asked Liu Yi to see the guest out. Shang Li knew that Xuan Qing had recently secretly paid for the medicine that Jing Qing was going to buy. The Shang family did not remain indebted to others, so the lady returned the money for it. But Xuan Qing explained that she did not do it for the money. She just wanted to help Jing Qing. As she had already said, it was from the bottom of her heart, and she hoped that Meng Shangji would understand her. Shang Li doubted the sincerity of the guest. Did the girl really try to come up with strategies for Jing Qing out of the goodness of her heart? Surely she had her own reasons for doing so. Xuan Qing surely understood what her mistress was getting at, but decided to clarify what Meng Shangji meant. Shang Li revealed that the guest had indeed analyzed the situation correctly. Everything Xuan Qing said was true. However, one could only believe the words, not the person. Thus, Xuan Qing not only helped them come up with a strategy, but also left herself another way out. Despite her age, Meng Shangji was very wise and saw that the girl was dissatisfied with her position in the family, even planning to find a new master. The lady thanked Xuan Qing for her efforts and strategies, but unfortunately, she did not like two-faced people at all. Xuan Qing did not know how to dispel Meng Shangji's doubts. She hoped that the lady would think about her words, and that in the future it would become clear that she had acted with the best of intentions. Then Lady Shang asked an unexpected question. Did Xuan Qing regret what she had done to Jing Qin that day? Xuan Qing believed that the past should remain in the past, and that there was no point in discussing it. Shang Li heard her guest and understood everything, so she allowed the young lady to go home. Jing Qing compared this dialogue to some kind of battle, because he couldn't even get a word in. He wondered if all women talked to each other like this. Shang Li was sure that if Wang Xuan Qing had a good master for whom she was not just a concubine, who knows what she could achieve in the future. And yet, Xuan Qing's warnings were true, and Jing Qin really would have to stay in the shadows for a while. He was just about to lose the battle for Guo Shiki, which could easily pass for modesty. Our hero may have trusted Guo Shiqi, but Lady Shang Li wanted Master Wei to go with him as well, in case of deception. In addition, Shang Li asked the young man not to be sad about all these things related to the marriage. She was sure that after a while they would be able to resolve everything. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. Guo Shiqi set off for the appointed place, accompanied by his beloved little sister. Unexpectedly, a carriage pulled up to Guo Shiqi. It was the manager of the Miao mansion, who had business with the young defender of the Diao family. Mr. Ziyu ordered Guo Shiqi to be brought to him, as he had heard that today he and Jing Qin would be fighting in the arena of different swords. But that wasn't all. Mr. Ziyu also asked me to give something to Guo Shiqi. The young man immediately recognized it as Mo Yuan's secret weapon, flying locusts. Hundreds of iron needles could destroy any body armor. In addition, these needles were impregnated with a special substance that caused the lungs to rot, followed by all other organs. It was known that Jing Qing possessed the ability of Ju Li and the form of an unshakable shell, but with this thing, the guy would be able to destroy him. Guo Shiqi was outraged. He believed that this was a friendly battle, that they were just going to exchange experiences, and he simply did not understand how anyone could suggest such a thing. It was Mr. Miao's idea, and Mr. Diao agreed. Ziyu was such a generous and magnanimous gentleman. Guo Shiqi would surely have fame, wealth, and other privileges. First and foremost, he had to think about this, not for himself, but for his family. Guo Shiqi must have known what happened to the people who went against Mr. Miao. After these words, the young man looked out the window, for he had been put in a very difficult position. From the carriage, he could still see his little sister, for whom he was responsible. Go Shizi really had no choice and was forced to accept Mr. Ziyu's offer. Our hero was already waiting for his opponent in the arena and was ready to fight him. But Go Shichi still did not appear, even though it was already time. Jing Qing even wondered if the invitation had specified this location, or if they had perhaps come to the wrong place. We replied that yes, all friendly fights between defenders were held in the arena of different swords. In his time, Wei had destroyed many participants here, so of course they couldn't have gotten the place wrong. And finally, someone shouted that Guo Shichi had arrived for the battle. Jing Qing felt relieved and looked forward to the upcoming battle. But for Shizi, it was a very exciting battle, because after meeting with Lord Ziyu's messenger, everything had changed completely. He would be forced to use this weapon, otherwise his entire family would be in danger. Shiza himself sent an invitation to our hero, so Jing Qing was surprised that he himself ended up being late. He explained his tardiness by saying that he had met a good friend on the way and was forced to stay longer. In any case, since Shizi was already there, Jing Qing suggested starting the fight. Since Jing Qing accepted Shizi's challenge, he was given the privilege of starting the fight. Wei judged the skills of both guys and realized that Jing Qing was inferior to Shichi with his second Earth-level stage. In addition, his opponent had mastered the long monkey paw technique, but the stronger Zhu Li's ability was, the more chances Jing had to win. This time, Jing Qing was going to concede victory. He wanted to wait for a plausible moment and was ready to admit defeat himself. Moreover, it was a very advantageous outcome. He could increase his combat experience and help those who needed it. Throughout the battle, Shizi continued to be nervous because he still hadn't completely decided what to do. But for now, he used the second form of the long monkey paw. Jing Qing saw that it was too late to use the unshakable shell. Fighting people was not the same as fighting a wooden pole. Apparently, a lot of energy had been spent on the palm of the battle axe. Before striking, Shizi thought 100 times, remembering the moment when he was given the forbidden weapon. Jing Qing did not understand why his opponent was hesitating. Was he redirecting his ki and blood? Therefore, our hero had no choice but to use his copper leg. Wei watched the fight closely and also found it strange that Shizi suddenly stopped. In fact, he was struggling internally. He could use needles and win easily, but that would go against his principles. Jing had been kind to him, so would he simply disregard his kindness? But first and foremost, he was the protector of the Diao family, and if Mr. Diao himself wished it, then he considered it his duty to do everything in his power to achieve the desired result. But suddenly, Jing Qing noticed Shizi's left hand and thought he had injured it. So our hero suggested postponing the fight, but Shizi refused, because everything was fine. But Shizi continued to think that Jing Qing was such an honest and noble person. If it weren't for him, he would not have been able to imagine what had happened to his mother and sister. Jing Qing saw that Shizi was very distracted. Those two moves were only for the audience, and now Jing wanted to find a convenient moment to lose. So he pretended to lunge and threatened that he was now ready to use all his strength on the palm of his battle axe. Shiki, in turn, began to use the long monkey paw to defend himself. Jing whispered to him that he would now use his unshakable shell, and Shizi would have to deflect it. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, he would fall from the arena. Our hero continued to play the role of a man who was about to be defeated. And then the moment came when Jing Qing used the third form of the unshakable shell and challenged Shizi. If he could handle this form, it would mean he had won. In any case, if Jing lost to him, it was an indication that he had something to strive for. It did not mean that his techniques from the warrior's body forms were worse than his long monkey paw. Wei and the other spectators were getting a little bored. He didn't understand how long they could keep talking, and Jing Qing was taking too long to think. Shiki believed that his second long monkey paw form was nothing more than Gui Feng's iron fist, sudden and invincible. Our hero considered his shell to be no less unshakable. Before striking, Shizi once again recalled moments from the past and the kindness of his benefactor, doubts gnawing at him from within. A warrior must go all the way, he believed. A warrior had to be honest and fulfill his duty. But what about the question of honesty, and what should he do now? People began to get angry, and they did not understand why these guys were not fighting. Had the defender of the family, Diao, lost his nerve? Shiki was beside himself, and now even our hero felt uncomfortable about it. He mentally asked his opponent to do him a favor, and fight him in any way possible. Xuan Qing, watching the fight, thought that Shizi had decided to lose. Shiki stopped the fight and said, "I, Guo Shiki, defender of the Diao mansion, admit defeat in this fight." Our hero and Xuan Qing thought he had gone mad, because he could have just played along and Jing Qing would have given in to him, but he decided otherwise. Jing Qing was completely discouraged and did not understand what was happening with this guy. Wei watched the battle. It was strange to him because Shiki still had plenty of strength left, so why did he admit defeat? The spectators were also shocked, because everyone knew Shizi's temper. Was Jing Qing really that cool? In the end, Shizi revealed that this fight was for Jing Qing, but he did not consider himself defeated. The guy was completely discouraged and didn't understand what this strange man was talking about. He made the right decision for himself, and suddenly he felt so good and calm, incredibly good. Shizi tried to stop Jing Qing, but he was already walking away confidently and apparently had no regrets. Jing Qing couldn't catch up with Shizi because he was surrounded by his new fans, who kept telling him that he was a natural talent and would now surely become famous throughout Yunsong. Jing Qing could only guess that Shizi had probably given in to him on purpose out of gratitude. He felt awkward because it didn't matter to him at all, but it mattered to Shizi. Xuanqing was surprised that for the sake of friendship, this guy lost everything he had, deciding to pay for one good deed with his whole life, which the girl found ridiculous. Xuanqing decided to remember this incident, as it served as a kind of warning to her never to drive herself into a corner. In the battle with Jing Qing in the arena of different balls, Guo Shiqi was defeated. Nevertheless, he was happy for him. Late in the evening, the entire elite gathered at the Diao mansion, where a table was specially set for Ziyu Miao. He was offered the best white wine from hydrangeas, which had been stored in the family for many years. Everything was better for the precious guest from the Miao family. Although Shizi was a defender of the Diao family, the master considered him completely useless and scolded him for his uselessness. Therefore, Diao counted on the generosity of Miao Ziyu. Shizi had been kneeling for 10 hours since he returned to the mansion, but he was lucky that Mr. Diao still had some hope for him. Guo Shiqi was considered insane. After all, his master had ordered him to kill Jing Qing, but instead he admitted his defeat in front of everyone, thereby disgracing the entire Diao family. Did he really want to switch sides to the Shang mansion and leave their mansion? He had been kneeling like a fool for so many hours, but he hadn't said a word the whole time. He admitted quite indifferently that he had violated his master's orders out of his own selfishness and stupidity, and that he had no excuse. But still, he remained loyal to his master and never even thought of going to work for someone else. Minjian Diao, Mr. Ziyu's servant, decided to ask permission to reprimand this ungrateful man. And having received it, he boldly addressed Shizi for how dare he speak of loyalty after what he had done. Where was it? Master Ziyu did not like the famous wine of the Diao family at all, and did not even feel sorry for pouring it out. Shizi suspected that he might be hiding something. He disobeyed his master's orders and spared Jing Qing, and then continued to talk about his loyalty. Shiki decided to tell the truth, that his mother was seriously ill and had been bedridden for many years. Only expensive medicine could prolong her life. If it weren't for all the help the Lord had given, she would have died long ago. 3 days ago, his mother was dying, and all the medicine that had been bought earlier had already been used up. To save her mother, his sister went to get medicine and got into trouble. Jing Qing from the Shang mansion stood up for her. And that wasn't all. He also helped buy all the necessary medicine, thereby saving his mother. Moreover, during the fight, he wanted to give in to him. Shizi didn't even hide it. It was difficult for him to forget this series of kind deeds towards him. Although only 3 days had passed, during that time Jing Qing had become a true friend to Shizi. Shiki considered himself a protector, and his job was to be honest and loyal so he couldn't deceive his friend. Minjian finally exhaled and agreed with Shizi, also warning that in the future he would not participate in events where Jing Qing would be present. But someone was outraged by these words. What kind of task was it to be honest and loyal, and what did it mean to deceive a friend? Ziyu saw this. As if for the sake of honesty with the defender of someone else's mansion, Shizi renounced his loyalty to his master. Was that really his task, to be honest and loyal? Zhu didn't like that Mr. Diao's defender even had his own opinion, and Mingjian felt awkward in front of his master. Shizi finally revealed that he was deeply grateful to Lord Diao, but if it weren't for Jing Qing, he wouldn't have done anything for him. Zhu doubted the defender's words and wanted him to prove his determination. Mr. Diao tried to change the subject, saying that if Mr. Ziyu liked alcohol, he would order another one right away. But alcohol did not interest this man. He wanted to hear and see what honesty and loyalty were. Guo Shiqi was in no better situation than before. In recent days, he had only one source of stress. In any case, honesty and loyalty could not be explained in words. Shiki understood perfectly well what Mr. Ziyu was hinting at. Over the last 10 hours, he had finally gotten to his feet. Without hesitation, he walked over to the sword rack and took one of them. Honesty was also all he wanted. Finally, he asked the master for one favor. Shiki wanted someone to be sent to tell his family that he had been loyal to the end, and died without regret. Diao did not wish him dead, and did not know what to do. Shiki understood that it was impossible to choose one thing over another. For the sake of honesty and loyalty, It was possible to sacrifice one's life, but was it a mistake or the right choice? Go Shizi ended his life by suicide, leaving behind a little sister and a sick mother. Now the master had to decide what to do with his body. Minjian considered him an honest and loyal warrior, so he wanted to bury his defender with honor. But Ziyu did not agree. In his opinion, Shizi was not honest. He befriended a villain and betrayed his master, and there was no dishonesty or disloyalty in that. The body should be hung in the shopping street to serve as a warning to others. Moreover, since he loved his family so much, Master Ziyu advised that they be buried with him. Diao was confused. He clearly did not want to do this to his protector, but Mr. Miao hoped that he would not disappoint him. Still, the final decision was his to make regarding what to do with the body. Shiki was dead, but Diao was still alive. The master decided that the corpse would be taken to the city gates. He did not want to have any problems with Miao Ziyu in the future. But Mr. Ziyu also said that the family members should be buried as well. Would Diao really kill them? But Diao decided otherwise. He did not want to touch the family of the deceased. When everything calmed down, he ordered that they be taken away and given enough money so that they would never have to worry about food and clothing. Mingjian could not resist Miao and was angry that he was being forced to do something against his will. Miao was wrong to think that everything would always be done according to his word. The girl met Jing Qing again and noticed that her brother was very young but had already become a favorite. But Jing corrected her, reminding her that he was the leader. They were walking through the market when suddenly a merchant offered to sell the girl a jade medallion. It was the finest jade from Kunshan. The medallion guaranteed prosperity to whoever wore it. The girl wondered if this medallion would suit her older brother. Jing Qing thought that this medallion resembled that tag. Were such things popular during the Warring States period? His sister was already dreaming of giving this medallion to her little brother when he returned. After all, he was a protector and was always fighting with someone. Jing Qing supported his little sister. He was sure that Shizi would become a great man in the future. But suddenly Wei's voice hurriedly called out to Jing Qing, telling him to hurry back to the Shang mansion. Wei noticed that his ward didn't know anything yet because he was afraid that the boy would get carried away and do something stupid. Jing Qing really didn't know anything yet, so Wei took him to a quieter place. The news that Shizi, the defender of the Diao mansion, had befriended the villain and betrayed his master, spread everywhere. This scoundrel, who had no concept of honesty and loyalty, paid for his misdeed with his life. To serve as a warning to others, he was hanged on the city wall, and now his body hung there. This was the only thing people whispered about in the city. Opinions on the matter varied. Some believed that even after death, the warrior had no chance to rest in peace, and hanging him on the wall was too cruel. Others had the opposite opinion. They said that there could be no mercy for someone who tried to harm his master. He was neither honest nor loyal, and deserved such an end. As a spy, Xuan Qing gathered all the information. She saw that the young man's body had been mutilated. What's more, his name had been disgraced. Even if someone had a lot of ambition, for the aristocracy it was insignificant and fleeting. Mr. Li already hated Xuan Qing, and if she made another mistake, it would soon be the end of her, so she couldn't do anything. Her sister couldn't believe that her brother was hanging on the wall. She screamed hysterically at what was happening. She sincerely hoped that it was some kind of mistake, a misunderstanding, anything, just not the truth. In hope, she looked at the men, hoping that they would say something, that it wasn't true. After all, her brother had told her that he would serve his master well so that he would be promoted, that he would buy a big house and marry a beautiful woman. He promised that they would live happily ever after. Her brother had never lied to her. That was all he had promised. Jing Qing couldn't even say anything. Jing Qing was very confused by what they said, that Shizi had befriended the villain and betrayed his master. He didn't believe it. Wei suggested that they not rush, because none of this was certain and they should return to the mansion first. But whatever Brother Wei was muttering about, he also wanted to return to the mansion urgently, and Jing was absolutely sure that it had something to do with him. But Wei still suggested not to get worked up after all. The Diao family had executed their own protector. In fact, our hero had no business getting involved in this matter, but he didn't even want to listen to Wei, so he asked him to look after the little girl, Shi Yai. He didn't want to believe all these lies, so he walked away and said he would be back soon. We thought that the guy wanted to remove the corpse from the wall, but storming the city's defenses was a serious crime. Moreover, there was a hidden reason, and the situation was very complicated. Wei was sure that many people were involved in it. Jing Qing was so angry that he could no longer control himself, and was even angry at Wei. He wanted to understand what the hidden reason was, and why Shiki had died after all. Xuan Qing suddenly appeared and said that Captain Wei did not speak about it directly, because it was not only related to Jing Qing. To a greater extent, it was connected with someone from the Shang family. whom it was better not to mention, as Xuan King believed. Wei understood that the girl was about to reveal the truth that Jing Qing should not know, so he covered her mouth. Xuan King believed that it could be kept secret for a short time, but sooner or later everything would come out. If this caused a rift between Mr. Jing and the Shang family, Meng Shangji certainly did not want that outcome. Wei felt caught between two fires and didn't even know what to do, but Jing Qing ultimately wanted to hear the whole truth. Then Xuan King reminded him of how Shizi had behaved on the battlefield in the arena of different swords. His behavior was strange, wasn't it? Jing Qing remembered very well that the guy's movements were stiff and unnatural. When the fight began, Shizi kept glancing at his left hand, but when Jing asked him if he had injured it, he denied everything. If Xuan King was not mistaken, Shizi had some kind of secret weapon hidden in his hand, and he was trying to use it to his advantage to kill Jing Qing. Shi Yai shouted that it was all nonsense, that her brother was a noble warrior and could not have done such a thing. Jing Qing became more serious and warned the girl that if she had come here to slander Shizi, he would not stand on ceremony with her. Xuan King calmly continued, saying that she considered Shiki a noble warrior, but the issue was about the Diao family he served, or more precisely, about the second son who had inherited the estate. When the owner of the Diao mansion died several years ago, it took a long time to decide who would be the heir. Then the family turned to the Miao mansion for help. This led to Ziyu taking matters into his own hands and taking advantage of the situation. Jing understood that Ziyu had demanded that Shizi harm him, but Shizi refused and ended up having to kill himself as an apology. Wei boldly noted that the girl had planned everything very well. She wanted to pit the Shang mansion against the Miao family. But only after clarifying the situation and discussing all the pros and cons could they convince Jing Qing not to do anything foolish. Removing his friend's corpse from the wall was noble, but protecting his master was also noble. If Jing Qing cared about what would happen to the Shang mansion, then he couldn't act impulsively. The right decision was to turn a blind eye to what had happened and help his mother and sister Shizi. Xuan King had said everything she needed to say, and now had to leave. She hoped that her master would take care of himself and not do anything rash. Wei noted that although this woman was cunning, this time she was right, and they had to return to the mansion after all. Ever since our hero became the protector of the Shang mansion, Jing Qing had been constantly forced to study. And during his studies, nobility was the word he heard most often. Nobility was also what he encountered most often, even when he did not expect to find it there. Jing Qing confessed to his brother Wei that he still did not understand what nobility was, which everyone talked about so often. Was it noble to watch your friend die innocently and do nothing about it? Wei, who had encountered this, replied that it was not. Jing Qing just wanted his friend to be buried, not have his body hang shamefully on the city gates. Wei understood perfectly well that this would be the right decision, and he reluctantly agreed because there were huge buts. But now the question arose, if Wei agreed with Jing Qing's thoughts, why did he stop him? Our hero warned that he knew how to do it right, so that the Shang mansion would not have any problems. Jing Qing also understood perfectly well that Mrs. Shang Li would be angry with him after that. He might not be able to do much, but at least he would bring Shizi's body home. After that, Wei did not stop our hero, so he reached the blacksmith who forged masks without any problems. Jing Qing needed a mask, and he could choose anyone he liked. The guy's hand reached for a mask that had just been made, which was very hot and still being fired. The blacksmith did not have time to stop our hero, and he took the red-hot metal mask directly into his hands and began to bring it to his face. It was incredibly painful, and he couldn't hold back his scream from the temperature of the mask. The only thing he wanted was for the bone bracelet not to heal his wounds. People passing by didn't even know what to think. Jing Qing looked like some kind of madman. No one had any idea why he was doing this. Leaving the mask back with the blacksmith, he borrowed a straw hat from him for a short time. The blacksmith couldn't even object, saying that the respected gentleman should do as he pleased. And by doing this, our hero ensured that no one would recognize him. At the very beginning, Yunsun was surrounded only by water. It was only 300 years later that the city wall was built. Several generations of rulers came and went, and the wall grew to over 30 meters high. Even masters of the 9th stage of the earthly realm did not think about freely entering or leaving. There was controversy at the wall. Shizi had many friends, but also many enemies. His friends could not believe the accusations against Shizi, and fiercely argued with others that this was not the case. Many still did not understand what he had done that was so terrible. If he had indeed betrayed his master, then some were truly ready to turn away from him, but proof was needed. By this time, our hero had approached the wall, where there was complete chaos. Everyone turned their attention to him, because they saw his terrible face under his hat, and they all wondered what his intentions were. Jing brazenly continued walking when he was told that he was not allowed to enter. The guards demanded that he raise his head and not hide his face. They couldn't even understand who he was. Our hero introduced himself as just a servant who had come here for one reason. Jing told the guards that Shizi was his friend, so he asked them to compromise and allow him to remove him from there and bury him. Of course, they demanded permission from the Diao mansion, which our hero did not have. Of course, he didn't even have permission from the regional chief. And since he didn't have any permission from above, how could he remove him from there? What kind of nonsense was that? Spears were raised around our hero to prevent Jing Qing from making any unnecessary movements. If he wanted to live, he had to leave quickly. Jing Qing understood that the guard's duty was to protect, but he also had something to do. In this case, their goals did not coincide, and our hero was forced to go against them. He regretted having to do so, but he had no choice. Alarms spread like wildfire. Our hero's actions were seen as an attack on the city, and they were ready to kill him. Jing Qing was determined to finish what he had started and had no intention of backing down. He told everyone that Guo Shizi was the defender of the Diao mansion. At the annual festival in Yongsun, he defended his master's honor and fought the Imperial Phoenix until he fell from exhaustion. "Wasn't that loyalty?" Jing Qing shouted, as if desperately trying to get through to someone. For many years, in order to obtain medicine for his mother, he sold all the property he could. Wasn't that respect? Jing Qing was unstoppable. He was determined to win respect for his friend and a dignified funeral. Shiki was noble and honest, grateful for kindness and vengeful for evil. Wasn't that considered nobility? And for that nobility, he was destroyed. But a noble man should not have died innocently. Jing Qing's qi and blood turned into a shell that could stop weapons. This is the way of a warrior's body, many thought in the Prime Minister's mansion. The senior guard suggested that this skill was passed down through the Shan family. But it was not only in the Shan family that this skill was passed down, but also in the Qin army. This man's face was disfigured, apparently because he did not want to reveal his identity. Still, it was better for him, and it might even help him. The guard felt sorry for him. After all, he was a good warrior. The troops were forced to take aim and prepare their spinning arrows. At the very last moment, our hero saw those very spinning arrows flying towards him. He did not have time to prepare. His shell was completely destroyed, and he was hit by many arrows. Xuanqing had just returned to the mansion and was already reading a book, wondering what was so interesting about it. Hao happily flew into the room, bragging to his girlfriend that he had bought a fighting cock and paid only 100 coins for it. He hoped that this cock would become an invincible young cock. The elder gentleman ordered Hao to do his homework, but he hadn't written a single letter. But he would punish and blame Xuanqing for this. Hao was somewhat embarrassed that his older brother considered Xuanqing his teacher. Hao asked the girl to continue writing while he went to find someone who would bet on his rooster to win. But he had to be back by 7 in the evening, because his older brother would be checking his homework. Suddenly, a bell rang. It was the city's defense signal. Someone had attacked the city fortifications. Hao was very excited and frightened, while Xuanqing went in the other direction. She remembered that one day Meng Shangji asked her if she regretted what she had done to Jing Qing. Jing Qing was so honest and noble. How could she regret it? Honesty and nobility often meant a short life. What use were people whose lives were so short to her? Hao was even more frightened because suddenly Xuanqing had become so scary, and he didn't even know what had happened to her. Jing Qing was seriously wounded, with arrows piercing through his body, but he was still breathing. Despite everything that was happening, he still burned with the desire to bury his friend. Who could stop him? He was bleeding profusely, but he was still standing. The guards were already frightened by what was happening and did not know what to do next. The chief guard was surprised that the arrows with spiral tips had not killed him. They had no more arrows. They were just guards who protected the area. The alarm had already been sounded. They just had to wait for the troops nearby to arrive. And then even a third-stage Earth Realm Master would not be able to escape, let alone this rebel. Our hero used all his strength and broke through the guards closer to the wall. He used his axe and threw it straight into the wall to use it as a step. Making sure it was stuck in the wall properly, he jumped onto the handle of the weapon with one deft movement. He reached for the body of his fallen friend, cut all the threads, and took the body in his arms. Finally, the lifeless body was in his arms, and the guards were no longer actively fighting. Jing Qing knew that Shizi had died because of him, so he wanted to take him home. For him, it was an honor and something he could do for him. But as soon as he started walking, the guards held him back and warned him not to even think about running away. Jing Qing politely asked everyone to get out of the way because he just wanted to bury his friend and nothing more. The chief guard thought it was fair for Jing Qing to take his friend's body, boldly attacking the city's defenses. Moreover, he was merciful, only wounding the army's men, but not killing anyone, which was noble. Nobility, justice, and courage were admirable qualities in the head of the guard. He believed that ordinary soldiers could not compare to the elite, but they were also obliged to defend the city. And as soldiers of the Qin army, they were not afraid to fight. If our hero wanted to leave, he had to fight to the death. But someone had just arrived, and they were here to escort Jing Qing. These soldiers had their duties, but some had their own sense of justice. People could no longer ignore what was happening. Even ancient heroes sacrificed their lives for their friends. Could two righteous men die on the same day? The commander of the soldiers saw this as a rebellion, and the people were ready to die for justice, confident that they would have no regrets. Suddenly, our hero heard the voice of Mrs. Shang Li, who was shouting for them to stop. Soon everyone saw her carriage with Mr. Wei and Liu Yi. Shang Li once again defended her protector and told everyone that he was the protector of the Shang mansion, Jing Qing. This issue was also a personal conflict between the Shang family and the Diao family, so the lady did not need anyone's help. But Jing Qing had no intention of accepting the lady's help, and told the little girl not to talk nonsense, saying that he was not Jing Qing at all. Shang Li quickly shut him up, telling him to look at himself, still trying to bury his friend, and then become a fugitive so as not to drag the lady into it. Not to mention that he couldn't hide from the Cheng Defense Army. Miao Zhu could send any master who knew how to track to kill Jing Qing in the wild. If our hero wanted to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing, then he should have let the lady figure it out completely. Shang Li turned to the commander, explaining that Jing Qing and Shizi were friends, even though they had only known each other for a few days. When he heard that his body had been hung at the city gate, he desperately went alone to retrieve the corpse. Many people were stunned to learn that Jing Qing and Shizi were friends at the festival, and now Jing was heroically trying to remove his new friend's body from the wall. No one expected them to become friends. Therefore, in order not to involve the Shang mansion in this matter, Jing Qing disfigured his face so that no one would recognize him. Even she, the lady, would think that such an act was committed by a noble person. The commander agreed with Lady Shang's words, but attacking the city's defenses and wounding soldiers was an unforgivable crime. Nevertheless, Shang Li asked Jing Qing to bury his friend first, and she gave her word on behalf of the Shang mansion that he would surrender afterwards. The commander listened to the young lady, and the soldiers laid down their weapons and let Jing Qing pass. But before leaving, Jing Qing became concerned that Lady Shan's actions would cause problems for the Shan mansion. She replied that there would be no problems. Finally, she told him to go and bury Shizi. Shiki's sister would also attend the funeral, and he should not keep her waiting. Shiki was buried in a remote forest as the protector of the Diao Jingqin mansion. Our hero had achieved his goal, albeit at a high price. The girl still couldn't pull herself together. It was difficult for her to cope with the death of her brother, who was everything to her. Jing Qing felt terrible, and hoped that Shichi the Raven was resting in peace. In the end, our hero, as promised, returned to custody and ended up in prison. Meng Shangzi came to visit her defender, which Jing Qing did not expect. The guard kindly escorted her to the cage where Jing Qing was sitting, then left them alone and waited outside the door. Jing Qing did not even understand why the lady had come to this dirty place. Shang Li brought him pea soup with lamb. She assumed it was his favorite soup. She had heard that when it was cooked at home, he could eat it with 2 buckets of rice. Jing Qing was incredibly happy that the lady had brought him food. In addition to the soup, she brought him tofu soup, Liu Yi's signature dish, as well as fried fish and delicate broth. With sadness, she poured creamy wine from her father's personal reserves, which would not cause a hangover even if drunk in large quantities. Jing Qing could eat whatever he wanted, as the lady had brought a lot of food, including dried meat with okra, fried chicken, and fried tofu. Jing Qing had already thought that this was some kind of last meal, and he was allowed to eat well before his death. There were indeed a lot of dishes. Shang Li suggested that after all, the guy was still afraid of death, especially after he broke through the city's defenses, beat up the soldiers, and took the corpse. The lady noted that the defender of the Shang family had behaved too boldly, and if she hadn't arrived in time, the crowd would have stormed the city, and then there would have been no turning back. Jing Qing did feel guilty towards Lady Shan, but on the other hand, his brother Shizi had died because of him, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But was that really why he didn't tell his mistress anything and intended to take the corpse by force? Jing Qing admitted that he knew many influential people were involved in this incident, and of course, he did not want to involve the Shang family in it. Therefore, he decided to remain loyal to both sides, his friend and his mistress. But did he really think that Shang Li was so heartless that she would stand by and watch Jing Qing break the law without intervening? Jing Qing admitted that he had acted too arbitrarily, causing the Shang family a lot of trouble, but he still didn't understand why the lady was so kind to him. This question stumped the young Mrs. Shang Li, and she didn't even know how to respond. She continued to ponder this question seriously for quite a long time, and still couldn't say anything. But in the end, She had a sudden realization as to why she had acted that way. The reason was quite simple. Jing Qing knew how to make bras, and for that reason, Shang Li was willing to forgive everything and help him. At that moment, our hero felt like a dog and a tailor at the same time. But in the end, the lady gave him the things that belonged to him and proved that he worked for the Shang family. While Jing Qing could calmly await his punishment and not worry about the rest, Shang Li promised to take him away from there. Before Shang Li left, Jing Qing asked her to move his food closer because he couldn't reach it. But this was punishment for Jing Qing, and even the lady couldn't help him with that. Jing Qing had slipped away to fight and was wounded, so now he was being punished by the lady in this way. Leaving the dungeon, Shang Li thought about how she had really been very kind to Jing Qing. And it wasn't because of the bra at all, because she had made a vow to herself 3 years ago. The very young lady Shang Li was about to be killed, and every effort was made to block her way to Yongsun, where she was supposed to return. Many of those who defended the young lady had already been killed, but those who remained alive still stood up for Shang Li. The girl hid in a corner and was essentially left to fend for herself, along with Da Huang. There were too many enemies, and they also had crossbows, so she needed to run. But one of the lady's defenders was killed again, the man shielding her with his body. It was Uncle Wei who was killed in front of the girl. His blood stained her face. The enemy believed that killing women and children was inhumane, but he could not go against orders. He said that Shang Li should blame her father, not him. Her father was too stubborn, and it was because of him that all this was happening. Da Huang couldn't take it anymore and launched an aggressive attack against the enemy. He tried to protect his mistress as best he could, biting the enemy's hands, just so the girl would stay alive. But the enemy was too strong, and Da Huang could only distract him a little and give his mistress some time. Those seconds were too precious for Shang Li to sit there in fear and sacrifice her friend. She grabbed the sword lying on the floor and slit her enemy's throat. So Shang Li, being just a girl, saved her own life. It was her first murder. Uncle Wei and Da Huang did everything they could to protect her, and she, in turn, did everything she could to save her own life. Da Huang and Uncle Wei were already dead and could not be saved. They did not respond to the girl. 3 years ago, the government was in chaos, and the situation in the country was unstable. Her father asked Shang Li to return to her hometown of Yunsong from Xi'an, but he was attacked by an assassin sent by political opponents. The guards fought desperately to protect Shang Li until reinforcements arrived. Da Huang and Uncle Wei, who were responsible for her security, and many others died right before her eyes. Loyalty and justice are the destiny of warriors, and a gentleman must be unwavering, for what else could he do? So on that day, she vowed that she would not let this happen to any of her people again. Finally, she asked the guard to take care of Jing Qing, who in turn admired Lord Jing for his loyalty. After this incident, Yunsun quickly forgot about Shizi and began to discuss how poorly the city was defended, and Jing Qing himself, who so bravely went against everyone for the sake of his friend. When Jing Qing carried the bodies out of the city, it suddenly began to rain. People believed that the defenders' actions had even moved the heavens. Liu Yi believed that their efforts had not been in vain, because everyone was talking about Jing Qing's loyalty. Everyone in the world attached great importance to loyalty. As long as Jing Qing's name was spread throughout Yongzheng, the ruling circles and the public would discuss it, as he was now on everyone's lips. Jing Qing was guaranteed to be released soon. But it wasn't that simple. Everything was fine with Diao's house. The key lay in the Miao family's attitude. When the Shang family praised Jing Qing's actions, they should not have involved the nobility, let alone Ziyue. Shang Li felt that this time she would have to bow down to Lord Miao Ziyue. And finally, our hero left the prison in Yongzheng as if he had left a resort. Brother Wei came here to pick him up. Of course, he arrived not by carriage but on horseback. There was no time to wait. They had to set off. Yongzheng was going through difficult times, so the lady helped Shiki's mother and sister leave for a short while. Wei took 2 horses with him, but our hero did not know how to ride a horse, which Wei did not even think about, and was surprised. The 2 men rode on 1 horse, which was like a joke to Wei. How could Jing even consider himself a man after that? Jing admitted that he only knew how to drive a car, and had never even sat on a horse. Wei thought he meant a carriage, and didn't know what to say to that. They quickly reached Shizi's house, where the carriage was already waiting. There were quite a few things inside the carriage. Jing Qing didn't understand why, as there was quite a lot of space and everyday utensils could be stored there. In the past, Mr. Diao and Mrs. Meng Shangji had sent quite a few valuables, and Shizi's mother admitted that they had enough to live on. The mother considered herself old, and her daughter was still very young, so they took only the bare necessities. Finally, she asked Jing Qing to call Shema, because it was time for them to leave. The girl sat under a tree on a rock and felt sad, remembering the old days. She used to sit in this spot and watch her older brother train. She wanted Shizi to teach her, but he thought it would be too much for a girl. They were family, so Shizi promised to always protect her, and she didn't need to learn these techniques. But now he was gone. Mr. Diao sent her a rare book that Shizi used to train with, and Shio kept it in the hope that one day she too would be able to practice martial arts. Jing Qing had to interrupt her thoughts and hurry her along, because it was time to leave. Shema said goodbye to her brother Jing Jin, knowing that they would meet again someday. Wei and Jing hoped that they would have a peaceful life. Although the Miao family was powerful, after it left Qin, it no longer had any particular influence. It was already evening, and they couldn't stay any longer, so Wei suggested they return. Meanwhile, the lady decided to go meet Mr. Miao alone, but Liu Yi demanded that they take her too. Shang Li couldn't go unaccompanied, and had to wait for Captain Wei and Jing Jin. But she deliberately sent them away so she could go alone. Liu Yi, in turn, tried in every way to delay the lady, for example, by fixing her makeup and so on, just to stall for time until the men arrived. When Wei and Jing Qing returned, they were outraged that the lady had decided to go to the Miao banquet unaccompanied. Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the men. At first, Shang Li insisted that Wei alone would be enough, that he could handle it on his own, but it turned out that he had simply been sent away so that Shang Li could go to the banquet alone. Jing Qing was very excited and begged Shang Li to take him and Wei to the banquet at the Miao mansion as well. Shang Li should have guessed that something was wrong when Liu Yi was holding her back. Now she had to take Wei and Jing Qing with her, otherwise she simply wouldn't be allowed in. Mrs. Shang always took Wei and Jing with her, but in the end, she had to figure it out on her own, and now she had no choice but to go with them. But before leaving, she reminded them that the visit to Jin Miao was nothing more than an attempt to save face. Shang Li planned to blend in with the crowd, and Wei and Jin should avoid getting into trouble. She arrived at the Miao family mansion fairly quickly, where Meng Shangji had already been kindly welcomed. But Wei and Jing Qin were not going to be allowed to go any further. Shang Li was naturally indignant because she did not understand why her defenders were not allowed to pass. The guard explained that there were many guests, and it was difficult to accommodate everyone, so there were 2 banquet halls. The nobles occupied the main hall, while the other guests occupied the additional halls. Wei was also indignant, because there should not have been such rules, and besides, what if the lady felt unwell? Shang Li had already come to terms with this fact, thinking that there was nothing to worry about since all the nobility of Yunsong were there, and it was unlikely that the young Master Zhu would cause her any inconvenience. Meng Shangji was already being escorted further away by the maids of the Miao family, and the guards could not go with her. They were supposed to be in another room, but Wei warned Jin to be vigilant and not to stick their necks out and cause problems unnecessarily. Meng Shangji was the last guest to arrive. All the respected families were already there. She was probably the most eagerly awaited guest at this celebration for Ziyu. A special table was prepared for her as close as possible to Mr. Ziyu. Xuanqing was also there and saw for herself that Shang Li was indeed the guest of honor at this banquet. She had been right to convince Mr. Hao to take her with him. Hao heard the girl whispering something and turned to her in surprise, but she did not give him a clear answer. When all the guests had gathered, Miao Ziyu reminded them that they had gathered here today because of an event that had shaken the entire city a few days ago. A defender named Shizi the Raven had betrayed his master. His family had condemned him to death, and his body had been displayed at the city gates as punishment. Unexpectedly, even though the defender was a scoundrel, he had befriended the hero. The hero broke through the city's defenses, seized the body, and buried his friend. What he did could be called noble. Miao Zhu was known for rising from the lowest ranks and respecting loyal and noble people above all else. When everything calmed down after all the commotion, the noble warrior was released. As far as he knew, this man was a servant of the Shang family, a true role model. Jing Qing. The guests thought it would be noble of Miao to show leniency. After all, the Shang family was a noble family for a reason. Ziyu proposed to take the first sip of this cup as a sign of respect for Meng Shangji, the second as a sign of respect for Jing Qing, and the third as a sign of respect for the honorable virtue of their city. Shang Li suggested that Miao Zhu simply wanted to make a name for himself, so it would be good if he just put an end to the matter. Miao Zhu called a maid and asked her to take the rest of his wine to Meng Shangji. Birds flew swiftly in the morning breeze, and the dense northern forest shed its leaves. He did not see his beloved, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Therefore, the young master very much hoped that Meng Shangji would deign to drink with him. With this gesture, he showed that the Shang and Miao families were apparently quite close to each other. Shang Li did not like this gesture at all. She took it as if Ziyu wanted to insult her. Ziyu did not respond, but only reminded her that if Meng Shangji did not drink, the wine would get cold. Shang Li agreed with her husband's idea. Cold wine really should not be drunk. Therefore, Meng Shangzi decided to take her leave, but the guards did not let her pass and asked Meng Shangzi to stay. Shangli did not understand what was going on. The entire hall was full of Yongsun nobles. Could it be that Ziyu wanted to publicly imprison her? Whatever anyone said, Ziyu was already tired of chasing after Meng Shangji. Was the lady really not going to take a single sip? He asked the maid again to serve Meng Shangji wine, but Ziyu was already going too far. Hao didn't understand at all and whispered to Xuan Qing. Was it really so difficult for the lady to drink wine that there was such a commotion? But there was more to it than that. According to ancient rituals, men and women usually drank wine during weddings. Although the decision to marry was not made so easily, Miao Ziyu wanted to trick Meng Shangzi into agreeing to the wedding. This was obvious to Xuan Qing, but Hao had to explain such things, even though he had grown up among intrigues and nobles. Xuan Qing decided to leave to change her clothes, and Hao asked her to return as soon as possible, because something was about to happen here. Wei and Jing Qing were sitting in a strange hall, and it seemed to our hero that all these guys were behaving rather strangely. No matter how much Wei observed, he kept thinking that they were servants of the Miao family, and that there were no other servants here. Wei whispered quietly for Jing Qing to think of something so that he could get out of there and check on the situation with the lady. But as soon as he wanted to leave, the guards stopped him again. He said he wanted to go to the bathroom, but they wouldn't let him pass. It was obvious that the servants had been ordered to keep everyone here by force. But why? As our hero stood there, he suddenly saw Xuan Qing, who appeared out of nowhere. Jing Qinyu felt as if she wanted to tell him something and was trying to whisper something if he read her lips. And from her lips, he read that Shang Li was in danger, and that he needed to rescue his mistress as soon as possible. Jing Qin was in a dilemma. He didn't know if it was a trap set by Xuan Qing or if it was true. Therefore, he decided it was better not to take any chances and check for himself to make sure nothing had happened to Lady Shang. As he ran away, he shouted to Wei that their mistress was in trouble. Jing Qing was perceived as a rebel who intended to break into the banquet hall, and those sitting inside the room hurried to stop this rebel. But how could they leave so quickly? The banquet was not over yet. Wei wanted them to sit down with him and enjoy the wine. It seemed inhospitable that he had come to them, and they were leaving their guests so quickly. Many servants were already running in the corridor, trying to intercept Jing Qin and prevent this insolent man from breaking into the banquet. Suddenly, a girl's voice cried out that a thief had appeared. Xuan Qing was a wonderful actress. She told the men that some evil thief had knocked her down and run in that direction. Of course, they believed her and decided to split into two groups. Fortunately, Jing Qing managed to escape his pursuers and noticed that Xuan Qing had indeed helped him again. Miao's mansion was impressive in size, but according to her, if you turned near the pond, you could see the banquet hall where Mrs. Shang was now. Xuan Qing knew very well that Ziyu wanted 3,000 servants, so he accepted everyone who came and did not demand anything special from them, but simply wanted obedience. Although there were many masters in Sanyan who served the Miao family, here in Yongsong there were only weaklings. Xuan Qing helped the Shang family and hoped that Jing Qing was a live fish that would muddy the waters of Yongsong so that she would have the opportunity to push her boat down the river. Suddenly, someone caught her off guard by asking if Jing Qing had jumped over the wall. It was Jingji, Ziyu's protector. He was well aware that this girl was a maid in the Li family, so why did she help Jing Qing? She did not deny what she had done, and admitted that she simply could not bear to watch Meng Shangzi being humiliated. How could anyone humiliate a woman in front of everyone? Moreover, Jingzhi also knew where Jing Qing was, but he did not warn anyone, and even helped to hide it. He was probably also dissatisfied with the way Meng Shangzi was being treated. Since Jingqi no longer needed Xuan Qing, she said goodbye to her protector. Xuan Qing realized how risky it all was, but fortunately Jingji let her go. She just didn't understand how such a kind person could live in the Miao family's house for so long. Meanwhile, Shang Li was like a bird in a cage, put in an extremely uncomfortable position and forced not only to drink, but also to marry by deception. Many people kept telling her, Meng Shangji is just wine, so why not drink it? Mr. Ziyu's patience was not unlimited, so he wanted the girl not to force him to make her drink. But someone rudely interrupted Ziyu Miao, so that he would stop talking nonsense. It was Jing Qing who had suddenly appeared and tried to get to his mistress as quickly as he could. Jing Qing quickly analyzed the situation and understood what they wanted from Shang Li. He brazenly snatched the cup of wine from the maid. Then he threw the wine right at Master Ziyu. If he wanted wine so badly, Jing Qing decided to be gracious and serve it to him. Of course, Ziyu was completely dissatisfied with this outcome and was probably already ready to incinerate Jing Qing. But our hero didn't care about this bastard's opinion. He did everything to make his mistress feel safe. Ziyu considered our hero's appearance to be an act of insolence on the part of the Shang family. He even began to threaten that just as he had freed Jing Qing, he could put him back in prison. Jing Qing was well aware of his guilt, that he had attacked the city's defenses, and had been justly convicted under Qin law. But what about Ziyu? He falsely accused the loyal man Diao, disgraced her name, and even hung his body on the city wall so that the deceased could not find peace in the afterlife. So what punishment should he receive after that, according to Qin law? A whisper went through the hall. Everyone knew Jing Qing for his fairness and nobility. No one condemned him for boldly opposing Miao, because he wanted to protect the name of Meng Shangji. Many began to doubt Ziyu's nobility and believe Jing Qin's words. Everyone leaned toward the idea that there was another reason for the warrior's death. Ziyu felt himself beginning to lose control and decided to condemn Jing Qing for daring to utter this frenzied bark that distorted the truth. But that scoundrel Miao Ziyu had no right to judge what was true and what was false. It was known that Shizi had made a ritual sacrifice in atonement, and that was loyalty. He spent all his energy and money on treating his mother, which I rarely heard rumors about. Even others began to support Jing Qing and insist on what a talented warrior Shizi was, but he was unjustly framed and portrayed as a villain. Jing Qing knew that when they competed in martial arts, it was Ziyu who secretly sent people to incite Shizi to use hidden weapons. But he refused to do so, nobly surrendered, and acted honorably. Ziyu unscrupulously broke the rules, which was dishonorable. It was inhumane to force an honest man to kill himself as an apology for not wanting to kill. Ziyu mocked the corpse, thereby violating all rules of decency and oaths, which was condemned by people in heaven. Miao Ziyu was unjust, unrighteous, and untrustworthy. Even if all the bamboo on Mount Nan were cut down, it would not be enough to write down all the crimes of the Lord, and even all the waters of the Chinese Sea would not wash them away. Zhu simply had no right to judge good and evil. In a panic, he ordered Jing Qing to be arrested. But after that order, no one in the hall even moved. Everyone sat silently and watched. The Lord had the winner of the festival before him, and the forces of the Miao family were small. They wanted to detain him, but they couldn't. In that case, Ziyu turned to an old acquaintance whom he had bossed around as much as he could, Ming Dao. The Lord had to refuse. Shizi had died, and there were no more soldiers serving him, so he admitted that he could no longer serve the Miao Lord. Hao noted that they usually obeyed Miao Ziyu, but just now they were all mocking Meng Shangji, and now what? Hao noticed that only now had Xuanqing deigned to return, and he did not understand why she had taken so long to change her clothes. The Miao family was famous in Yongsun. Generations of people enjoyed a good reputation and respect for the wise, but now that they had been exposed for a crime against the virtue of a warrior, it had damaged their reputation. If other families supported the Miao, it would mean that they supported evil. The master chose the defender, and the defender chose the master. The nobles will not support Miao this time in order to appease their defenders. Otherwise, those who have been humiliated will turn away from their masters. After a while, no one even moved or responded to Ziyu's request, and it became clear that Lord Miao's words were empty. Jing Qing did not know how powerful Lord Miao was, so he was very curious to test it. Ziyu was nervous, but he tried to use his reputation to pressure Jing Qing, claiming that Jing Qing had shown him deep disrespect, and didn't he now believe that he could behead him? Jing Qing was told that Ziyu was at the third stage of the Earth Realm, a higher level than Jing. But there were rumors that this was only thanks to a pill. Ziyu did not know how to train, sweat, or kill with dignity, and he also did not know how to fight, as far as Wei knew. Brother Wei managed to deal with everyone except for Jiang Jingji, who managed to detain him. Everyone else was weak. Shang Li decided to count her defenders for the sake of propriety, claiming that it was because of them that Mr. Miao was put in a disadvantageous position. Zhu suggested that Meng Shangji was still afraid of him. The lady did not like such insolence. She was not afraid of him at all, and had come to the banquet only out of politeness, so as not to offend him, but he took it as fear. Was it worth getting so nervous about? Shang Li warned that she could tell his father in Sanyang that his son had trampled on the virtues of warriors, and then tried to discredit the girl's reputation. Finally, Meng Shangji warned that if Ziyu gave up, they would be even, but after that, he would have to figure things out for himself. Ziyu warned that what happened today must not become public knowledge. No one should forget who he was. Even if his reputation was tarnished, anyone who spoke out would die a painful death. Each of the nobles promised their lord that they would not say anything unnecessary and would keep what had happened a secret. Jiang Jingji returned to his master, admitting that he was no match for Wei Baiqi and had failed to stop him. Ziyu was indignant and slapped the young defender hard, lamenting what good he had been. Jiang Jingji was prepared to accept any punishment, because he knew how cruel his master could be. Hao and Xuanqing were already on their way home. Hao felt sorry that his brother hadn't been to the banquet, because he hadn't seen Ziyu Miao so enraged in a long time. For many years, the Miao family had been the most powerful in Yongsun. Shu always told Hao that if the Miao family did not fall, it would be difficult for the Li family to advance. Jing Qing thought it would be great if Ziyu Miao's story spread, the fame of such a goddess, capable of carrying and overturning boats. Hao seriously thought about it, and decided that it would indeed be great. Shu constantly told him that he was incapable of anything. Jing Qing subtly pushed the young master to make rash decisions, and was extremely pleased with this. And so, a few days later, news of Ziyue spread throughout Yongsong. Who would have thought that in one day such significant events would occur, such as a corpse on the city walls, and a righteous warrior stealing the corpse? People enjoyed reading what was written on the sheets of paper. The words were quoted verbatim, and what Jing Qing had said was already out in the open. Of course, many also noticed that the writing was rather clumsy, but some thought that appearance was not as important as meaning. In just a few days, documents about Ziyu Miao's crimes were hung everywhere in Yongsong. The residents of Yongsun were indignant and outraged because they wanted to punish Ziyu, but Miao Ziyu remained behind closed doors and refused to come out. Dozens of defenders refused to serve their master and left the Miao family home, returning all the money they had received over the years of service. After that, only Jiang Jingji remained. The young guard believed that his master had always been kind to him, and he could not abandon him. Therefore, Ziyu ordered Jingji to find the person who had spread the rumors, because there was surely some aristocrat from the banquet behind it. No matter who it was, Ziyu couldn't just let it go and wanted the culprit to pay for it. Shu rejoiced at the news that the Miao family was weakening and servants were leaving them. Since Ziyu had always relied on the good reputation left by his ancestors, this was bound to happen eventually. But it was not yet clear whether Ziyu Miao would settle the score. But Yongsun was in for turbulent times. It didn't matter who did it, but Ziyu Miao would bite everyone like a mad dog. While discussing this, one of the servants burst into Mr. Shu's room, shouting that something terrible had happened. As it turned out, young Master Hao had been putting up posters and had been caught by the Miao family. Shu was beside himself with this news, as he clearly did not expect such a foolish act from his brother. Jiang Jingji, as promised to his master, caught the insolent man who had been putting up all these posters. Hao had insulted the Miao family by spreading slander. Mr. Miao asked to convey the message. I hope that Mr. Shu will take care of this person, and the answer will come in a few days. Jiang Jingji did everything that was required of him, so he took his leave of his master. Shu was taken aback, but he tried to keep his composure and conveyed his gratitude to Mr. Ziyu, and asked him to see Jingji out. After everything that had happened, Hao was confused, and didn't even know what to say to his older brother now. Shu did not hold back his anger. His younger brother was a nobody and had caused problems for their family. Hao had never seen his older brother think about anything other than overthrowing Ziyu Miao, so he decided to help him. But what kind of help could there be? Hao had been exposed, and now his mistake would seriously harm the Li family. The elder tried to calm the situation down, although the young master had incurred the wrath of the Miao family. Once things calmed down, they would be able to resolve everything. Xu decided to punish his younger brother for a whole month. He would have to copy 6 secret teachings every day. Moreover, without the rewritten manuscripts, Hao would not be allowed to return to him. Hao was frightened and hurried away to his room. He had a long road ahead of him to redeem himself in the eyes of his family and brother. Xu was really nervous and could only guess what Ziyu Miao's next move would be. Xuan Qing acted as if nothing had happened, caring for her master and bringing him dinner. But Hao didn't want anything at all. It had been a stressful day for him, and he didn't even have an appetite. He wanted to help Shu disgrace Ziyu Miao's family, but in the end, he was caught and, for some reason, was now being held captive. For the sake of propriety, Xuan Qing decided to say that it was all her fault and that she should have stopped the young master. Hao didn't want the girl to cry, because it wasn't that she hadn't stopped him. Hao blamed his brother for not giving him real power, but no matter who was in charge, he would still have to put up the posters himself. Xuan Qing was worried that now the two brothers would hate each other, but Hao was sure that everything would be fine. Every time something happened, Shu would get angry at him, but he would forgive him anyway. Yu spent every evening training, and it wasn't hard for Hao to find his brother. The young master felt very awkward, but he was brave enough to come and apologize to his older brother. In that case, Brother Shu threw him a wooden sword. They hadn't practiced sword fighting together in a very long time. Brother Shu wanted to see what fencing skills Hao had learned from his family. While they were practicing, Hao tried to talk to his brother. He understood that he had indeed made a mistake. Suddenly, he remembered that Shu loved Jing Qing, so he thought he could apologize to him and win him over to the Li family's side. The word love was very strange to Shu. His older brother put on this polite and virtuous appearance to help Hao and his family maintain their reputation. His younger brother had quarreled with Jing Qing over some woman, and the mere thought of it infuriated Shu. After that, rumors spread that the Li family cared only about appearances and not actual qualities. And of course, the Li family's reputation was ruined. Hao should have learned a lesson from what happened to the Miao family. But Hao believed that Miao Ziyu was incapable of taking care of himself and would not be able to take revenge on the Li family. But Shu had a different opinion. The Miao family had been deeply rooted in the management of Yongzheng for several generations. How could it be shaken in the blink of an eye? Hao was prepared to take responsibility. If the Miao family wanted revenge, then Hao wanted that revenge to fall on him. But in response to these words, Shu only laughed. How could his brother deal with such problems? Hao was carefree and had only trained in military affairs in a haphazard manner. But even if he behaved unworthily, he should at least have a sense of duty. And he still dared to talk about responsibility. Hao felt all of Shu's power in this battle and begged for mercy. Hao was Shu's younger brother, so Shu spared him. But if his brother saw Hao wandering around somewhere, he would have only himself to blame. At the end of the battle, Shu asked Gao to take this guy away for treatment. Even if the sword was wooden, Shu knew very well that he had only one brother. A few days later, an envoy from Sanyang visited the Li family home. Several months earlier, the border fortress had spotted the Zhuangzhong tribes, numbering 100,000 people. Therefore, His Majesty specifically ordered the son of Minister Li to lead soldiers beyond the Great Wall of China to investigate the enemy's position. This was Ziyu Miao's revenge. Hao was horrified that there was an army of 100,000 behind the wall. Someone had to get the commander's seal, and when it came to the Li family, Shu Li wanted to take the seal. This was the last lesson Shu taught Li Hao. His younger brother had to remember what responsibility was. Their father had been living in Seinen for a long time, so now the Li family home was entrusted to the younger brother, Hao. He had to think twice in case of trouble, and if he messed up again, Shu would no longer be able to save him. Li Shu said a dignified goodbye to everyone and finally asked everyone to help his good-for-nothing brother. But before leaving, he noticed that very girl. He told her not to stick to Hao, otherwise, when he returned, he would cut off her head. Xuan King thought of Master Li as she had expected. The eldest of the brothers, he resembled his strict father, but he was not afraid of danger, and he was like a hero who had the courage to act. Meanwhile, in Yongsun, the servants welcomed their precious master. Everyone was subdued, not particularly happy about his arrival. The return of the master of the Shang household excited everyone, but no one dared to say a word about him, so afraid were they. The master had traveled a long way by carriage, and many people greeted Mr. Shang at the entrance. The regional governor had already arranged a banquet in honor of the assistant minister's arrival, so the master was asked to attend. But for Mr. Shan, this was nonsense. He had a court rank and maintained order, so couldn't he visit provincial officials as he wished? Therefore, Mr. Shan asked to convey to the regional governor that if he came to visit him and found that he was involved in corruption, he would be in big trouble. Meanwhile, in the Shang mansion, in a place that was usually full of people, the pillows were empty, and Jing Qing didn't even know why. Usually everyone loved to hear his stories, but this time no one even showed up. Meanwhile, Wei searched for Jing Qing and finally found him. He hurried to tell him the big news. The master had returned from Sanyang, of course. No one would listen to stories now, because everyone was working so that the master wouldn't think they were lazy. Jing Qing had never even seen the master of the mansion, so Wei asked him to be extremely careful. The young man didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of the master, but he was just a newcomer and didn't understand how terrible Mr. Shang was. According to rumors, the previous stableman had behaved rudely toward the owner at a banquet for important persons, and within a year, he was accused of treason and executed. Wei also heard from friends in Sanyan that the former lieutenant and the master had exchanged glances on the street, but there was no quarrel. A month later, he fell seriously ill and was forced to step down. Our hero was very skeptical about this, but Wei was quite serious and gave a bunch of different examples he had heard. However, from all these words, Jing Qing understood that their boss was a walking harbinger of misfortune and trouble for those who met him. We tried to whisper about it so that others would not hear, because if they did, it would be bad for them. But suddenly, luck visited them, and Mr. Shang Xin met them during these whispers. Unfortunately, he heard everything. Shang Xin explained that he was a judicial official, specially authorized to inspect and investigate offenses, and for many he was indeed a bad omen. Shang Xin had not seen Wei for over a year, so he first asked if he had made any progress on his path as a warrior. Wei was already working hard, but Shang Xin thought it necessary for Yuan Bo to send him to the academy for an exam. Wei told Jing Qin that Yuan Bo was the first master of the Shan family, and he was at the 7th earthly level. Wei thought it was a punishment for him, so he asked the young man to be careful and not to stick his neck out. Of course, Shang Xin then turned his attention to Jing Qin, whom he did not know at all. His question, "Who are you?" was so sharp that Jing flinched. Jing Qing introduced himself properly and explained that 6 months ago, Mrs. Shan Li had invited him to become a defender here. Then Shang Xin realized that this was the very Jing Qing he had heard about while in Sanyan, and only now did he see this young man in person. Jing Qing wondered if this man was really Shang Li's father, because they didn't look alike at all, and the longer he looked at the gentleman, the more he began to see the devil incarnate. In the end, the gentleman was called by his daughter. He had arrived too quickly, and Shang Li had not even had time to greet him properly. She literally threw herself at him with hugs, clearly not expecting her father's arrival. Shang Xin was surprised that his daughter hadn't even thought he might return and hadn't met him, but she wanted to prepare a meal for him to show her respect. In that case, Mr. Shang Xin called Jing Qing to join them, which surprised him greatly. Shang Xin explained that he had something he needed to discuss with Jing Qing in private. Shang Xin had indeed heard about Jing Qing's exploits, that he had defeated the Imperial Phoenix, and that he was rumored to be a young hero. Jing Qing was actually very flattered that there were such complimentary rumors about him. Shang Xin admitted that he had repeatedly sent people to find out about Jing Qing in the city, but they had found nothing about his past. The only thing the master knew was his homeland, which Shang Li had told him about. Jing Qing felt he was in a dangerous position. He couldn't say that he had come here from another world, because no one would believe him anyway. He didn't know the customs of other countries, so if he said something stupid, it would be immediately obvious. Shang Xin was still waiting for an answer, and wanted to know where Jing Qing was from, so he couldn't remain silent. But Jing Qing was confused, and didn't even know what to say. He hadn't even come up with a plausible story for himself. In the end, Shang Li diffused the situation by laughing at the funny expression on our hero's face. Shang Li reassured Jing that her father just wanted to scare him, but he said that he wasn't scaring him at all. He just wanted to relieve his boredom. Moreover, the gentleman wanted to hear a long story about the fighting emperor Cao Cao, Liu Beiye, the fighter who overtook the horse. Shang Li rewrote Jing Qing's new story every time and sent it to her father so that he could read it too. Jing Qing had no idea that Shang Xin was his reader. Shang Li explained to our hero that because her father had a scar on his face, he looked scary when he smiled. Therefore, it was normal that he often frightened people, and they were confused and did not know what to do. Jing Qing changed his mind, and thought that the father and daughter were indeed similar, both having a funny character. Shang Xin believed that everyone should have personal space, so he never asked his servants about their origins, only observing their manner of speech and actions. The master knew that Jing Qing had taken his friend's body from the city wall in the name of justice, and angrily rebuked Ziyu Miao for his disloyalty. Shang Xin believed that none of his actions had violated the oaths he had taken. Moreover, Shang Xin admitted that his daughter was good at understanding people. Therefore, he drank this cup of wine in honor of Jing Qing. Our hero still felt quite uncomfortable, but tried not to show it. Shang Li assumed that her father had come on business this time, so she offered him her help. But this time, he had returned mainly to sort out the relationship between Ziyu Miao and Shan Li. In Sanyan, Miao Ho had already asked him several times to marry her. But Shan Li did not want to marry Ziyu Miao. Since the Miao family was putting pressure on her, the girl suggested asking Uncle Yin for help. Unfortunately, this would not work, as he had been missing for a long time. This had been kept secret for a long time, but recently it had finally been revealed, so Mr. Shang Xin assumed that it would soon become known in Yongsan as well. Shang Xin assumed that Jing Qing was unaware of the situation at court, and explained that at that time, the Qin kingdom had two main factions in the dynasty that were opposed to each other. One was led by several aristocrats, such as Miao Ho. The other faction was led by the great lord of their royal family, Qin Yin, and Shang Xin. In short, it was a struggle between the powerful nobility and the royal family. Qin Yin did not know what had happened and secretly left Qin. It was said that he would return within 2 months, but in fact, he did not return, and his whereabouts were unknown, which caused the Miao family to revolt. Now Shang Xin was in a difficult position and could not refuse this marriage. Jing Qing found it hard to believe that Shang Li and Ziyu were getting married. Shang Xin assumed that if there was no valid reason, the wedding could be postponed for 3 to 5 years. For Shang Li, this was an ideal opportunity, as the mourning period would last approximately 3 years, during which time he could not marry. But Shang Xin had in mind to send his daughter to study at the academy. If she became an academician, she would be able to decide for herself afterwards. If Mr. Qin Yin were still there, Shan Li could have gone to the Sanyan Academy, but it seemed that she would have to stay away from the Qin Kingdom and go to the Luo Academy, which was far away. But only by being far away could she escape this whirlwind of conflict. Moreover, the matter could not be delayed. Shang Li had 3 days to prepare. Since Shang Li was going to the academy, Jing Qinyu no longer had anything to do in Yongsan, so he could go with his master to Sanyan. 3 days later, the preparations were in full swing. The servants worked hard to pack all of Shang Li's belongings as quickly as possible. His daughter was going on a long journey, and could not help but express her respect for her father. Shang Xin was unable to part with her and deeply regretted having to send his daughter so far away. He wanted her to be careful and study hard. Liu Yi was to take care of her. Shang Xin wrote a letter of recommendation for Wei, so that when he arrived at the academy, he could also try to enroll. But for some reason, Shang Xin couldn't see Jing Qing, so Shan Li explained that Liu Yi had asked him to help with something urgent, hoping that Liu Yi would play along. And Liu Yi, as always, helped her mistress out by lying that her mother was getting married, so Jing Qing was helping her prepare her wedding dress and would be away for a while. After a brief farewell, the carriage with Shang Li set off on a long journey. The daughter promised that she would definitely write to her father on holidays. As a father, it was very difficult for Shang Xin to part with her, but it was time for the young bird to leave the parental nest. Yuanbo hinted to his master that Shang Li and Jing Qing had deceived him, which Shang Xin was well aware of. For him, it was a minor trick. But Shang Xin was not angry at all. He gave his daughter what she wanted. Moreover, it proved Jing Qing's unwavering loyalty, and his presence near her would be considered an additional level of protection. Wei did not understand at all why the lady was riding in a commoner's carriage, as she was being shaken about violently. In addition, Wei remembered that Liu Yi's mother had mourned her husband for many years, and now she had finally met a decent man, which he was hearing about for the first time. Liu Yi was stressed because her mistress had forced her to lie again, and when she did so, she felt disgusting. Finally, Jing Qing started making noise. They had just left the city and couldn't give themselves away. Wei finally realized what was going on. Jing Qing was right there in the box under the lady. Our hero really wanted to go to the academy with the mistress, but he was worried that Mr. Shang Xin would be angry about this deception. But Shang Li reassured everyone that he would not be angry at all about this deception. Wei sighed heavily and told the lady that she should send someone to report this to the master. Moreover, he said that Jing Qing should finally get off the cart and ride a horse like a real man. Jing Qing really hoped to enter the Luo Academy and study more powerful martial arts there. But Luo was the top academy in the land, and it wasn't that easy to get in. Liu Yi didn't understand why Jing Qing didn't go to Sanyang, because there he would train under the master and build a career. But for some reason, the lady believed that if Jing Qing had gone to Sanyang, he would have died there. Shang Li explained that this was because Jing Qing had no respect for the nobility. That was why events such as the corpse at the city gate and the insult to Ziyu Miao had taken place. Sanyang is not Yongsong, and if something happened, Shang Xin would not be able to protect him. Therefore, the lady knew that Jing Qing would only live a long and happy life with her. A month later, in Yongsong, at the Li family's house, Xuan Qing was still living in the same place. Moreover, she kept the accounts, and Hao asked her for 100 coins because he wanted to go to the cockfights. The young master had taken 40 gold coins just the day before yesterday, and had already spent them all. But he was very upset when this girl lectured him too. His father was in Sanyang, his older brother Shu had left for the border, and now he had the final say. So he took it upon himself to write out 100 gold coins and hoped that this time he would definitely not lose. Besides, he had just returned with the defender Gao, who wanted to deliver a petition or something like that to Xuan Qing. Finally, before leaving, Hao reminded the girl that it was better for her not to contradict him. Xuan Qing was aware that Gao Dalian had the 4th earthly level. He was considered one of the elders in the Li family, and had authority. Gao had something to say to Xuan Qing. Mr. Hao had entrusted her with the affairs of the residents, pushing them, the elders, aside. But the elder Mr. Shu had entrusted everything to them before his departure, and Xuan Qing could not help the young Mr. Hao in any way, so she had to know her place. Xuan Qing was surprised that only a month had passed since Shu's departure, and Gao was already on edge. Xuan Qing considered herself as pure as a mirror and was not selfish. Moreover, didn't Gao want to hear from her about one important matter? She had recently checked the old accounts and discovered that the family had to buy a lot of supplies from the city's shops every 10 days. Every year, more than 3,000 coins were spent on items that were expensive, but of poor quality. In addition, the owners behind these stores seemed to be distant relatives of Gao. The defender understood what the girl was hinting at and became angry. But she was not surprised that the expenses of martial arts practitioners were often exorbitant, because defender Gao had long been unable to raise his earthly level. Therefore, she logically assumed that a lot of money was spent on medicinal herbs. Xuan Qing understood that this replenished qi and blood and strengthened the body. Gao denied everything. He left the room in anger, threatening to send a letter to Sanyang, and then wanted to see who the master would believe, him or Xuan Qing. Gao insisted that she could stay here for a few more days, like paint and water, but his greed for power did not lead to anything. But these were internal family matters, not power, as she thought. Xuan Qing was outraged that her desire to raise the Li family was seen as a pursuit of profit, One evening, when no one was around, she decided to check something. In this world, some people were naturally noble, rich in clothing and food, and possessed of enormous power. They were the nobility. Some people were born humble, unreliable, and destined for a life of squandering, and these were the peasants. If someone wanted to control their destiny, they could only become a nobleman. Study Taoism at the academy, practice martial arts, earthly levels, break through the sky, and become a scholar. This is the only way for a simple woman to become a noblewoman. There was a strict class distinction at the academy. Regardless of ability, only family background mattered, and only if a student had a recommendation from a nobleman did he have the right to try to enroll. There were 4 classes of qualification in the world: horse, tiger, phoenix, and dragon. Xuan Qing searched all the ancient books in the Li family's house, but could not find what this black carp pattern represented. The only thing in the ancient books was a record that the grandson of King Chu made a wish to the black carp. King Chu was frightened and forced people to bring the baby to him as a sacrifice. Even the prince couldn't help him. Xuan Qing had to be careful not to let others find out about this. Therefore, Xuan Qing planned to go to the academy, and she also received a letter of recommendation from the head of the family. Our hero was happy that they had finally arrived in Zhoucheng, the imperial city where the mausoleum of Emperor Zhou was located. And all this was in one city, the Chinese city, the capital of the Chinese people and Emperor Huaxia Luo. Even Wei, who had been to many places, appreciated the majesty of Zhoucheng. It was far more majestic than Yongzheng and even Sanyang. Jing Qing did not miss one of the wooden cauldrons and felt a strong urge to touch it. But Wei warned the guy to abandon this idea because later he would have a chance to see it, just like everyone else. For now, they had to leave because the lady needed time to get herself ready. Shangli wanted to increase her bust size as much as possible, and Liu Yi tried to stop her from doing so. Wei could only guess what the girls might be up to, while Jing Qing remained silent as a partisan. Shangli, as if from the Qin Empire, wanted to show all her greatness and beauty, because students from all over the world were gathering in Luo Yi. Wasn't she a beautiful and high-ranking lady? Wei and Jing Qing were extremely surprised by their mistress's new upgrade, but Wei just wanted her to stop causing trouble and go to the academy. Wei and Jing Qing were frightened when they heard loud footsteps, and the defender thought that an underground dragon was approaching them. But Shangli remembered that Sanyang had sent a delegation to Luo Yi to deliver Dani, so they probably met them on their way back. Jing Qing couldn't even imagine what kind of delegation it was, and how many people there were, that the whole earth was shaking from them. The lady led the defenders to hurry there, for they were lucky to have encountered them. Shangli herself was most delighted by this event. The others viewed everything with caution and wariness, as if looking for possible danger. Who said I don't have clothes? I'm wearing this Chinese robe. The sovereign sent his troops into battle, repaired his spear, and killed his enemy. Who said I have no clothes? I wear this cuirass. The sovereign sends his troops into battle, repairs my armor and helmet, and together we kill our enemies. This golden warrior doll, which served as the perfect military weapon, was made by the craftsmen of the Qing dynasty. Since childhood, Wei had heard how powerful the golden warrior was, and now he finally saw it with his own eyes. His eyes held a mixture of admiration, fear, and interest. But Jing Qing couldn't understand one thing. Why did the golden warrior of the Qing Empire come to Luo Yi? Shangli explained the reason. Every 3 years, the peoples came to Luo Yi to pay tribute to the emperor. Even though the Zhou dynasty had weakened, the tribute became an occasion for secret competitions between countries, and the delegates brought their national weapons with them to demonstrate their strength. All countries kept their secrets. The kingdom of Zhao built an iron horse that galloped like the wind, and the kingdom of Wei forged armor that destroyed the city and broke the enemy's formation. And the kingdom of Qi built an airship, and now they can see all of this in Luo Yi. Jing Qing, living in Yongzheng, could not imagine that such advanced mechanical technology existed in this world. But the lady thought that, on the other hand, working in the Golden Warrior was boring. Jing Qing and Wei were extremely interested in the lady's conclusions, and began to ask her how she knew about this, or whether she had perhaps been inside the Golden Warrior. Shangli said that when she was a child, Uncle Qin Yin once sat her on his lap and let her control the Golden Warrior herself. But it was hot inside, so she cried until they let her down. The men themselves cried after hearing this story. Jing Qing really wanted to try controlling this huge thing, and Wei Yu felt sorry that the lady had missed such an opportunity. Shangli, in turn, did not understand the men's emotions. What was there to feel sorry about? Liu Yi only guessed that men probably liked such large mechanisms. The lady was already ready to leave for the academy, but the men held her back, wanting to look at the Golden Warrior just a little longer. The Luo Academy was founded by Zhou Wenwan, and built on Mount Ike. The first mentor was the mythical Taigong Wang Luyang, but only nobles from different countries were ever recruited to the academy, and the selection process was very strict. Ordinary people not only needed a recommendation from a nobleman, but also had to be knowledgeable about their qualifications and martial arts levels, so it was very difficult to get in, especially for commoners. Over time, the people who studied at the academy founded a town at the foot of the mountain. Shangli had to practice in the school palace to reach the third earthly level. Then she would be awarded the title of scholar and would be revered in all states, which was like ascending to heaven in one step. This admission was vital for Shangli, so she asked for admission while holding the seal of sacrificial wine. The letter received by the Shang family from Yongsun belonged to the Qin dynasty. Chinese nobles whose genealogy traced back to the Sentan could be enrolled directly. However, the academy is small, and in everyday life there should be no more than one maid. Shanli took the liberty of addressing the gentleman with a request, as the defenders of her home also wanted to enroll in the training program. The lady properly introduced the two guards, giving their first and last names. The master understood the origin of the Wei surname, but he also realized that they were only guards, and that he needed to test their abilities. As for Jing, the master assumed that he was from the ruling Da Zhou family. The question arose as to which generation of the ruined royal family he belonged to. Jing did not yet know how to answer. Shangli took the initiative. She said that Jing Qing was from the same lineage as King Zhou Li, which was scattered throughout the kingdom of Qin. Much time had passed, so she could not say that he was from the royal family. The gentleman asked them to forget about the question, as if it were unimportant. Now they had to follow him and take part in the spring trial. Jing Qing did not fully understand why he was linked to King Zhou Li, but the lady knew that Jing Qing would not be recorded as a commoner. As the saying goes, if you want to live, you have to know how to get around, and the lady helped Jing Qing as best she could. The source test was a ceremony to determine the bloodline of the test subject, conducted by a junior servant. A turtle shell was used for the test. But the Luo Academy could divide abilities and qualifications by blood. Here, in one of the 10 cauldrons of the sacred martial arts artifact, was a device that could trace the origin of the examinee. Although there were 4 classes of blood qualifications in the world, it was difficult to determine which one it was. It's like horses. There's a difference between a horse that has traveled 1,000 miles and a horse that has traveled 10,000 miles. Relying on classification to train students according to their abilities can yield twice the results with half the effort. This was much more accurate than sprinkling blood on a turtle shell. Among all the academies in the world, only the Luo Academy had developed to such an extent. Therefore, no matter what country you are from, no matter what kind of master you are, you must visit Luo Yi to accurately determine the qualification class of your blood. First, you had to place your blood in a Yunding cauldron, then it evaporated and turned into mist. Then the mist formed a shape. Over thousands of years of history, Luo Yi had continuously improved its base, where students could learn about their strengths. The master suddenly perked up when the mist took the shape of a bird with a swan-like head and a feathered tail. It was the power of the phoenix. He ordered his servant to bring the 11th scroll of Jia. In fact, his body was like a sea of fire, burning everything around him, and his power was called the fire that turned everything to ashes. Over the past millennium, 9 students with such abilities had studied at Luo Yi's academy. The master was surprised, because he thought that Shang Li had anemia due to the fact that she had nearly died in her youth. This was true, but after several years of practicing Sheng He Yang Menjing, her blood was replenished. Fortunately, Shang Li met a master. This skill was born with weak flesh, and it was difficult to live even a decade. While it was impossible to practice martial arts, she could only slowly restore her strength with a rare warming method. But after overcoming all this, a great future awaited Shang Li. The lady was not surprised at all because she already knew all this. Uncle Qin took her blood when she was a child. They did not freeze it, but sent it to Luo Yi for testing. Jing Qing was once again surprised that the girl was truly loved. There was nothing special about the horse's strength, and the test subject with such strength was rejected. Quite often, people with the strength of a horse were found, even though it was recorded in the Luo database. But that was not enough to be admitted to training. Finally, it was Wei Baiqi's turn. He was a little nervous, but he headed to the test site. He tried not to show his excitement, but his relatives could see that Brother Wei was nervous. For commoners who wanted to enter the academy and had the strength of a tiger, this was not enough. But if his abilities were not like those of the others, the academy would be interested in him and allow him to enter. Shangli was aware that Wei had the strength of a tiger and a leopard, so admission to the academy was not necessary for him. He was already strong enough. Jing Qing understood that the selection process was quite strict, and asked the lady if he had a chance to enroll with his Zhu Li ability. Shangli did not know the exact answer, but she assumed that Zhu Li's strength was special, because Luo could not be wrong. At the end of the test, the master joyfully exclaimed that they should bring him the 7th scroll. The mist took the form of a winged white tiger. It was a new manifestation of power. This power in the form of a beast. The mentor at the Luo Academy had only encountered 283 students with similar powers over the past millennium, which he considered a pretty good result. With the power of a tiger, it was possible to reach the 9th earthly level, but it was difficult to advance to the heavenly seal level. However, the wings on the tiger's sides could help it fly. This meant that in the future, they would help Yu advance to the heavenly seal level, something he had never even dreamed of. Everyone was delighted with Wei's results, and he himself was very surprised by his abilities. But now it was our hero's turn. Not to mention Shang Li, in Jing Qing's heart. Brother Wei was already a first-class master, and even the Luo Academy had rated him highly. Jing Qing would be lying if he said he wasn't worried. He was very intrigued to see if he could pass this test with his Zhu Li power. Our hero had not yet reached the test when someone tactlessly beat him to it. The girl introduced herself as a descendant of Prince Huang Hui of the Korean Empire, and was outraged that he had been rejected in the selection process. Many people knew that Huang Hui had lived more than 500 years ago, and the girl's behavior was so inappropriate that to say she was from the royal family would be simply ridiculous. The gentleman was outraged. This was not the first time this girl had appeared. She had no letter of recommendation and was not an aristocrat. If she had really been talented, the academy would not have refused to enroll her. But she continued to insist that she was of noble blood, even though she had already been tested twice and was still a horse. She was sure that people were jealous of her, that she had the qualifications of 9 heavenly dragons, and that they had definitely lied to her. The master sighed heavily, for he often met people who did not want to believe that they had simple power, who simply had their heads in the clouds, and he felt sorry for them. Finally, it was Jing Qing's turn, and after calming down a little, he cut his finger. In this world of martial arts, strength was everything. What grade would our hero, Zhu Li, receive from the Luo Academy? What form would the fog take? All these questions tormented our hero, and he couldn't wait for the result. In the end, there was so much fog in the room that it seemed excessive. The observers even began to cough from how much the fog spread. They already thought that this was also some kind of power that was not in the database. The vessel of 5 weapons, commanding the elements, eternally unquenchable. The master ordered the 3rd scroll to be brought to him. The master couldn't believe he had seen the power of Zhu Li. He hadn't seen such power in quite a few years. If Luo had appreciated our hero, then Shang Li would too. Looking at the expression on the scientist's face, Wei was more surprised than when he saw the power of the phoenix. The men were happy because they had every chance of being accepted. But whether Jing Qing would be accepted depended on whether he could match Wei. Finally, the master finished the test and approached the golden trio. Meng Shangji, the outstanding daughter of the family, possessed the power of the phoenix. Since she had a fire phoenix, she was enrolled in the academy to obtain a degree in science. Wei Baiqi was the best among them all with the power of a tiger, and the master considered him a talent, so he was enrolled in the academy. But as for Jing Qing, he did not enroll. Everyone was shocked. The master had just admired the power of Zhu Li. So what was the problem now? The master explained that he was surprised only because 500 years ago, Zhu Li's strength had exhausted the wealth of the Zhou royal family and nearly depleted all the resources of the Luo Academy, and now it had reappeared again. Jing Qing didn't even know how to react to this, because everything he knew told him that his power was very difficult to train, so much so that even the best academy in the world would not take him on. Hundreds of years ago, the 8th son of King Zhou Yi, Ji Yuanxuan, also possessed the power of Zhu Li. The king loved his son, and asked the academy to do everything possible to help him improve and break his shackles. For this reason, the royal family and the academy almost depleted all their reserves, and even when he reached the 9th earthly level, he still failed to break through to the heavenly seal level. In addition, this also caused a great controversy due to biased treatment. Since then, new rules have been added to the academy. If Zhu Li's power is encountered again, one condition must be met. Ji Yuanxuan spent a year breaking through to the 2nd earthly level. Jing Qing now had to prove that he was stronger than him, relying entirely on his own strength. Breaking through to the 2nd level would take a year. Only then could they break with tradition and allow Jing Qing to enter. This seemed impossible to the lady in Wei. But the master could do nothing about it, because this was the only way he could prove his strength to Zhu Li, surpassing Ji Yuanxuan. Only the lucky ones had privileges, and our hero had only 1 year for everything. And now Jing Qing had to live alone at the foot of the mountain. His friends did not forget to come out and say goodbye to him, and Shang Li promised that she would wait for him here. Moreover, She said that during this year she would definitely figure out how to get Jing Qing into the academy, not forgetting to show their personal gesture, which only the two of them knew. Jing Qing responded by showing his little finger, and promised that he would also try his best throughout the year. And when he reached the second earthly level, he would come to the academy to tell the lady the story, so they made a new promise to each other. When the Luo Academy was built, no one intended to create a city under the mountain, but those who were denied admission, or nobles from all walks of life, who brought too many servants to the academy, all these people remained under the mountain. The academy also sent scholars from the bark to spread the teachings and give lectures in public squares, regardless of the country. Over time, the people who lived there came to be considered external students of the academy, hence the name Scholar Servant. The small town that formed at the foot of the mountain was also called the town of Scholar Servants. Our hero himself did not notice how he had already lived here for 3 whole days. The town's industry was run by the academy, so they set the prices here, and in simple terms, everything was expensive. Steamed flatbread was 10 times more expensive than in Shenzhen. The cost of food and clothing in the city was quite high. Jing Qing thought that 100 gold coins would be enough for him, but in the end, he should have calculated his expenses better. He also heard that today was the day when the academy sent teachers to give lectures on how to raise one's earthly level with the help of qi and blood, and Jing Qing did not want to miss it. But suddenly his attention was drawn to someone shouting and begging to be let go. The girl, who introduced herself as a descendant of Han Huanghui, Han Ling, was screaming because she was being held back and not allowed to go to the square to listen to the lecture, but the boy demanded that she pay money because she was from another country. Jing Qing was surprised that the academy teachers were not concerned about such things happening here, but the teachers just gave lectures. They did not care about the disagreements between the students and servants. If they didn't care, then so be it, our hero thought. He had just arrived, so he didn't want to stand out too much. But suddenly this conflict turned into a fight that affected him. The guy was extremely unhappy that this little girl insisted she was from the kingdom of Wei and even called everyone from the kingdom of Han dogs. He openly threatened the girl, but she did not leave his threat unanswered, and spat right in his face. Then our hero addressed this scoundrel. He had the feeling that this fool had gone deaf. Didn't this guy's mother teach him that he should apologize for damaging other people's property? Now he owed Jing Qinyu 1 gold coin for 5 flatbreads. But the guy clearly didn't like that our hero was going to take money from him, and responded rudely. The reason these disciples of the Wei servant thought they were the bosses here was because of the devices that increased their strength, such as the Wei warrior's armor. Warriors equipped with such armor below the 3rd level were invincible to warriors of the same rank without it. Even if these guys had only a small piece of armor, it was enough for them to do whatever they wanted with impunity. The man was upset that he hadn't warned Jing Qin, as a newcomer, about this. But he was extremely surprised when he saw that the guy got up as if nothing had happened. He continued to demand payment for the flatbread. Jing, of course, did not want to make a fuss, but he found that the only language understood here was that of fists. This scoundrel introduced himself as the leader of the Iron Wei gang, a servant of the official Tian Luanyan, Wei Dan. Now he was waiting for Jing Qing to introduce himself. Jing Qing was amused by this introduction. Did this fool always introduce himself this way? Jing Qing got seriously angry and decided to reveal that he was from a northern border town, a guard of the northern border, who had traveled through all 7 kingdoms, the lord of the Great Lake Cao Hai. He had broken his chains, was immune to fire, a descendant of a dragon, the great Jing Qing from the kingdom of Qin. Wei Dan was slightly confused, because he only understood that this guy was from the kingdom of Qin, and in any case, that was enough to teach this bastard from the kingdom of Qin a lesson. Since the academy didn't care what was happening here, so our hero decided to use all his strength and was sure that no one would stop him. Han Ling did not understand who this guy was at all and thought that if someone of royal blood was in danger, then a loyal servant would surely come to save him. She also appreciated his lofty style of speech. Lord Cao Hai was not burning in fire, and she wanted to know more about it. The girl rallied the crowd, saying that while the loyal servant intimidated their leader, the rest should help. The people did not object. They feared them because they could not defeat Wei Dan, so now they boldly rushed into battle. The rest of Wei Dan's men were only at the 1st earthly level, so everyone bravely attacked them. Han Ling could no longer hold back and tried her best to fight back to avenge what they had done to her. It wasn't easy for her, but she was glad that at least she had let off some steam. But that wasn't all. She wanted to know where the loyal servant who had saved his master was. Then, turning around, she saw that Jing Qing was still fighting valiantly on his own. Jing Qing had no intention of stopping, and wanted to see this fight through to the end. Using all his skills, Wei Deng was not going to give in either, and threatened the guy with a 3rd level strike. Han Ling didn't like what was happening. These guys had gone too far, and she didn't want anyone to die here. Meanwhile, senior scholar Shi Yuan sat in the center of the square waiting for the students, but no one was there. All the seats were empty. The guard told the senior that the students were fighting outside the square, so he suggested that he send someone to stop them. But the so-called student servants were just defenders who had not passed the selection process for admission to the academy. Shi Yuan was annoyed by the teacher here, but it was written in the academy's rules. So he just gave lectures, not caring at all who would listen to him and who wouldn't. Therefore, he began his lesson to a completely empty room. Today, he wanted to teach the students a unique method of the academy that helped overcome the shackles of chains. Visualization. Visualization consisted of using qi and blood to move the meridians. Let the spirit and blood run through the meridians of heaven and earth, and visualize the virtual phenomenon of one's own earthly level. The guard was puzzled by the fact that the senior scholars of the academy really did whatever they wanted, and even lectured into the void in all seriousness, as if an entire audience were listening to them. On weekdays, the school always sent scholars, but rarely did anyone come who could teach the concept of visualization. These students missed a great opportunity. Wei Deng was still fighting, and was puzzled by what was wrong with this guy. He thought he had broken his bones, but in the end, Jing Qing had only a few scratches. As expected of Luo Yi Academy, anyone you meet will be quite strong. Jing Qing's ki varied between fierce and agile. Even the form of an unshakable shell could not completely protect against it. Jing Qing was hit several times in the face, and now his ears were ringing, but fortunately, his eardrums were intact. Suddenly, our hero heard someone's voice. It was Shi Yuan's voice, who was about to talk about the formula for visualization. When the bone bracelet healed our hero's ears, blood rushed to them, and for a moment he could hear the voices of people in the distance. Jing Qing could listen to the lecture well, and even knew which direction the voice was coming from. He even understood that it was talking about how to use qi and blood, which had a lot in common with the way of the warrior. Wei Deng noticed that the guy was lost in thought but thought it was a trick to make him lose his guard. He considered the people of Qin to be cunning and tried to be more cautious. Jing Qing looked as if he were floating in the clouds and listening to someone. Wei Deng wanted to attack him, but suddenly remembered that they were in the middle of a lecture. He could no longer continue the fight and immediately went to the square to listen to the lecture. Everyone who was fighting stopped, because today's topic was very important. They were going to be told how to break through the earthly level. No one wanted to miss such important information, so those who could, and those who couldn't, all made their way to the square, while Jing Qing stood as if spellbound. He couldn't run because if he did, all his qi would dissipate. He also wanted to concentrate and hold his breath, otherwise he might not be able to hear the lecture anymore. Han Ling was indignant because the people of the kingdom of Wei were sick bastards and transvestites. She ran towards the square for the lecture, but for some reason was surprised when she noticed the guy standing there. He listened attentively to the lecture, where Shi Yuan explained that the 8 chakras met. Yin and Yang had a sea, and the top reached the empty sky, the bottom a pale spring. Han Ling couldn't get through to Jin. He didn't answer her, and she thought that the guy had been injured in the fight with Wei Dan and now couldn't speak. She wanted to hurry up and listen to the lecture, but she couldn't just leave this guy like that. So she accepted her burden, because being a king means you have to carry your load. But she didn't expect this loyal servant to be so heavy. Nevertheless, she wasn't going to abandon him. Shi Yuan had already finished his lecture by reading the last sentence. Looking at the universe from his inner vision and thinking about it, there is a possibility of manifesting the earthly level. But everyone only heard that last sentence, and in essence, there was very little information there. Someone even showed up when the lecture was already over and didn't even hear that last sentence. Han Ling ran as fast as she could, but she was too late. Because of these scumbags, they got into a fight and didn't hear anything. At least Han Ling didn't. The girl turned to Shi Yuan, telling him that Wei Deng had beaten this man so badly that he had damaged his mind. Shi Yuan was surprised that the girl wanted him to bring justice. It was ridiculous. He didn't care about the squabbles between the disciples and servants, and he made no secret of it. In addition, during training, they looked first at intelligence and second at luck. If you missed, you missed. If they were not qualified but at least possessed great perseverance and luck, they could achieve something. Otherwise, they were just mediocre talents who did not understand what they were teaching. Jing Qing did not fully understand the 8 chakras, yin and yang, and the sea, so he clarified whether this meant visualizing the qi and blood of the body as a whole. Si Wen did not ignore the question and replied that Jing was generally correct. Why not imagine the meridians and blood as a river with countless tributaries? This was enough for our hero to understand the essence of the lecture. The other students and servants who turned to look at him were extremely surprised at how he managed to do something. Shi Wen understood that although the visualization was not too difficult, An ordinary person without half a month of hard work could not master it. The teacher was surprised that the boy really understood it after hearing it only once, and considered it a good result. Jing Qing mastered the earth lock that connected the physical realm. Suddenly our hero became famous throughout the city, and someone even appeared who followed Jing Qing around all day and tried to persuade him to become her servant. Actually, here she is. Her name is Han Ling, and she wanted our hero to become her servant, and did not want to hear his refusals at all. Apparently, she had a lot of free time to follow the guy around. She considered herself a queen, and believed that she should go everywhere with her servant, because it could help them become closer. Jing saw that she dressed like a boy, but after talking to her, he stopped noticing it. Han Ling still trembled with hope that Jing Qing would become her servant, move into her house, and live there, but he flatly refused. Jing Qing also noticed that this girl was unaware that she was a woman. Everything in this city was expensive, and living there was not easy, but the academy had built many facilities here to raise the earth level. There were many puppets here that moved quickly and were weaker than the first earthly level in order to hone their reflexes and explosive power. This was called Yang Road training, and when the time was up, the servant could continue training if he had the strength. However, this time our hero had no strength left and did not want to train anymore. The academy also built mercury baths. Mercury poison penetrated the qi and blood, revealing hidden potential. Our hero had to use his qi to block all his pores so that the poison would not penetrate his body. Visiting all these buildings could strengthen the body and temper the qi and blood. One visit was comparable to 10 days of intense training. Jing Qing had already sat in the mercury for an hour. First, he had to wait for the mercury to melt, and then he could leave. All this was very expensive. If Jing Qing had been poor, he would not have been able to afford it. The money he had with him at the beginning was quickly spent. Fortunately, Liu Yi sent him some money, but he needed to find a way to earn money himself. So he decided to make money doing what he was best at. He told stories and taught the other servants. People were amazed by him, because they remembered him as the guy who was praised by the senior scholar from the academy. Wei Deng was angry with himself, because if he had listened to the lecture on visualization back then, he would now be just like Jing Qing. Han Ling was extremely dissatisfied because someone was telling this stupid guy something, and he was still interrupting. He paid almost 100 gold coins for this lesson, and thought he could do anything here. Wei Den was quite hot-tempered, but he still paid. Jing Qing decided to compromise, and suggested taking a short break so that the guys wouldn't quarrel. During the breaks, our hero told interesting stories, for which everyone loved him so much. So he kept going, telling stories to earn money and practicing martial arts. During this time, a lot happened. For example, Wei Dan and the others finally mastered visualization. Han Ling could make pills, so she had been spending a lot of time on that lately. As for the lady, Shang Li studied harder and harder, but always found time to visit Jing Qin. These lessons exhausted her, but nevertheless, she was happy to spend time with Jing Qin and support him. He, in turn, was surprised that everyone was tired, but still felt it was his duty to cheer him up so that he could achieve his goal. 3 months passed, but during those months, our hero continued to train for 5 hours a day, spending all his savings. The way to break the chain was to endlessly overwork his qi and blood, and then the chain would begin to crack until some of the links disappeared. Except for time spent eating and sleeping, our hero trained constantly. He trained until he reached the 2nd earthly level, but there were still no cracks. Old acquaintances even approached him on the street and asked why there were still no cracks in his chains. Wei Deng never missed an opportunity to boast about his momentary successes, and now he had quite a few cracks in his chain, which he didn't forget to brag about to Jing Qing. He was sure that it would take him about 3 more months to completely destroy it. Wei Dan admitted that he used to wonder why our hero's chain was several times thicker than his, and then he assumed that his strength was so much greater than his. But alas, now Jing Qing, as the guy thought, was on the same level as him. But what would happen in 6 months? Maybe Wei Deng would be on the 3rd or 4th level, and Jing would remain on the 2nd. However, Wei decided that until they fought, they would not know who was stronger. Finally, he promised to stand up for Jing if anything happened. Well, that is, if he was in a good mood, of course. In this way, Wei tried to hurt our hero as much as he could. Jing Qing felt that he was being underestimated, and that people could afford to mock him. Of course, this made him angry. But those who were weaker than him were gradually catching up, and some had already overtaken him. No matter how hard our hero tried, he remained stuck in place, as if he had reached a dead end. He began to doubt whether he could really fulfill the Academy's requirements in just 1 year. But suddenly he calmed himself down. He reminded himself that he should just sleep less and train more. He refused to believe that it could take his whole life. Meanwhile, let's see what was happening at the Luo Academy, in the guarded book repository. Ms. Shang came to the book repository every day to look at the ancient scrolls. If the senior scholar Lu found out, he would say that she was not focused enough on her training. But Shan Li was sure that the senior scholar Lu knew her strength, so as long as she handed everything in on time, he wouldn't care what she did the rest of the time. Nevertheless, Liu Yi reminded the lady that she could not come here after lights out. But Shan Li did not want to listen. She had found an interesting scroll. The reason Ji Yuanshuan was able to reach the 9th level was the use of rare herbs and minerals and powerful elixirs that made his blood boil. Then his explosive power became 10 times stronger and struck the chain repeatedly. This was the only way to break Julie's chains and powers. Ordinary methods were simply useless. The only way to break the chain was to be rich enough to afford rare herbs and good elixirs. But even the Zhou family's resources were insufficient, let alone the Shang family. Liu Yi considered herself to be close to the poverty line, and simply did not know how to help Jing Qing. Shang Li pondered what her family could afford, and what elixirs they could get for Jing Qing. Then she remembered the fire blood pill. One such pill cost 50 gold coins, and it was unknown how many Jing Qing would need, and whether they could afford it. But Shang Li urged her not to worry about the money, because they were like breasts, there was always something to squeeze. The next day, Liu Yi went to our hero and told him about their findings in the library that night, about the cultivation methods of Ji Yuanshuan, etc. She also gave him 8 fire blood pills, which Shang Li didn't need, so she passed them on to our hero. Jing Qing was very surprised by this, because how could she not need them? Didn't she need to break the chain? It was clear that Liu Yi had to lie again, and this time she lied that her mistress had powerful strength, so she didn't need the pills at all. Jing Qing promised that he would not let his mistress down and would definitely break through to the 2nd earthly level. Liu Yi said that these 8 pills would last for 2 months. After that, she would send him more. But our hero did not fully understand the girl's behavior, but she referred to fatigue and that she needed to rest a little. After that, she tried to leave Jing's house as quickly as possible, because she needed to return to the academy and rest. Jing Qing remembered that she always needed to catch her breath when she told a lie. But why did she lie? Ji Yuanshuan lived long before our hero. At that time, he tried all kinds of methods to break the chain. There were even some untold secrets of the royal family here. But the most effective of them was the medicinal method. Even with our hero's knowledge of the ancient language, it was possible to understand that this ancient scroll was about money. Who wouldn't need fiery blood pills that tripled your Kai and blood? The guy thought that Shan Li's trickery only ruined her good intentions. But all that remained for our hero was to train with all his might to reach the 2nd earthly level and go to the academy. The pills started working pretty quickly, and his blood rushed like crazy. Jing Qing even broke a sweat. Particles of the pill spread throughout his body, surrounding the chains as well. His qi and blood suddenly tripled, which was definitely different from the usual state of qi and blood at rest. So now our hero was ready to break that chain. When it was over, he realized that the effect of the medicine lasted about a quarter of an hour, but there was no particular progress. Still, small cracks appeared, but no matter what he did, the chain remained intact. After taking 1 pill, only 1 link cracked. Jing Qing was literally struck by inspiration. Probably, training in the power of Zhu Li consisted of monetary investments, which seemed quite simple to our hero. According to Liu Yi, the fire blood pills should be taken no more than once a week, otherwise it could cause great harm to the body. But our hero had no time to take them gradually, and besides, he never thought that anything could harm him. Since 1 pill was enough to break the chain, he decided to take a risk and take a couple of pills at once. He was curious to see what would happen to him in that case. In the end, the test was passed. When 2 were taken at once, the effect was not cumulative. There was 4 times more blood and qi, and the effect lasted only 20 minutes. Still, it was a small but noticeable improvement, and it was already visible to the naked eye. In addition to all this, Jing Qing felt excruciating pain, as if 1,000 blades were flowing through his veins. According to Ji Yuanshuan's records, he took rare herbs and minerals that were no longer available. The Yangming pill could accumulate 10 times the amount of blood in 1 dose. These fiery blood pills were probably simplified versions of the Yangming pill, as Jing Qing surmised. Following this theory, our hero decided not to skimp and take all the remaining pills. He had 5 of them, and hoped that they would all be equal to 1 Yangming pill. Such consumption was more difficult for him. His qi and blood burned 10 times stronger. Almost an hour had passed, and the medicine was still working. His qi and blood burned in his body as if they were going to burn everything. The sensation was comparable to his breath being hotter than fire. And yet our hero was confident that he could not die, and would finally break this cursed chain today. An hour later, an uninvited guest came to him. She called out to our hero, but no one answered, so she entered without permission. She was shocked when she saw her servant in such a state, but he didn't show it, saying that everything was fine and he was just training. This guy almost gave her a heart attack. It was the first time she had seen training that could lead to such a state. Still, even she noticed the progress. The chain had weakened, and cracks were appearing. Jing Qing did not listen to Han Ling, but thought about how Ji Xuanyu was not as badly injured as he was, recovering within 3 days and continuing on. That's why it took a year to reach the second earthly level. Jing thought he was better than Ji Yuan because he had a bone bracelet with which he could train continuously, but he didn't have as many pills. Suddenly, Han Ling sensed that the boy smelled of pills, and she touched his bloody mouth with her finger. Licking her finger, she felt that it was the taste of a fire blood pill. She couldn't believe that her servant was so rich. Jing had guessed earlier, looking at Lu Yi's face, that they were very expensive, and now his guesses were confirmed. An academy student could only get 1 pill every 2 months, and if they were sold, they would cost at least 50 gold coins. Jing Qing only now realized that he had just eaten 400 gold coins at once. He knew it would be expensive, but he didn't expect it to be that expensive. At the same time, the chain had only just begun to break, and he had to get rid of it. According to his calculations, it would cost him about 10,000 gold coins. But then a brilliant idea came to his mind. He stared at Han Ling so intently that she thought he was impressed by her behavior, and wanted to swear his allegiance to her. First addressing her as a sister, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Brother Han Lin," since she still considered herself a man. He remembered that she could make pills, and of course, she confirmed it. Hao Li was too weak. He had the strength of a horse, but the Li family in Yunsun was considered a prominent family and was allowed to attend school. The academy was small, so they could only take 1 servant to serve Hao Li. The boy felt that it would not be easy for him here. Xuanqing could not arrive soon, as the women were traveling slowly and would be here in a few days. Gao could not allow the young master to fail to enter the academy. In addition, the academy had a rule that servants had to be of the same sex as their masters in order to prevent students from leading a dissolute lifestyle. Hao was outraged by these rules, and already thought that his father had sent him to this academy as a punishment. The young master was indignant and did not want to take anyone, but Gao insisted that he take someone who would take care of him. Therefore, he suggested that his son, Gaozhong, accompany the young master. He promised to take good care of him. The young gentleman had no objection and agreed. He then ordered Gao to settle in the city and not to be stingy. He also asked that Xuanqing be told that he would come down for her when he was free. Gao was elated with his first victory and considered Xuanqing a fool, because she did not even know the local rules of the academy. The young master's debauchery and Gaozhong's beauty would help Hao forget about Xuanqing in a few days, as Gao had expected, and without the young master's trust, she would not be able to compete with Gao for power. Hao missed him and was very sad here, hoping to come down from the mountain tomorrow, hoping that there would be somewhere to have fun in the city. Suddenly, Gao's so-called son, Gao Zhong, entered the room. She sympathized with the young master. He must have had a difficult journey. Therefore, she now asked permission to serve the young gentleman. Hao was pleasantly surprised that Gao Zhong turned out to be a girl, not a young man. The girl asked the gentleman to call her Zhonger. She also said that her father knew that the gentleman would be lonely at the academy and sent her to serve him. Hao was very pleased because his protector knew his desires perfectly well. They tried to do everything very quietly. Zhonger was worried that they would be discovered, because then not only would the master's reputation be at risk, but also her life. Enough time had passed for Gao Dalian's so-called son to climb into the bed of the young Master Hao, as Xuanqing reflected. The girl guessed that the protector had secretly postponed her trip in order to pull off such a trick. Xuanqing knew perfectly well that Hao Li loved everything new, and if things continued this way, he would quickly fall out of love with her. As she had expected, once Gao gained power, she would be disgraced and expelled. Still, that was better than constantly fighting for the young master's favor. There was no need to rush anymore. The Luo Academy was already close. She needed to secretly find out what kind of power the black carp had. Half a month later, Jing Qing spent many days in pills of fiery blood, and finally conducted an analysis of the pill's general pharmacology and main medicinal properties. The medicine, as expected, was called the fire blood pill, which could temporarily stimulate a warrior's qi and blood. It was like a tonic that could warm the flesh when the qi and blood burst, significantly reducing the damage to the meridians. These two medicinal properties did not interfere with each other, but only complemented each other. Their form was stunning, truly the work of a master. Jing Qing simply wanted to know if Han Ling could make the same pill, and how much the ingredients would cost. The recipe was from the secret collection of the Luo Academy. Han analyzed only a few of the main ingredients, which were not too expensive, averaging less than 1 gold coin. But the reason the pill was so expensive was because it was effective, and because it required mixing many ingredients. Only in this way could the pill be made powerful enough to raise qi and blood without harming the body. It was difficult for Han to calculate the necessary auxiliary mixtures. Only a master of this craft could do it, and this further increased the price of the pill. Jing Qing eagerly awaited some reasonable continuation, and expected Han to give him at least some hope that he could do something similar. But the girl admitted that she did not yet have the skill to create something like that. Jing Qing then wondered what would happen if they did not use auxiliary mixtures. Han believed that in that case, everything would be easier, and she would be able to increase the effectiveness of the pill tenfold. But this mixture was very strong and its effect was similar to poison. 1 was okay, but 10 were incompatible with life. Jing Qing was excited about this. He really needed such a pill now, and he would hardly have left the girl if he hadn't gotten what he wanted. Han reminded him that it was pure poison, and he only had 1 life. But despite this, the guy kept asking her to make the pill anyway. He really needed it. Han, fully aware of all the risks, nevertheless agreed to help our hero. But first, she wanted to clarify who Jing Qing wanted to poison with this poison. The guy patted the girl on the shoulder, trying to relieve her tension and calm her down, saying that he wasn't trying to hurt anyone. Of course, this pill was for him. Would he have asked for it for anyone else but himself? The next day, our hero brought the necessary ingredients. Han Lin estimated that they would be enough to make about 20 pills. You didn't have to be a genius mathematician to understand that these cheap ingredients meant the pills had a very low cost price and were not worth 50 gold pieces each. While they were discussing this, they heard someone shouting, as if someone was rushing someone else. Han Ling noticed that this family had moved in a few days ago, so they were stocking up on everything. But she didn't even know which kingdom these nobles were from. Our hero, however, had already encountered them. Xuan King had a difficult time when she first arrived. She was given a lot of tasks, but she did not complain and patiently did everything. The other maids rejoiced at this, because in the Li household, she had made them work, and now it was their turn to be in charge. Hao became fond of the son of the defender Gao, and began to engage in sodomy, entrusting all power in the house to him. Jing Qing and Han Ling watched this whole conversation in silence. She probably didn't expect to see her old acquaintance here. But she quickly pulled herself together and greeted him silently, showing respect. Han Ling guessed that her companion knew this girl. She seemed very beautiful to her, but she also noticed that she was having a hard time. Nevertheless, Jing Qing denied knowing this girl, and apparently did not want to bring up the subject at all. However, Han Lin did not insist. She was much more concerned about when Jing Qing would go with her to the Han Kingdom, where she would show him how beautiful it was. Although our hero tried to appear indifferent to what was happening, he wondered why Xuan King had come here. He didn't care what she wanted. He just wanted to continue his training and not get involved with her. A whole month had already passed, and there were still 6 months left until the agreed academy date. And for the entire month, our hero and Han Ling had been preparing pills. He took them almost every day. He wanted to achieve results by any means possible. Breaking the chain wasn't that easy, so he made many sacrifices for it. But the main thing was that it didn't kill him. Even though the ingredients for the fireblood were inexpensive, his savings were still running out. In the end, even Han Ling decided to invest her family's money. Jing Qing promised to pay her back, but she gave it to him for free, imagining that he served her faithfully and truthfully, so he didn't have to worry about money. In the end, Jing Qing ate more than 100 pills, which had consequences. Since he had been taking the pills for a long time without their medicinal properties, it led to the appearance of various marks on his body, and the bone bracelet could do nothing about them. But in addition to the bad consequences, there were also good ones. The chain was constantly covered with cracks from the increase in qi and blood. And yet, it was still a long way from the moment when our hero would completely get rid of it. Liu Yi was indignant at what Jing Qing was doing. Shang Li found out that the guy was taking the pills as he pleased and got very angry, so now Liu Yi was trying to get through to him. Shang Li became a personal student of the senior scholar. She skipped classes just to see Jing Qing, but in the end she was caught and locked up. Therefore, the lady ordered Jing Qing not to do whatever came to mind, even if he did not fulfill the academy's conditions. She would give everything, but she would make sure that her protector was admitted to the academy. Finally, Liu Yi asked Jing Qing to stop eating unhealthy food and, God forbid, find that charlatan who deceives people with pills. Han Ling and Jing Qing heard everything perfectly, and finally, when Liu Yi finished with her news and threats, she left. Han Ling guessed that this busty maid from his family didn't know what exactly she was doing for Jing Qing with the pills, which was indeed the case. Meanwhile, Xuan King came to Master Han and brought her the clothes she had sewn for her. Xuan King's sudden arrival greatly frightened Han Ling, but when she saw that it was someone she knew, she breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to meet Liu Yi after what he had said. Jing Qing was very unhappy to see his ex-girlfriend here, so he demanded an explanation of what she was doing there. Seeing that Mr. Jing was also there, Jing Qing decided to leave the house so as not to disturb them. Our hero was completely baffled when he learned that the two had become close and friends, and he didn't understand why. Han Ling reassured the guy, remembering that he had told her that this girl was cunning, and Han Ling did not want to get close to her. Nevertheless, despite this, Jing Qing tried very hard, even though she was given a lot of work to do. Jing Qing didn't miss a single lecture in the square because of all this. Sleeping less than an hour a day, Han Ling had no idea why the girl was doing all this, but if it continued, she would die sooner or later. So Han gave her some strengthening pills because she felt sorry for her. Han Ling couldn't help herself. She considered herself a king and believed she had to be compassionate to the people. For this reason, Jing Qing would sew her clothes from time to time as a sign of gratitude. Many people in the city felt sorry for her or admired her hard work, but if people helped her, she tried to repay them in kind. Jing Qing found all this very stressful, and he still didn't know what the girl was up to. Jing Qing now had an excellent reputation throughout the city of Jiqing, and was considered one of the two most famous people. Since our hero did not understand who the second person was, Han Ling had to explain that this person was him, Jing Qing, the man obsessed with pills. However, our hero himself did not notice how he had already lived in the city of Jiqing for 11 months. The one-year deadline was getting closer and closer, but he still couldn't break the chain and escape. Instead, he gained the ability to quickly absorb pills, and his face was restored. There was a rumor that Luo Jingqin ate pills indiscriminately, which people found ridiculous and made fun of him. When Wei Dan heard such gossip, he decided to offer the guys to train with him. Of course, they didn't like the idea at all, and they immediately stopped gossiping. Now they thought that Jing Qing was Wei Deng's friend, and apologized for their rudeness. Moreover, Wei Dan offered Jing Qing his help, saying that if anyone ever bullied him in the future, all he had to do was tell them about Wei Dan. After all, no one in this city could stand up to Wei Dan now. Jing Qing reacted neutrally to this, because in fact, those guys were telling the truth, and he, in turn, did not attach any importance to it. Wei Dan was surprised by our hero's response, that he really didn't care what others thought of him. How was that possible? The companion suggested that Jing Qing was not initially a match for Wei Dan in terms of strength, and now that Wei had surpassed him, he probably felt uncomfortable, which was natural. Wei no longer mocked Jing Qing. He was well aware that the path of martial arts was about talent and luck, and he did not know whether Jing Qing had that luck or not. Han Ling waited impatiently for Jing Qing to return with food. Finally, he brought her favorite chestnut cookies. She was very hungry, but now she had the motivation to make pills again. Almost a year had passed, and Han Ling had made quite a few pills for our hero. In return, she received only baked goods, but Jing Qing felt he owed this girl a great deal. This time, Han Ling had a new idea on how to make a fire blood pill. Every time Jing Qing took a fire blood pill, it was like he was hitting a chain with a hammer. Considering the current state of the chain, our hero needed a heavy hammer. Therefore, the fire blood pill was not enough, even though it was 10 times more powerful than a regular pill. One way or another, Jing Qing had a special body, and everything healed like a dog's, so he needed to replace the small hammer with a sledgehammer, as Han Ling explained. In other words, the girl wanted to create a more powerful fire blood pill. She had been making fire blood pills for quite a long time, and had already gotten the hang of it. But her stove was too old for her to make better quality pills. She needed a new stove with more power and durability. Jing Qing was ready to buy one right away, but pill making was not a common practice in the state of Song, and acquiring a good stove was not so easy. A good furnace cost at least 1,000 gold coins, if it was even available on the market. Jing Qing had no savings. He had only a little money left for his daily life. In addition, Shangli also had to break her chain and needed money too. Jing Qing did not want to borrow from her because it could get in her way. Amidst these thoughts, someone knocked on the door. Jing Qing was standing on the doorstep. She noticed that Han was practicing alchemy and hadn't even gone outside, so she brought her sister something to eat. Han laughed at her sister's address and asked to be called young master. Han Ling promised that when she returned to the palace, she would make Jing Qing her favorite concubine, because she was a very caring girl. Jing Qing apologized for her presumption, but asked if Jing Qing really didn't have enough money to buy a furnace for making pills. Jing Qing was indignant that the girl had apparently been eavesdropping on them and replied rather rudely, asking what business it was of hers. She realized that she had taken too much liberty and hurriedly took her leave. Han Ling praised the girl, saying she was nice and that talking to her was like a spring breeze. But Jing Qing only responded with sarcasm. He didn't want to go into details and wanted to return to the previous topic of how to get a furnace. Could it be that Jing Qing really had good intentions? But what could she have been thinking? It couldn't be that simple. Meanwhile, the young master returned to the Li mansion. He finally had a chance to come down from the mountain, because he was so tired of studying at the academy every day. even though Gao Zhong served him. Hao was worried because he didn't see Xuan Qing here, who should have been there to greet him. Zhao pointed out to the young master that she was sitting somewhere there, and he just hadn't noticed her. Xuan Qing looked terrible. She was exhausted and wore some rags. Hao immediately noticed her appearance and asked why she had become so unattractive and looked so exhausted, like a peasant woman. Gao answered for her, saying that the gentleman had become more perceptive. Besides, Xuan Qing came from a modest background and could not compare to the beautiful ladies in Luoyi. Hao also remembered that his teacher always criticized him for not trying hard enough, so he wanted to buy him some valuable gifts to please him. With this seal, Gao could go to the bank in the neighboring town of Xinjiang and withdraw as much money as he wanted to complete this task. The young master was going to spend up to 5 days at the mansion and have a good rest. Gao prepared good wine and food for him, invited dancers, and Hao just had to enjoy himself. Before the young master left, Xuan Qing approached him with a request. She had heard that with a letter of recommendation from a servant or concubine, one could also take the blood awakening test and enter the academy, so she wanted to try. But her defender rudely interrupted her. How dare she be so insolent? Supposedly, the master could not write a letter of recommendation for a simple servant, and if anyone found out about it, the master would be disgraced. Hao confirmed Gao's words, adding that his father had told him that this letter of recommendation was costly for the Li family, so they couldn't easily recommend just anyone. Xuan Qing apologized for this, and also heard that the young master had asked for her to be tidied up, because he did not enjoy looking at her. Although the girl did not show it, hatred raged inside her. She had given the young master a chance, but he had simply ignored it. 3 days later, Han Lin and Jing Qing tried their best to collect more than 100 gold coins. The 6 pills sent by Liu Yi were sold for 230 gold coins. Still, it wasn't enough, and our hero racked his brains trying to figure out where else he could find coins. Then suddenly Han Lin came to him with unexpected news that something had happened. The girl informed our hero that a high-quality furnace had just arrived in Xinjiang straight from the state of Song, which Han Ling was sure of. But alas, they still did not have 1,000 gold coins, and there was a problem with the money. When they came to the store in Xinjiang, they asked to buy the goods on credit, but they couldn't do that, and besides, the oven had already been sold an hour ago. It was difficult to guess who could have bought it so quickly. The salesman made no secret of it and said that it was a woman in a hat and that he knew nothing else. Jing Qing was not happy with this news, because they did not have a new boiler, and they would not be able to pay in installments. So they returned to the suburbs of Zhuangshu empty-handed. They had missed out on the stove, and no one knew when they would come across it again. But even if our hero didn't come across it, he couldn't say for sure that he would be able to afford to buy a similar stove. As they walked at a steady pace, someone caught up with them. A woman approached them, as if she knew the boys would take this road. Xuan Qing had come here to make a deal with Mr. Jing Qing. Of course, she did not come empty-handed. When they saw what she had brought with her, both Han Ling and Jing Qing were extremely surprised. If Jing Qing made a promise to Xuan Qing, this new stove would be his. Jing Qing was beside himself. Xuan Qing had bought the furnace in front of them, knowing that he needed it, and now he had to promise her something. Han Ling, in turn, asked the guy not to get excited and listen to her. Xuan Qing knew from Han Ling that Jing would be able to study at the academy if he could advance to the 2nd earthly level. All she was asking now was to go to the mountain and ask Meng Shangji to recommend Xuan Qing to take the blood test to determine his origin. Han Ling was a little confused. Did she really only need a recommendation to be allowed to take the test? Han was a descendant of the king, even though the royal family had been overthrown, and the descendants had become commoners. But 500 years ago, the great Han Feizi was a member of the royal family, which is why the academy was so lenient towards Han's sister, because of their connections. Jing Qing had always thought that Han Ling was exaggerating about her ancestry, but she really was a descendant of the royal family. Generally speaking, the difference between the nobility and the peasants was that a simple person like Xuan Qing could not even get to the mountain without a recommendation, let alone a blood test to determine her origin. Our hero had a logical question. Why didn't the girl turn to her master, whom she actually served? Was she unable to suck up to him? Xuan Qing decided not to go into details, saying that she had her own difficulties, and was now offering a fair deal, not a deception. Therefore, she hoped that Jing Qing would agree. Jing Qing had already dealt with this innocent swindler, so he didn't want to have anything more to do with her and refused. But before he could finish his refusal, Han Ling agreed on his behalf. She hoped that her loyal servant would agree. This stove was just perfect, and Han Ling immediately fell in love with it. Everything about this stove was worthy of a master craftsman. The lines, the carvings, everything was perfect. For the sake of Han Lin, who liked this furnace so much, and also because the appointed day was fast approaching, Jing Qing reluctantly agreed to Xuan Qing's request. And finally, they managed to perfect the fire blood pill with healing properties, just as Han Lin had promised. After our hero took the pill, which was 20 times more powerful, he felt like his body was about to burst into pieces. If he hadn't gotten used to the previous pills, he would have definitely fainted. But it was all worth it, and such immense power was bound to break his chain. Finally, after pushing himself harder and putting in even more effort, Jing Qing managed to make a breakthrough. The chain was broken. He and Han Ling had been working toward this for quite some time, and finally it had happened. Jing Qing didn't feel his best, but he was incredibly happy that he had finally managed to break the chain. Kai and blood flowed through his body at a high level, faster than ever before. Was this what the second earthly level felt like? The next day was the momentous day when our hero would climb the mountain. The question arose as to where Juan Qing was, but suddenly Commander Gao's shouts were heard, ordering someone to look for her, and when they found her, not to listen to her and to kill her. Judging by the conversation, Juan Qing took advantage of Gao's drunkenness to steal the seal and withdraw money from her master's account. She had not returned for several days, and Gao thought she had left the country. A reward of hundreds of gold coins was offered to anyone who brought her back. Han Ling thought they could save her since she did all this for the sake of the seal, but Jing Qing only agreed with the girl to test her blood to determine the source. Everything else was of no concern to him. Jing Qing wanted to hurry so as not to be late for the event. The scholar Zhao gave clear instructions that Jing Qing would not be able to climb the mountain until he reached the second earthly level. Han Ling accompanied her loyal servant to the steps, and they said goodbye. But just as Jing Qing was about to continue climbing, someone stopped him and asked him to wait. Juan Qing was in even worse condition than before. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and she was dirty and bruised. She reminded Jing Qing of the promise he had made to her. Han Ling suggested that the girl had been hiding outside the city all this time. She warned Juan Qing, because she had heard Gao say that he was looking for her. Jing Qing was extremely impressed by the girl. Had she really betrayed her master's family and robbed them just to get a promise from Jing Qing? Things between them were already rocky, so it would have been logical for Jing Qing to betray her. Juan Qing knew this, but her life depended on it. She bet that Mr. Jing would keep his promise, and that her strength would be enough to study at the academy. Now Juan Qing's life was in Jing Qing's hands, and no matter what he decided, she was ready to accept his decision. Jing Qing already thought that the girl was trying to make him feel sorry for her. Our hero really wanted to see this girl executed, but despite all this, he told her to follow him. Xuan Qing was walking on thin ice, and yet knowing this, she did not stop risking her life. On the way, she wanted to talk to the gentleman, but he said he didn't want to talk to her, and when they reached the mountain, he didn't want to have anything to do with this hypocrite at all. Xuan Qing just wanted to say that a bright future awaited her and that if Jing Qing was in danger, she would one day repay his kindness with all her heart. Jing Qing ordered her to shut up. He didn't want that day to ever come. At the Luo Academy in the Tripod Hall, Jing Qing was finally able to demonstrate his results for the year, which seemed impossible to the master. Jing Qing herself realized that it was practically impossible, but everyone could see the result with their own eyes. The manifestation of the third-level Yangling chain proved that our hero truly possessed the second earthly level. Moreover, Jing Qing would be able to do without the Academy's resources, and he was even stronger than Ji Wenxuan, as the dean had told him. Was he really that special? Jing Qing wondered if he was the only one who could meet the Academy's requirements. Could he now enroll in the Academy? Zhao advised our hero to choose to study pill-making or become an apprentice to a senior scholar at the Academy. Moreover, the dean did not even know who would want to take on Jing Qin with his Ju Li power. When everything was clear with Jing Qin, he asked permission to recommend Xuan Qing to reveal her nature of power. This was certainly against the rules, but the master decided to make an exception. Moreover, the Academy itself would assign a mentor to our hero. Jing Qing fulfilled his part of the promise, and now they would go their separate ways. That was enough for the girl, and she thanked Jing Qing. The senior scholar of the Tongjian Hall, Shi Yuan, became our hero's mentor. He went through the admission procedure to the Academy, and finally saw the Tongjian Hall, where there was not a single student. He politely entered, trying to find out where the senior scholar Shi Yuan was. The man sitting there told him not to look around and waste time, but to come in quickly. Jing Qing recognized the man as the same senior scholar who had given a lecture in the square, but now he looked dejected and was completely unlike the person he had seen before. Jing had heard that there was a long list of rituals that had to be followed in order to pay respects, but fortunately, before he came here, Scholar Zhao had instructed him. He began, "I, Jing Qing, would like to express my respect to my mentor, according to the rules of etiquette, and bring him an offering." But Shi Yuan interrupted him, saying he didn't need all these rules of etiquette. They were very boring, and Jing Qing could just address him as teacher. Si Wen had been completely free before, but it seemed that one old woman did not like it. Not only did she force him to give lectures in the city, but now she had assigned him a student. Shi Yuan had no idea how to teach Jing Qing with his Julie power, so he decided to give him a little something. It was a senior scholar's certificate, which would allow our hero to enter the library. If Jing Qing wanted to learn something, he would have to do it himself. If our hero didn't understand anything, he would have to find the answers himself, and now he had to leave and not bother Shi Yuan. After this meeting, Jing Qing realized that his teacher was completely unreliable, and he left him in complete confusion. There were many representatives of different states at the academy, so people from the same country were gathered in a room to maintain contact with their compatriots, and the name corresponded to the country. For example, this is the Qin Pavilion. This is what military chess looked like. Players could develop their logic in the conduct of war tactics and pass the time. Shangli told Jing Qin that she would be in the Qin Pavilion and that he should look for them there, but he couldn't find them. Suddenly, someone covered his eyes with small hands. Jing Qin felt the chest leaning against him from behind and assumed it was Liu Yi, so he thought that the lady had sent her to meet him. Shangli was surprised that the guy had come to that conclusion. He hadn't seen her for several months and didn't recognize her anymore. Or did he mean that he missed Liu Yi more? In fact, our hero had completely forgotten that Shang Li now wore a bra all the time, and her breasts were indistinguishable. Shang Li still tried to understand why Jing Qing thought she was Liu Yi, but she was already old enough and shouldn't just hug a man like that, her assistant hinted. However, all this was just idle chatter, and Shang Li was very happy when she saw Jing Qing. Although our hero took all kinds of pills indiscriminately and lost count, he still kept his promise and enrolled in the academy. For Jing, it was perfectly obvious that he couldn't deceive his mistress and break his promise. A ringing sound echoed throughout the hall. Someone had struck a gong. Jing assumed it was a sign that it was time to go to the dining hall. But let's take a look at the tripod hall, where something no less interesting was happening. The gong was ringing not because it was time to go to the dining hall, but because it was time to go to the tripod hall. Senior scientist Zhang Yu from the Dayu Hall, as soon as he heard the ringing, immediately ran over, because it meant that the power of the hornless dragon had been discovered, and he hoped to find a good student. Too much time had passed since the last hornless dragon power had been discovered. Scholar Wu Liang did not understand at all why it was this particular girl. The black carp was one of the most ferocious hornless dragon powers. Therefore, Xuanqing asked to be accepted into the Luo Academy. She hoped that with such power she would be accepted. The power of the black carp could eventually become a black dragon, which was an excellent qualification. But those born with this power had a bad temper, and if they became ministers, they would go against their lord. If they were children, they would go against their parents, and if they were students, they would go against their teacher. Despite all the turmoil in Xuanqing in this city, she did not miss a single lecture by the senior scholar. And finally, in one of the lectures, she learned about rare types of power. Xuanqing learned about the history of the origin of the black carp's power. This black carp power was a special form of hornless dragon power and could eventually become an emerald dragon. But its nature is not kind, going against the Lord and against the Father. Unfortunately, Xuanqing simply had no choice. She could not hope that the academy would appreciate her power. From now on, she would be free from her insignificant position and set out on the path to elevation. Xuanqing knew that only a person's actions determined their true character, not the nature of their power. How could the scholars think that Xuanqing was a rebel just by learning the nature of her power? But the historical records in the books could not lie, and much had been written since then. If the girl said a word, she would have to leave this place. Xuanqing was not satisfied with her current situation. She had always been a gambler and had always won. Therefore, she asked the master to show compassion for her. But this time, she thought she had already lost. If Xuanqing could reach the dragon gate and become an emerald dragon, she would be able to break through the heavenly seal and become a goddess. It was an excellent power, so one of the scholars at the academy wanted to take Xuanqing as his disciple. Ji Wei, the deputy director of Luo Academy, upon learning that a person with the power of a black carp had appeared at their academy, immediately came and did not want to miss the chance to get such a student. The deputy was asked to reconsider, because the girl had the power of the black carp and was definitely born with a bad destiny. Ziwei believed that there was no point in dissuading him. If the girl opposed him, it would mean that she had already reached the level of the heavenly seal and would soon be able to become a goddess. He saw nothing wrong with death if he could raise such a student. Xuanqing was overjoyed. She had found a worthy mentor who was even willing to sacrifice his life to raise her. At Luo Academy, absolutely everything, even basic food, was different from what was available in the outside world. Here, there was food from all over the world. As ancient books proved, this food nourished the qi and blood, and it was also incredibly delicious. For a whole year, our hero ate steamed flatbread to save money and was happy to finally eat a normal meal. Shangli told the young man that she had been looking for all kinds of ways for him to get into the academy, but she never imagined that he would do it on his own. Shanli was happy for Jing Qing and congratulated him wholeheartedly and gave him some water. But this water had a rather strange taste. It was bitter, and even worse than strong holly leaf tea. One sip was enough to make Jing lose feeling in his tongue. In fact, it was wine made especially for Jing Qing, and the lady hoped that the young man would appreciate her efforts. In reality, it was a kind of repayment for the money Shangli had spent on fire pills, but one glass was not enough to appease her anger. So our hero was polite and thought he should drink at least 10 or 100 glasses. After all, one glass was not enough to repay her. After drinking all the wine that had been prepared, Jing Qing wondered if he would die after that. The guy sincerely apologized to the lady, and she even felt awkward about it. The lady had a kind heart, so it was just a tonic medicinal wine, but Liu Yi added something to it for flavor. Since our hero arrived later than Shang Li, he now had to call her his senior classmate. When the Luo Academy was first built, the Zhuangshu Mountains looked very different from how they do now. The unsurpassed Grand Master Jiang Zia used his great power to move mountains and change the course of the river, and then hoped to build the academy. 3 entrances of different levels were built in this academy. The first and second gates were connected by the natural boundaries of the mountain. This area was where ordinary students lived, and only behind the third gate did the academy's classrooms begin. Usually, a master was responsible for each classroom, and academics helped with teaching. In short, one hall was one faculty of the academy. The masters were the heads of the faculties, and the academics were the teachers. Each mentor had their own teaching style. For example, Shang Li's teacher, Love Ju, adhered to the exercise of thinking and comprehending the unified. Wei's teacher, academician Fan, loved to wander with his students most of all. Then the girl wondered who Jing Qin's teacher was. The boy was confused because he didn't even know how to answer correctly. Shi Yuan seemed quite strange to him, and did he really have a teaching style? This gave Shang Li food for thought. Apparently she knew something about him. Shi Yuan was the last student of the academy's mentor, and he was quite reserved by nature. He disliked teaching so much that he didn't even want to meet people. The only thing he loved in life was collecting antiques. Shang Li had already guessed that Shi Yuan's mentor had told him personally to take Jing Qing as his student. Although Shi Yuan was free, he did not have a single student. The lady thought that Shi Yuan treated our hero well, because he had only just arrived, and he had already given him his seal. Usually, only the favorites of the mentors received it. Shang Li had to suck up to the teachers for a long time and even give the teacher a friendship bra before she finally got that coveted seal. But Jing Qing believed that Master Shi Yuan simply didn't care about him. Nevertheless, the young man wanted to find a way to get closer to him. Shang Li didn't want to upset her protector, so she offered to show him around the entire academy. First, she showed him the academy's library. It contained many books from all over the world, including a rich collection of ancient books, among which were even notes about the riches of Zhuli. Next, they went to the music hall. The Zhou dynasty ruled the country with the help of music. Here there were zhen, sheng, gongs, flutes, bowstrings, qing bells, and other musical instruments from different countries. There was even a pavilion for discussions about Taoism. Academics and even masters debated science, but sitting here and discussing Taoism, they learned the truth. Of course, everyone also learned the art of combat from each other, and their progress was tested in the Tianshu arena. There was also the Dragon Gate, the Stairway to Heaven, the Taigong Pond, the Goddess Peak, the Lake of Immortal Admiration, and a bunch of other interesting places. No wonder the academy occupied an entire mountain. Jing Qing could not have imagined that the Lake of Immortal Admiration was connected by a huge waterfall. The elders said that it was not a natural phenomenon, but the result of a great battle between 2 people on the border of the Lake of Immortal Admiration. According to legend, the 2 were best friends, but no one knew why they had quarreled. During the battle, the mountain rock split, and the dam collapsed. Water from the pond rushed down, creating this nameless waterfall. This happened 20 years ago, but even the elders avoided talking about the reason for the battle. This puzzled Jin, but the thought that people at the academy always demonstratively severed relationships. Unfortunately, this conversation was not destined to continue, as Shang Li's attention was drawn to Liu Yi. She waved nervously and tried to get her mistress's attention, as if she wanted to warn her about something. Things were bad. Shang Li immediately realized that her teacher had arrived, so she grabbed Jing Qing, and they ran to hide. Master Luvju asked Liu Yi why she hadn't seen Shang Li. Liu Yi had to lie and say that her mistress was reviewing her lessons, and she was afraid to disturb her, so she went out for a walk herself. Lu Ju acknowledged that the girl had been working very hard lately, so the teacher asked Liu Yi to go with her and tidy up the library. Teacher Shang Li and Master Jing Qing were enemies. Every time Lu Ju heard something about Shi Wen, she would start grinding her teeth. Moreover, she simply hated men, and always said that all men were pigs. And when she found out that Shang Li had given Jing Qing a blood tonic elixir, she flew into a rage. And now our hero had also become Shi Wen's disciple. Knowing her teacher's temper, Shang Li was afraid that she would chop Jing Qing to death on the spot. But in reality, the lady was just joking, because a teacher couldn't be that scary. She only said that she would break all 3 of his legs at most, but that had to be a joke, because people only had 2 legs. Her behavior reminded Jing Qing of the behavior of his mentor, Mei Jue. Shang Li didn't know who the boy was talking about. Thinking it was a new story, she asked him to tell it to her. Since there was nothing else to do, Jing Qing began to tell the story of a girl who called herself Master Mei Jue. She swore to heaven that she would destroy all those who broke their vows of love. It was a very tearful story, in which mentor Mi Jue and Fan Xiaoxiao were a couple in love with an unfortunate fate. Jing told the story so vividly that his mouth went dry, and Shang Li couldn't hold back her tears. When the guy fell silent, he heard a woman's voice saying that she really liked the mentor Mi Ju. Lu Ju hadn't gone anywhere and had listened for half the day, and now she couldn't wait to find out how it would end. The teacher had forced Lu Yi to remain silent, which was why they had stood there for so long. Lu Ju had already decided to finish the story herself. She was very curious to know the ending. She hoped that Mei Yue had taken out 100 swords and chopped Fan Xiaoxiao to pieces. Jing Qing hoped that if he said that in the end they became husband and wife, the teacher wouldn't be angry. Shangli became very excited and began to beg the teacher not to even think about beating Jing Qing and not to touch a single one of his legs. Lu Ju said that she was only joking and didn't even think that her student would take it seriously. Could it be that Lu Ju wasn't even angry with her? Lu Ju was completely calm and said that she wasn't angry about such trifles. Jing Qing already thought that the lady had just caused a panic, and her teacher turned out to be a very good woman. As soon as he thought about it, he noticed that the stone wall had started to move. Then he saw a palm on the wall, which appeared and caused cracks to appear in the stones. And then the whole wall collapsed like a house of cards. Jing Qing felt as if he had passed through the gates of hell. And yet, our hero's legs remained intact, as Lu Ju had promised, and a month later, he continued his studies in the library. The book repository was quite dusty, as few people came here because only academics and their favorite students had access. It had been a month since he entered the academy, and since that day, our hero had not seen Shang Li. Liu Yi said that she had been arrested. Moreover, the teacher had also disappeared without a trace, and Jing Qing could not find Shi Wen anywhere. He had no one to ask for advice, so all he could do was go to the library every day in search of some useful book. As a result, he found nothing that could be useful to him. Suddenly, someone addressed him. At the academy, he was known as Jing Qing's student, who had broken with tradition and entered the academy with the help of Zhu Li's power. Standing in front of him was a young man from the Chu kingdom, whose surname was Wei, and whose name was Tai. He greeted his classmate Jing. Jing Qing was polite to this guy. Although he was an aristocrat, at first glance, he did not seem to have any malicious intentions. Tai Wei did not come here empty-handed. He had heard that Jing Qing possessed the power of Zhu Li, which required the purchase of a large amount of expensive medicine. Therefore, he wanted to present Jing Qing with 1,000 gold coins, but in return ask for one small favor. Our hero was wary, because what kind of small thing could be paid for with such a huge sum? Nevertheless, he did not rush to conclusions. Tai Wei quickly voiced his request, asking Jing Qing to make a cut in his skin and give him a drop of his blood. This was the first time anyone had ever made such a request of our hero. His body was a gift from his parents, and he did not dare to spoil it. Jing thought that this guy had problems with his head, otherwise why would he need someone else's blood? Tai Wei's companion became angry, for how dare he refuse someone like Wei, who held a high position, and it was not customary to refuse such people. Tai Wei, on the other hand, was much more reserved and did not insist on his request, apologizing for the rudeness of his subordinates. Jing Qing watched them leave and wondered what had just happened. The leader was so polite, but his companions were like dogs on a chain. They did not insist on their request any further. But the next day, Tai Wei came to Jing Qing's room again, and Jing Qing refused his request once more. Tai Wei showed up on the third day, offering 2,000 gold pieces, but Jing Qing had no intention of giving his blood to anyone for anything. It was starting to annoy him, and he wanted to understand why Tai Wei was pestering him. The master often told him that the hidden talents of the academy were inconspicuous and quiet, and Tai did not expect to be looked down upon. An insignificant freeloader from the common people dared to refuse him 3 times, which the young man clearly did not like. Tai Wei had always behaved very politely and restrainedly, but now he was like a storm brewing. Qin's blood would be of great benefit to him, but if he didn't agree today, Tai was sure he would agree later. In the end, Tai Wei decided not to stand on ceremony any longer and ordered his henchmen to seize Jing Qing. The politeness disappeared instantly, and Jing Qing was surprised by such a drastic change. But someone was extremely unhappy that the fight was starting and he hadn't been invited. It was Wei's brother. He had just returned from traveling with his teacher and wanted to drink wine with Jing Qing, but he had no idea that there would be so many uninvited guests here. Wei just didn't know if he had enough wine for everyone. Everyone knew that Wei possessed blood and qi of at least the 5th earthly level, and the two of them were no match for him. Tai was surprised that Jing Qing had a patron at the academy. Tai Wei was not acquainted with this man, so he decided to introduce himself, and Wei introduced himself. Tai Wei remembered the name Wei Baiqi, because our hero did not want to give in to him, so he should not complain later that he had offended his comrade. Brother Wei, in turn, was surprised when Jing Qing managed to run into them, and judging by the blood and qi, they were all almost at the 3rd earthly level. Still, there were students from all over the country at the academy, and they were all different, so he suggested not thinking about it and having a drink first. At that moment, our hero thought that the matter was settled, and that he would never see that strange student again, but that was not the case. The next day, during an inspection, it was revealed that student Wei Baiqi had behaved inappropriately and violated the principles of the 8 decrees for students. Therefore, he was subjected to a 2nd-degree punishment, which was announced by the academy inspector, He Yi. When the punishment was over, he had to work on his mistakes, but if he violated the academy's principles again, he would be expelled. Jing Qing had just left the library when he heard that his friend was being punished. Wei remained steadfast, but it was clear that the lashes were taking their toll on him. But our hero didn't even know why Wei was being punished. Then Tai Wei kindly explained that Wei, who was warlike by nature, with his 5th earth-level powers and disregarding the laws of the academy, had fought with 2 of Tai Wei's students. After that, a bunch of rumors spread about Wei, saying that he was a commoner and only got here because of a drawing in the form of a beast. They also insisted that when people with the strength of a tiger made a breakthrough in tempering, they became great and experienced warriors. Therefore, they thought that he wanted to make a breakthrough faster and went for it. Jing Qing couldn't help but react to what he saw and wanted to punish this scoundrel. But Wei stopped him, because the inspector was Tai's man, and all he had to do was say something, and he would punish the right person again. Tai Wei was pleased with the results of his efforts, and he had another matter to discuss with Jing Qing. Tai Wei knew that Jing Qing had several friends in Zhuangshu. It wouldn't hurt him to come down from the mountain and see what Tai had done. As long as the terms of the deal hadn't changed, Jing Qinyu should consider Tai Wei's proposal. Meanwhile, in the town of Zhuangshu, there was a huge fire. Wei Ding and Han Ling were slightly injured in the fire. Han Ling was now trying to help the boy, who was in pain. Jing Qing quickly ran to his friends. He couldn't abandon them, because they had been through so much together. Our hero was frightened when he saw what had happened, but the main thing was that his friends were alive. He explained the situation. Someone wanted to buy blood from him, but he didn't sell it because it seemed suspicious to him, and as a result, that damn aristocrat attacked his friends. Jing Qing felt extremely guilty, so he apologized to his friends. Han Ling took it easily and asked the guy not to blame himself, saying that she had helped her servant as she should have. But I don't remember Wei Deng being very friendly with Jing Qing. And yet, when the enemy came to burn down the houses, he rushed to Han Lin's aid. Why did he keep quiet now? But in this situation, one thing was unclear. Why did Tai Wei need our hero's blood? Han Ling had some guesses. There was a noble family with the surname Wei, descendants of the sorcerer Qi Yu, of the same lineage as San Miao, and one could say they had Qi Yu's blood. The people of Chu were skilled sorcerers, one might say necromancers. Using the blood with the power of Zhu Li and stimulating the blood of the San Miao people, they could purify their ancient bloodline. They couldn't improve their natural abilities, but they could add special features to them, turning an old nag into a fast horse and growing wings on a tiger. Wei Dan thought this was very cool, and he wanted to learn more about his ancestry, and then, if necessary, borrow some blood from Jin. But that was foolish. Making an incision and obtaining blood would undermine his vitality, damage his natural abilities, and make it even more difficult to reach the earthly level. If that was the case, then Wei Dan didn't want to put Jing Qing at such risk, because it was already difficult for him to reach the earthly level, and if he ruined his pulsation, then he probably wouldn't go beyond the 2nd level. Jing Qing thanked the girl for telling him the truth, which he didn't like, but which was so necessary. His thanks sounded strange to Han Ling, but Wei Dan confidently said that he had helped Jing Qing, so he should thank him and not offend him. Finally, our hero asked Han Ling and Wei Deng to give him some time and he would explain everything to them. On behalf of Master Ji, our hero was asked to go to the Immaculate Hall. Ji was Tai Wei's teacher. Apparently, our hero had offended the junior and gotten on the senior's bad side. He already anticipated that nothing good would come of this meeting. In the Immaculate Hall, besides the teacher himself, there was, of course, Tai Wei, who sat as if nothing had happened. Ji was surprised that Jing Qing did not even bow to him when he entered and did not observe etiquette. Jing explained that he was a student of Master Shi Yuan, who had never taught him lessons in politeness. Ji noted that Shi Yuan and Jing Qing had very similar temperaments. But in any case, the teacher called our hero today to restore justice. His student politely asked to borrow some blood, so why did Jing Qing refuse him? Jing Qing became even more indignant. Wei had treated his friends from the city under the mountain inhumanely. How could this be called politeness and sincerity? But wasn't it because of Jing Qing? Thought the teacher. If he had agreed to give blood right away, this would not have happened. Suddenly, the teacher remembered that Jing Qing was a servant of the Shang family. Although Meng Shangzi followed her teacher in everything, Lu Ju was addicted to immortality pills, and sometimes she could turn a blind eye to her students. Tai Wei decided not to hide anything, and confessed that Master Ji was not only his teacher, but also his uncle from the Zhou family. At the academy, masters with the surname Ji were stronger than masters with other surnames from birth. Apparently, our hero already understood what was going on. The mentor and his students wanted to take his blood together. As soon as Jing Qin was surrounded on all sides, he immediately began to defend himself and was not going to show weakness. Tai Wei was outraged by the young man's behavior, that he resisted him and did not give him blood. But according to Master Ji, if he beat these two, wouldn't it be their fault? Maybe they should have hidden better so they wouldn't get beaten up? Jing Qing knew the rules of the academy well. If there was a problem, it could be solved in the Tianshu arena. There, it would be clear who was right and who was wrong. If those two scoundrels wanted Jing Qing's blood so badly, they should have fought him first. The next day, as agreed, Jing Qing and Tai Wei met in the Tianshu arena, where a large crowd had gathered. This time, Zhao presided over the proceedings in the arena. Both sides had already taken an oath. It was confirmed that the oath was fair and impartial. Jing Qing's side bet was the blood of Zhu Li. Tai Wei's side bet 2,500 gold coins, as well as the Chu ruler's collection of jewels. The spectators did not even understand what Zhu Li's blood was, but since it was equated with such treasures of the Chu family and 2,500 gold pieces, it was probably something extremely valuable. The fight was about to begin. If both sides agreed, it would start, but Jing Qing interrupted Zhao. He wanted to raise the stakes. If Jing Qing won the battle, Tai Wei would have to admit his mistake and apologize to Wei Baiqi, Han Lin, and Wei Dan. Tai Wei agreed without hesitation, but also raised his stakes. If he won, Jing Qing would have to give him not a drop of blood, but a whole bowl. The spectators anticipated an incredible spectacle. It was difficult for them to predict the outcome of the battle, even though Tai Wei was about to reach the 4th level, while Jing Qin was at the 2nd level. However, it should not be forgotten that Jing possessed the power of Zhu Li, which gave him a significant advantage. When the bets were discussed and agreed upon, the fight began. Everyone was curious to see how this battle would end. From the very first seconds, both sides began to use the power of the axe, and here our hero experienced some difficulties. Or rather, he did not expect such power from Tai Wei. The path of the warrior who studied Jing and the 10 military treatises that Tai Wei studied had a common origin. Although the book, The Way of War, was written by the great master Qin Yin, this military science was only for the practice of officials. The 10 military treatises were used by outstanding princes and dukes. Even if Tai Wei was unable to fully comprehend the 10 military treatises, the second rank against the third determined the outcome of the battle. Tai Wei recognized that Jing Qin's forces, Zhu Li and blood, far surpassed his own, but he must have known that with each level, the power of blood was gradually reborn. Jing Qing possessed the 2nd rank of the earth level, while Tai Wei possessed the 3rd. Therefore, Tai Wei calculated that his opponent was unlikely to defeat him by force, as his abilities were becoming even stronger. Jing Qing was well aware that this guy's techniques and strength were better than his, but he couldn't give him a chance to attack, so he tried to suppress Tai Wei. This was followed by a series of unstoppable attacks, and his opponent could do nothing but defend himself. It was not for nothing that Zhu Li's strength was called unmatched. Many envied our hero, because his blood power was developed to such an extent that he could perform such tricks. People admired Jing Qing's strength, because he was only in the 2nd rank, but his strength was not inferior to the 3rd rank. The teacher saw that Taya had no experience in deadly combat, and his strength was suppressed. Moreover, Zhu Li was unpredictable. Fortunately, Ji Qing had prepared in advance and hoped that no one would notice that he was secretly helping his student. He had a poisonous creature from Chu up his sleeve. If someone was injured, he could insert a female of this poisonous creature, and it would stimulate their strength and unlock their hidden potential. Therefore, the teacher did not hesitate to use this to help Tai Wei. He had to win by any means necessary. Of course, this did not go unnoticed, but Jing Qing still did not understand why his opponent's strength had increased so dramatically. Jing Qing simply fought as best he could, but for this pompous aristocrat, it was like humiliation. His ego was hurt, and he couldn't let it go unpunished, so he intended to kill Jing Qing to restore his justice. The vessel was broken, and in order to use the power of blood again, at least half of the vessel of fragrances was needed. Tai Wei was at the peak of his strength and had no intention of stopping. This time, he was going to use the ghost axe strike. Jing Qing had already struck him 10 times, but he felt no pity and was ready to strike with renewed force. After all, he had the body of Zhu Li. Suddenly, our hero began to hear voices. The voice said, apparently he was already used to enduring beatings. Perhaps his fighting style was based on counterattacks. He continued, there's not a single spot left on my body that isn't covered in wounds. Even if I win, what's the point? Meanwhile, our hero couldn't control his body, but somehow he managed to dodge the blow. The voice said, that's right, and then you need to find his weak spot when the power of blood turns into a vessel even though he is 3rd rank. But in the rush, his whole body couldn't act as one, with some parts strong and others weak. And then the voice said that the opponent's blood power had been activated, and that was the weak spot. Continuing to listen to this voice, our hero did not stop fighting and had no control over his body. His body seemed to follow the voice's advice and finally managed to break through Tai Wei's defense. And then it was time to strike at his opponent's weak spot. Using an axe strike, our hero defeated Tai Wei, which was immediately announced. At the end of this fight, Jing Qing felt that he had regained control over his body and could control it again, but he couldn't explain what had just happened. Jing Qing won, and people were surprised. This battle did not leave them indifferent. At the last decisive moment, our hero's technique became very strange, which attentive viewers noticed. Ji Qing was indignant that the insignificant science of the warrior's path could overcome the 10 military treatises passed down by aristocrats from generation to generation. His strange behavior at the end of the battle did not go unnoticed, and his teacher began to accuse him of cheating. This was annoying, because even in this academy there were masters who did not know how to admit defeat. Ji Qing demanded that Jing Qing be arrested and thoroughly investigated. He wanted evidence found that Jing had cheated and wanted him expelled from the academy immediately. But would Ji Qing really sacrifice his reputation to protect his nephew? Shi Yuan, who had suddenly appeared, decided to talk to Ji Qing. He saw how dear Tai Wei was to him, probably even dearer than his own son, or maybe Tai Wei was Ji Qing's illegitimate son. Shi Yuan was not shy about expressing his most daring thoughts and spoke as he saw fit, without thinking about what others would think of him. Who would have expected to see Shi Yuan here? He was considered the teacher with the strangest personality in the academy. Rumor had it that even the head of the academy could not do anything with him. Jing Qing immediately noticed these rumors when his teacher appeared, and now he began to understand better why none of the students wanted to become Shi Yuan's disciples. Ji Qing had already guessed that Shi Yuan had used the dragon grab technique and controlled Jing Qing's body, so it was no surprise that Tai Yi lost at the last moment. Shi Yuan didn't even have time to say a word before he was called a cheat, but he wanted to see the female poisonous creature of Shaman Chu in Ji Qing's sleeve before saying anything else. Shi Yuan was angry. He admitted that he was not very willing to teach this insolent boy Jing Qing, but no matter what, he was still a person from his Tongjian Hall. Ji Qing had deceived him and wanted to mock Shi Yuan. If Ji Qing didn't like something, they were in the Tianshu arena and could settle all issues there. Ji Qing noticed that Shi Yuan still considered himself, as before, the strongest heavenly master of the academy. But after that serious injury, his strength had not progressed at all, so Ji Qing urged him not to dream of anything, because he would not even be able to fight at full strength, as it would damage his longevity. Ji Qing saw that for many years, Shi Yuan did nothing but hide in his hall and feel sorry for himself. Obviously, Ji Qing had not yet attacked, but our hero felt as if his body had been cut by a sword. The key was turning into a weapon. It was Master Ji's forgotten technique, without a sword. Everyone tried to flee from this place, because his power could reach the spectators. Others did not want to run away, because they could feel the blow of the great heavenly master, and did not want to miss such a chance. Jing Qing felt the power of the heavenly master on himself. Be that as it may, it was impressive. A much more serious battle than the previous one between Jing Qing and Tai Wei was about to take place in the arena. Ji Qing was no longer going to stop. Even though he considered Shi Yuan to be trash, he still wanted to settle the score with him. Master Shi Yuan was once the strongest heavenly master, but if he used his power, he would lose years of his life. Ji Qing understood that Shi Yuan was provoking him, but did he still have any of his former power left? Did he really want to use his former power to suppress Ji Qing? Ji Qing felt sorry that Shi Yuan underestimated him, the strongest heavenly master. Zhao tried to control the situation, because the Tianshu Arena was a place for resolving conflicts between students. To resolve the feud between Shi Yuan and Ji Qing, they should have called the head of the academy to act as a judge. Master Ji was so angry that he was no longer willing to listen to anyone, and everyone around him suffered, even Zhao, who was an impartial witness to the battle. Since Shi Yuan had challenged Ji Qing to a fight, he could not refuse him, and since Zhao was the judge here, he had to obey and certify the result at the end of the battle. Before the battle began, Jing Qing decided to turn to his teacher. He thought that he might be able to help him in some way, but Shi Yuan did not even know what Jing Qing could do. Then he remembered that he had the power of Zhu Li and was not afraid of any wounds. Therefore, he could take the blows instead of his teacher. His blood would not be spoiled, but Shi Yuan was still wounded. But it was pointless. One blow from a heavenly master could cut our hero into 18 pieces. A couple of blows and he would be destroyed. It didn't matter that he wasn't afraid of wounds. Therefore, Shi Yuan told Jing Qing to just be a good boy and watch everything carefully. It was curious. It was obvious that Master Shi had not even accumulated blood power, but Jing Qing noticed something unusual. He felt that this Shi Yuan was much more terrifying than Ji Qing. And so, when the fight began, according to the rules of the Tianshu Arena, Ji Qing had to attack Shi Yuan first. Hundreds of swords flew towards Shi Yuan, but he didn't even flinch, standing like a statue. Qi turned into a weapon, and Shi Yuan noted with some mockery that it was still that power. Master Ji Qing's power was like a sword passing judgment, but it couldn't get anywhere near Master Shi Yuan. All that power bypassed him, as if Shi Yuan's very presence prevented it from getting close. The disciples were surprised by what was happening, and could not even guess what amazing techniques Master Shi Yuan was using. Ji Qing was irritated, because Shi Yuan had calmly moved his great sword, Qi. How could his dragon-catching technique be improved even further? Realizing that attacking with swords was useless, Ji Qing decided to end the attack. But apparently he was going to attack with renewed vigor, and was indignant that his opponent was still not hiding. The warrior's body was a combination of man and sword. The sword technique of the abyss, which the head of the academy had passed on to Ji Qing, had not been mastered properly. Ji Qing should have studied harder, instead of using all kinds of shamanistic tricks. Maybe then he would have been useful in this arena. Shi Yuan did not appreciate Ji Qing's attack, because he simply disgraced that forgotten technique by using it. Even though Shi Yuan's skull was broken, even though it led him to a state of stagnation and he couldn't fight at full strength because it took years off his life. But was Ji Qing ready to give his all for this battle? Before he could even answer, Ji Qing was thrown back several meters by the force created by Shi Yuan. After that, his opponent tried to get up, but did Shi Yuan give him permission to get up? Ji Qing hadn't fought for quite a long time, and apparently had already forgotten. The first rule of the Tongjin Hall is that you can fight without wasting time talking, but if you fight to the end. Still, Shi Yuan was kind enough to remind him of all this, and hoped that Ji Qing would not forget it next time, and would think about it before doing something stupid. Holding a piece of jade in his hands, Shi Yuan found it quite difficult to get hold of, and in the end, it broke anyway. For some reason, this greatly angered Ji Qing. Could it be that he had been defeated with the help of a piece of jade? How dare Shi Yuan do such a thing? Shi Yuan had no intention of continuing or saying anything else, so he left silently, but before he did, he heard Ji Qing promise him that he wouldn't get away with it so easily. Our hero had been watching the battle the whole time, and when it was over, he was extremely surprised that his teacher was so strong. After all this, his bone bracelet suddenly responded. According to tradition, when people were buried in the past, a piece of jade was inserted into the anus. Could it be that the bone bracelet wanted to absorb this butt plug? Meanwhile, in the Immaculate Hall, the promised gifts were already being prepared in case Tai Wei lost. Tai was angry that his uncle really wanted him to admit his guilt to those insignificant people, and Ji Qing understood this perfectly well. But one should not forget that being a person of noble birth, one can also lose and die, but Ji Qing could never tolerate defeat. If a noble man lost a dispute, then no matter what, he had to be repaid tenfold, or even 100-fold. Therefore, following his uncle's instructions, Tai Wei kept his promise and sent Chu's collection as payment. Of course, the charges against Wei Baiqi were dropped, and Wei Deng and Han Ling received apologies from Tai Wei. When they finally received their apology, Tai Wei prepared to leave, as he still had a long day ahead of him. Jing Qing had no objections. Tai Wei just had to be ready at any time, as our hero hoped that he would enrich him. Jing was quick to tell his brother Wei that he would open a museum in Yongsun and fill it with Chu treasures. Jing hoped to make a good profit from the entrance fees, but Wei couldn't really say anything, because he didn't even know what a museum was. But he understood Jing Qing's idea and supported it to spite Tai Wei. The next day, everyone was discussing the recent battle between Jing Qing and Tai Wei. In particular, they discussed the victory of Shi Yuan's disciple. But the most interesting thing for many was that Shi Yuan and Ji Qing then fought each other. It was a rare sight to see two great heavenly masters fighting. They believed that their lives had not been lived in vain. Xuan Qing was satisfied with the current situation at the academy. She noted to herself that wherever Jing Qing appeared, he was always the center of attention. But suddenly the girl was surprised by unexpected visits from Mr. Hao's mistress. However, the girl decided to ignore her former colleague because they had nothing to talk about. Later, Hao himself found out about this. Gao Zhong allegedly came to visit Xuan Qing, but she ignored him. Hao was generous, and if Xuan Qing had asked for his forgiveness, he would have forgiven her. But he couldn't believe that she didn't appreciate it. Gao Zhong tried to calm the master, saying that Xuan Qing was ashamed and did not dare to look Mr. Hao in the eye. Well, if she was ashamed, then Hao believed that she would remain a slave to the Li family forever. Still, it was already late, so Gao Zhong offered to serve the master and calm him down. Zhong Er was more sensible than that bitch Xuan Qing, in Hao's opinion. Meanwhile, our hero decided to visit the Tongjin Hall where his master was. He wanted to give Shi Yuan some of the gifts that Tai Wei had given him, because they took up a lot of space, and he didn't understand them. But Shi Yuan decided to reject all these courtesies, as it seemed to him that Jing Qing simply wanted to appease him. Shi Yuan always accepted any gift, and he could accept this one if he wanted to. But that did not mean that because of these gifts, he would start paying special attention to Jing Qing. He could not earn his favor that way. It must be admitted that Shi Yuan was still stubborn, and probably, if he had not been the strongest heavenly master, he would have been killed long ago for his character. Meanwhile, our hero inquired about the jade that Shi Yuan possessed. After all, he was curious about where this jade came from. Thinking that Jing Qing was interested in collecting antiques, the teacher began to tell him about it. In fact, it was just a small trinket that had just been extracted from an ancient tomb. Shi Yuan took it from the Daoju Palace. Without asking any questions, he gave this piece of jade to his student and asked him to repair it for him. If Jing Qing had any questions, he would have to ask someone else. After his evening visit to his teacher, Jing Qing couldn't sleep and spent part of the night outside examining the jade. This jade was quite good, but it could not compare to the jade wall, not only in quantity but also in the quality of its aura. The jade wall was like an exquisite dish prepared by a chef, while this jade could be considered a snack bun. Brother Wei once told him that the original source of jade in Yongsun was the wall in the royal family's tomb. During the Yin dynasty, it was used to record the life history of the tomb's owner. Like this jade, it was all burial equipment. Apparently, the bone bracelet was indeed associated with the dead. Jing only had a hunch that ancient tombs accumulated qi energy, which could be absorbed by the jade used to bury the bones in the bracelet. Jing Qing cultivated pills to affect the earthlock, and this depletion of the bone bracelet could only increase. He wanted to figure it out, so the next day, he went to Taoju's house. The jade was immediately recognized as the one Shi Yuan had recently purchased. They were surprised that it had broken so quickly, but the housekeeper kindly offered to wait for Jing Qing until the jade was repaired. There were many incredible things inside the house. Rumor had it that this house specialized in antiques and was well known throughout the world. Hanling had never been invited to Taoju's house before, and she didn't even expect to be able to come in with Jing Qing and look around. Many people would like to buy this tripod. It had a fragmentary inscription on it, a prayer for rain in the mulberry forest. It was a rare and precious item, but it was unlikely that the Taoju family would sell it. As it turned out, this was not only a place to sell antiques, but also a place for like-minded connoisseurs to socialize. Han Ling knew very little about alchemy, but she knew nothing about antiquities. She was curious to know what knowledge Jing Qing possessed, but he was already somewhere else and did not listen to the girl, no matter how she tried to attract his attention. As soon as he entered the hall, he smelled food. It turned out that the bone bracelet reacted not only to jade, but to all kinds of antiquities. There were quite a few ancient and unusual items in the hall, and they all attracted the attention of the bone bracelet. Our hero suddenly compared himself to a rat, because he was indeed behaving as if a rat had finally found its way into a bowl of rice. Then he felt disgusted by this comparison. Being close to these things was simply unbearable for him, his appetite increasing with every passing second. The salesperson, assuming that Jing Qing was visiting Taoju's house for the first time, explained that there were rules in this house that prohibited touching the exhibits. It wasn't that they were rough, but most of the antiques on display in the house were taken from the tombs of Yin Shang. They were very old and easily damaged. If Jing Qing really liked something, he could play with it, but only after paying for it. To touch something, you had to pay money. For example, this bronze incense burner was part of the royal burial inventory during the time of Wu Ding of the Yinshang dynasty, and was on sale for only 5,000 gold coins. Han Ling whispered to our hero that they couldn't afford it. Jing Qing valued this item as 2.5 drops of his blood. By all accounts, the bone bracelet was interested in all the funeral items, but it was too expensive. Jing Qing understood that he would not find anything here that was cheap and gave a lot of energy. But on the other hand, he didn't have to buy anything. He just needed to find reasons that would give him enough time to touch it and absorb its aura or Kai energy. Therefore, Jing Qing asked what to do if the customer did not trust the master's eye and wanted to check the authenticity of the product personally. Jing Qing pretended that he was skilled enough to determine the authenticity of burial artifacts. So naturally, he trusted only his own eye. With a few touches of his dragon-hunting expert's hand, he could tell the truth and determine its real value. It was an absurd request, but Jing Qing knew for sure that if the bone bracelet reacted, then it was definitely a real thing that had been taken from a tomb. According to the master, the most difficult part of the antiquity appraisal was the identification of burial artifacts, where many factors had to be taken into account. Therefore, there was no such thing as touching a treasure to identify it. Jing Qing tried to be convincing, saying that the dragon search hand was a secret technique passed down in his family, and rarely shown to others. So many masters did not know about it. Whispers spread among those present. They said that someone in the family had a rich grandfather who suddenly came across a copy of the Dragon Seeker book by accident, after which he went to the mountain to find the dragon and dig up the tomb. This exciting journey was called the Coffin of 9 Dragons, after which many thought that Jing Qing was like a tomb raider, but some also had doubts about the story of the rich grandfather. Jing Qing continued, because, as his ancestor said, in the search for the dragon, some saw a mountain, some saw an obstacle, and some saw the key to treasures, and the talk was about searching for treasures and hoards. Therefore, our hero persisted and asked for permission to try. The employee did not know how to respond. But suddenly someone entered the room and allowed Jing Qing to try it. The man was surprised that someone could find the real thing using only their hands. He had never heard of such a thing before, and wanted to see it for himself. Jing Qing saw a boy with a stocky build accompanied by 2 men, but he didn't even know who he was. Striving for the dragon that thousands of people saw on the winding mountain, the windingness is the key. According to the master, even just listening to the mantra was amazing. Tao Shan, the owner of the Ju house, brought these mourning items. Among them were genuine auspicious items as well as high-quality imitations. Jing Qing could freely use his dragon hunter's hands. Jing Qing was finally able to get close to the ancient items. The first thing he noticed was the bronze ceramics, which looked so heavenly but had very little yin energy. The master believed that at least a joss stick was needed to determine the authenticity of the bronze. How could one determine whether it was genuine or not by touch alone? The bronze came from the tomb of a minor nobleman in the Chu region, so the masters assumed it was a fake. All this time, the hero just silently examined and touched these old artifacts, while people waited for him to come to some conclusion. Those present mocked him, because after all there was no such thing as an antique that could be determined by simply touching it. Han Ling felt her confusion. She couldn't help her loyal servant. She regretted that when she was in Shenzhen, she hadn't learned how to recognize antiques. The prince considered Jing Qin to be abnormal. Tao continued to observe. Jing avoided all memorial objects and only stopped for a long time in front of real burial crystals. He didn't say a word, but his expression showed that his heart was in the right place. Jing Qing smiled very easily when he saw a valuable burial object. As for less valuable items, the smile disappeared from his face. Those items were of similar age, but their value was completely different. The first artifact was from the tomb of Qilin, a famous chancellor from the Rhino family, and the second belonged to a minor nobleman, and was also from Qilin, the Han nobility of the time of King Huanghuai. It was incredible that they were a branch of the royal family. The quality and quantity of this beautiful aura was extraordinary. The quality of the aura was related to the size and age of the object. It could also be related to the status of the tomb's owner. Meanwhile, the cracks in the bone bracelet completely disappeared after inhaling yin and qi. It had to be admitted that it was an excellent trip. And yet, our hero had to somehow justify his trip. Connoisseurs of ancient art were waiting for at least a few words from our hero. Han Lin was very worried about whether Jing Qing was okay, but he was almost finished. In conclusion, he told everyone that all the antiques he had modeled were authentic. As for the ones he had touched, they were the work of ordinary potters and were not particularly valuable. Tao Shan admitted that Jing Qing was indeed something special, but he dared to ask him to evaluate one item again. While Han Lin was tormented by the fact that her loyal subject would not get away with this, Jing Qing behaved confidently. Tao drew Jing Qing's attention to the great sacrificial tripod, Cheng Tong, which had been excavated from the ruins of the Shang dynasty in Chaogay, but for some reason, Jing Qing remained indifferent to it. Jing Qing was almost certain that this item had not been excavated from a tomb. This shocked many people. Jing Qing did not even touch the tripod, and people thought he was wrong in his conclusions. After all, this tripod had been in the museum for a long time, and no one had ever seen it as a fake. As it turned out, the original tripod had been destroyed, and Tao Shan had asked a craftsman to reproduce it here. The reason he placed it in the museum was that he wanted to see if anyone would notice that it was a fake, and Tao did not expect to meet Jing Qing. Tao Shan wanted to ask Jing Qin for help. They had come across a burial object that they were unsure about. As for the reward, Jing Qin was invited into the inner room to discuss it later. Jing Qing agreed that Tao Shan could call on him whenever he needed help. The guy claimed that he supposedly enjoyed identifying treasures, but in reality, it was now a constant source of yin for his bone bracelet. Meanwhile, in the Mingyi Hall, Sheng Li continued to train incessantly. The girl not only studied theory, but also worked everything out in practice, training the physical component as well. All of this concerned the basics of Kung Fu, and when the last incense stick burned out, the teacher decided to teach Shang Li a new strategy. Lu Ju was unusually kind to her student today, so Shan Li didn't keep her waiting. The new curriculum covered a new subject, chess. Teacher Lu therefore wanted to teach Shang Li how to play chess. Lu Ju was aware that her student did not like this kind of competition, but she promised that if Shang Li won, her punishment would be reduced. Of course, the girl was interested in such a deal, and she hoped that Liu Ju would keep her word. Since the teacher had promised something, she would certainly fulfill it. But would the young lady Meng Shangzi be able to beat her? Jing Qing was pleased with today's events, because now his status as a treasure hunter was secure. Now he wouldn't have to search the entire ancient world to restore the bone bracelet. Han Ling still couldn't get over what had happened. She almost sank into the ground while Jing Qing was taking such a risk. Jing Qing and Han Ling were already leaving Tao Ju's house when suddenly someone stopped him. The young prince wanted to know what had happened to the coffin of the 9 dragons and the lantern that emitted spirits, as well as what had happened to Ji Guohua. The prince was curious if Jing Qing could find the entrance to his ancestor's tomb, since he was so good at finding dragons and mountains. The prince had wanted to go there for a long time, but the elder rebuked his highness for talking nonsense. The prince, in turn, admitted that he was just joking, and asked the old man not to tell his father about it. Finally, the prince told Jing Qing that if he came to the museum, he would definitely come to see him. For some reason, Jing Qing compared this child to a shy bear cub. Finally, our hero walked Han Ling to her house, but for some reason there was a carriage in front of it. Han Ling had no idea what this carriage was doing there, but it looked like it was from her country, so she assumed that the king was probably visiting Tong in Xinjiang and had stopped by here. A tall man met our heroes and on behalf of the lady invited Han Ling into the carriage. Jing Qing wanted to follow Han Ling, but the guard did not let him pass, saying that the lady was only waiting for Han Ling. Before getting into the carriage, Han Ling reassured Jing Qing that she knew who was waiting for her, and that he should not worry. It was Han Lin's friend who had arrived. They had once been very close in Shenzhen. In that case, Jing Qing said goodbye to Han Ling and decided to return to the palace. Before leaving, they agreed to meet in 3 days and visit Tao Ju's house again. Han Ling was excited about the princess's arrival and was happy to see her again. It was the princess of Korea, Zhang Ran. She asked her sister to call her by her name, otherwise it would seem strange. More than 500 years ago, the Han and Zhou clans were successively destroyed by the Qin Empire in the east. The Han kings became dead kings and lost their purpose. But one day, an assassination attempt was made on the king of Thailand. The nobles rebelled against the king. Former King Hanan also took advantage of the situation to reorganize his army. But during the restoration process, Hanan was killed by a stray bullet, and military power passed to General Jiang Wei, who eventually became a member of the Jin royal family. The Han clan was demoted to the level of minor nobility. 50 years earlier, all the Han nobles had been reduced to the lowest rank, but they still enjoyed great respect among the nobility due to their former royal status, so they were able to befriend influential people despite being commoners. At present, most of the Han clan members remained in Xinjiang and enjoyed themselves. And here, Han Ling simply seemed like an anomaly among his relatives. Jiang Ran was visiting her friends in Luoyang and remembered that Han's sister was in Zhuangshu, so she decided to visit her. She was relieved to see that Han Ling was healthier than ever, but on the way, the princess overheard a conversation between Han's sister and a gentleman surnamed Ji. Assuming that he was a member of the royal family, Zhang Ran was mistaken. Han Ling told her that the loyal servant was a nobleman just like her. For some reason, this upset her. because he was clearly not a member of the Zhou family. While pouring tea, Han Ling inquired about the situation with Shen Hao, asking if he had caused any trouble for the royal family. Recently, the Shen Hao faction had become more restrained. Now that the situation had stabilized, Zhang Ran's father intended to restore some of the fallen clans. Han Ling was very surprised by this information, and her sister asked her to pretend she hadn't heard the news. Han Ling did not understand why, but of course she was interested in the topic because it could be an opportunity for her to regain her former status. In order to regain her identity, Han Ling had to undergo a ceremony to ascend to heaven. After all, Han Ling was a woman, so how could she do such a thing? That's why Zhang Ran didn't want to pursue the topic. Han Ling was very excited because this topic concerned her greatly, and when she had already given up on regaining her former nobility, she was given a chance. Still, Zhang Ran asked the girl to forget about the ceremony of ascension to heaven. She believed that there must be another way to regain her nobility. When the princess left, Han Lin still took the initiative and asked to be given the opportunity to undergo the ceremony of ascension to heaven. Zhang Ran understood perfectly well that this outcast was hell-bent on restoring her royal family in Korea. She compared her to an ugly bird fighting fire. For Zhang Ran, Han Ling was just a woman who was nothing more than a former royal. But in Kiseo, Han Lin was more popular than Zhang Ran, which often hurt the princess's feelings. She was the sister of a nobleman, but for some reason, she always considered herself a man. Even the gentleman from the Shenhou family whom Zhang Ran never hoped to meet was willing to be with her, and no one else. This hurt the princess very much, so she secretly sent her away to be expelled from Xinjiang. But then she still came to the Luo Academy. Zhang Ran believed that the untouchables should learn to stand tall on the earth. 3 days later, as agreed, Jing Qing came for Han Ling so that they could go to Tao Zhu's house, and a young gentleman came for Jing Qing. The prince suggested that the young man not wait for Han Ling, as she had things to do today. Did Jing Qing really not want to talk about himself on the street, and why not go back to school and talk there? This boy confused our hero. He didn't even know what the status of this guy was, as if he could just walk into someone else's house. Jing Qinyu felt like he was being followed by a very unpleasant child. Suddenly, someone noticed Jing Qinyu and logically assumed that he was looking for Han Ling. Wei Deng told him that earlier that morning, he had seen a luxurious carriage pull up in front of the house and take her away. Han Ling told him that she was going to the mountains for some kind of ceremony to ascend to heaven. Moreover, Wei Deng saw Han Ling wearing women's clothing, which was very beautiful. Wei Deng rarely saw such clothing, so he was delighted. Wei Dan warned Jing Qin in advance not to blame him if Han Ling beat him up. Our hero found it all too strange and couldn't just leave the situation as it was. He already knew where the carriage was headed, so he ran in that direction, and a young gentleman followed close behind our hero. Han Ling was closer to the south of Zhuangshu. She was indeed wearing elegant noblewomen's clothing, which the girl probably hadn't worn in a very long time. A huge mountain covered with sharp vines towered before her. Princess Zhang Ran was waiting for Han Lin at the top of the mountain. If the ritual was completed, Han Lin would be able to regain her nobility and become a noblewoman again. According to Korean tradition, if a convicted resident of Fiji wished to receive forgiveness, the royal family, then he had to perform a ritual of ascension to heaven under the patronage of the royal family itself. The ritual consisted of walking barefoot on thorns, dragging behind him a load of symbolic guilt, and climbing to the top of the mountain without using qi. The initiation ritual consisted not only of not using one's qi, but also of not taking healing pills in advance, which Han Ling knew about. With determination, Han Ling stepped onto the path full of thorns. At first, it felt like a mosquito bite and didn't hurt at all, or maybe she just didn't want to admit it. There was a time when Han Ling sought the glory of the Han clan and communication with Hanji. What she saw before her eyes was the wealth and power of the Shenji people and the Han king. There was a time when her uncle was convicted of a crime. Han Ling was not going to back down. She was not the only one who could climb to the top. Han Ling had already come to terms with seeing this weak country deteriorate while she did nothing. She was very angry and did not want to be blamed for something she did not understand. Therefore, she believed that she had to prove to God that she was not guilty of anything. Han Lin wanted to become a noblewoman before trying to change her country. Zhang Ran was sure that Han Ling was foolish enough not to give up. At first, she thought that if she took a few steps, she would cry out for mercy. But others were still worried that Han Ling's life might be in danger. If something happened to her, the king would not be able to explain anything. Zhang Ran didn't really care. It was just a common peasant's deception, and Zhang was sure that her father would not blame her. Moreover, Zhang Ran simply wanted Han Ling to know what he needed to know about who he was, and not just know, but be a loyal dog. This was Zhang Ran's revenge on Han Ling for unknowingly overshadowing her. Everything could have been fine, but the higher the girl climbed, the worse it got. After all, There were now nails on the steps. Han Ling had already guessed that Jiang Ran had arranged this gift for her. After all, the point was to walk on thorns, not nails. But even so, as soon as the ceremony was over, Jiang Ran would have to confirm her reinstatement as a noblewoman. Han Ling had waited too long to give up such an opportunity. The girl was not going to give up. Noble status was important to her because with it, she would be able to change the world and get the best opportunities for herself. But one wrong step and Han Ling fell into the abyss along with her cargo. She could no longer keep her balance. Was this how her stubbornness ended? She was falling and there was nothing she could do. It was all for nothing. The last thing she saw was someone's hand reaching out to her, someone desperately trying to save her. Han Ling couldn't believe what was happening. She found herself in Jing Qing's arms. He had literally pulled her back from the brink of death. Thinking that it was all over, Han couldn't believe that her loyal servant had appeared again at the most difficult moment. At that very moment, a guard ran up. Our hero had no right to interfere with the Korean rite of passage to heaven. Jing Qing, ignoring the guard's threats, was puzzled by Han Ling, who was walking barefoot along such a winding and thorny path, dragging a boulder with her. Han Ling simply explained that it was part of the initiation ceremony she had to undergo. But Jing Qing still didn't understand. Was it really worth it to go to such lengths and ruin her health for the sake of what? Han Lin had only one goal, to regain her noble title and enter the academy. This was extremely important and necessary for her. Jing Qing, being stubborn and doing whatever he wanted, understood the girl perfectly, but it made him very sad to see Han Ling suffering. If Jing Qing understood her, then Han Ling wanted him to leave. The girl did not want him to see her pitiful state. Jing Qing was in no hurry to leave, and wanted to know how the ceremony should be completed. The guard guessed that he wanted to stand up for Han Ling, which was normal. A servant could carry his master on his back for the rest of the way, but they were forbidden to stimulate their blood or take pills. Normally, it would take 100 assistants to take turns carrying their master, but Jing Qing was the only one there, so he took on the burden himself. Han Ling resisted and did not want to accept Jing Qing's help, because she could finish the journey herself. But she had called him her loyal servant for almost a year, so he felt he could fulfill his duty. The girl still tried to change Jing Qing's mind, but it was already impossible. He had grown accustomed to this pain, and was amazed at how good the Koreans were at it. The young prince was still watching our hero and followed him even on the mountain. He thought that the Korean initiation rite consisted of dragging the stone of sin up the mountain to the heavens. But it seemed to him that even if there were thorns along the way, there shouldn't be that many. And the mentor wanted to leave, because these were internal affairs of Korea, and they should not interfere. Han Ling did not stop trying to dissuade the young man from this endeavor. After all, she felt some guilt towards him for taking all the pain instead of her. But Jing Qing kept insisting that they were just minor wounds, and that Han Ling should take care of her clothes and not ruin such an outfit. Jing Qing then warned that the road would become narrower, and that Han Ling should hold on to him more tightly. Our hero suddenly felt weak in his legs and fell straight to his knees, but he still held Han Ling tightly. This section of the road was very strange. Some scoundrel had apparently made the path more difficult. When Han Ling returned to her country, she would have to find this person and punish them. Despite all these difficulties, Jing Qing had no intention of giving up what he had started, even though Han Ling repeatedly tried to dissuade him. Jing Qing didn't want the girl to worry about him. Moreover, he was waiting for Han Ling to receive her nobility and cling to the tails of his coat. And most importantly, he didn't want her to forget to give him 80 beautiful maidens. With tears in her eyes, Han Lin thought that the guy was looking down on her, because she was ready to give him at least 180. If Jing did not use his blood for protection, he could walk this path. It was possible that after 10 steps, the pain would become too much for them, and they would give up. Not to mention that while dragging the stone, Jing Qing still had to carry a person. From the rapid healing of Jing Qing's wounds, observers could conclude that he had a special physique, and that this was the very Jing Qing from Yunsun, with the ability of Zhu Li, about whom there were so many rumors. And yet, regardless of the fact that Jing Qing possessed the body of Zhu Li, observers understood that it only healed his wounds and cured him, but it did not suppress the pain in any way. Every time he took a step forward, new pain was added to his old pain, and the old pain did not dissipate, but only intensified. The young prince could only guess how far Jing Qing would be able to go. The elder did not dare to say, but regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he sincerely admired Jing Qing. Suddenly on the road, Jing drew Han Ling's attention to a waterfall. It probably flowed from Lake Gansan in Gakua, which was a beautiful sight. Jing Qing hoped that when Han Ling became a noblewoman again, she would definitely see it when she visited Luoyi Academy. She would also be able to visit the Silk and Bamboo Museum, because there were all kinds of instruments there. Han Lin will be able to listen to Korean music performed by Gakuen musicians. With tears in her eyes, the girl simply agreed. She could not have imagined that this would be the price of her desire. And yet, finally, the moment came when they climbed the mountain. Han Lin was in no hurry to move on, because her faithful servant's feet were covered in iron in the form of the nails he was standing on. She wanted to help him get them out. But Jing Qing didn't want her to fuss over him like that. He easily removed all the metal from his body, smiling cheerfully as if he wasn't in any pain at all. Zhang Ran finally met Han Lin, and she couldn't believe her eyes that the girl had such a loyal and enduring servant. But Han Ling was no longer in the mood. She had always thought that she and Ran were best friends, but why did she treat her this way and set up all these schemes to get in her way? Jing Qing didn't want to get involved in all this drama, and since the heavenly ceremony was over, he demanded that Han Ling's noble status be restored, and that be the end of it. Suddenly, Ran moved away and ordered everyone not to approach her. A former noble could only regain their status if a senior noble witnessed the ceremony of initiation into heaven. But the thing was, from the very beginning, only Zhang Ran's servant, Liang Ming, had witnessed the ritual. This meant that the ceremony was invalid. Therefore, Ran congratulated Han Ling on the fact that she could remain an outcast. But suddenly someone interrupted the conversation. After all, who could say that there were no witnesses if there were? To his surprise, our hero saw the guy who had been following him everywhere, and he hadn't even noticed him when they reached the mountain. The young gentleman's name was Ji, and he believed he could confirm the return of Han Lin's noble title. Ran thought that this was another friend of Han Ling. Angered, she called the nobles ignorant, because in her opinion, they thought they could pass themselves off as nobles just because they had a surname. Ran ordered her servants to immediately seize this nobody who was pretending to be a nobleman of the Zhou dynasty. Jin had no choice but to order his uncle to strike them back. No one dared to insult the young master Jin, let alone some rude girl from Korea. The power of the young master's mentor was so great that it could be compared to the power that Jing Qing saw in his teacher, Shi Yuan. The guard finally warned his princess that this man was a master of the heavenly seal. Finally, it dawned on her that if a man named Jing was a follower with the power of the heavenly seal, then obviously this young man was a member of the Zhou family. Jing told his uncle to just fight, not turn into a dragon and scare people. Anyway, Jing decided to take care of these shrimp himself. The young master showed everyone his symbol of authority and finally introduced himself as Crown Prince Jing Yang of the Zhou dynasty. Zhang Ran instantly calmed down and properly greeted the Crown Prince, who was much older than her in status. How surprised our hero was to find out that this child was a prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Of course, if Prince Jing Yang decided to witness the ceremony of Han Ling's ascension to heaven, then this ceremony was considered valid. Moreover, Zhang Ran had no choice but to write a letter to her country to inform them that Han Ling had completed the ceremony and restored her noble status. Turning to Jing Yang and then to Your Highness, Jing Qing thanked him for everything. The Crown Prince told Jing Qing that there was no need for thanks. In fact, from a kinship perspective, Jing Qing could be his cousin. Now our hero and Han Lin could finally relax and stop training. Han Lin promised to come every day and take care of her loyal servant. She didn't have any homework anyway, so she decided to come every day and look after Jing Qing. Jing Qing, in turn, thought that when the girl recovered, she would be able to join the academy, and there he would show her off. Han Ling was happier than ever, because her admission to the academy was just around the corner. In addition, Jing wanted to introduce her to Shang Li, Wei's brother, and Liu Yi, his sister, who were all very nice people. Jing Qing seemed very kind to Han Ling, and she suddenly confessed that she would not be able to give him the promised 180 beauties, at least not until he became king. Jing Qing was just joking and didn't expect the girl to take it seriously. Nevertheless, she believed that the king's word was law, and if he didn't give her the beauties, he would compensate her in another way. Half a month later, Korea finally confirmed Han Ling's noble status. Now that she was a noblewoman, she could enter the academy. Han Ling was ready to jump for joy, but she tried to contain her emotions. Zhao assigned her to the Tangjin Hall. Si Yuan, of course, was not very happy that he had been forced to take on a new student again, and he ate his grass straw sadly. Han Ling did not hesitate to say that she was skilled in alchemy, and promised that with her, this hall would be the most powerful in the academy and would shine brighter. Si Yuan was, of course, annoyed. He had only just gotten used to one student after a year, and now there was another newcomer. The teacher could say nothing but, "Hello, newcomer." Si Wen immediately warned his new student that he no longer had any extra tokens to go to the special library, so she would have to share one token with her classmate, and in time, the teacher would get a new one. The teacher said that her classmate's name was Jing Qing, and that he was now in the book storage room, and that they also had to get rid of the stupid boy there who looked the most ignorant, but there were no other people there. Well, Han Ling certainly did not expect to find herself in the same room with her loyal subject. Something important was happening in the palace today, so none of the students were allowed to enter the library. Han Ling was allowed in for 1 hour, but she wouldn't be able to read anything there. Han Ling was delighted because now she was part of the legendary library. Even if she read here all day and night, it would be impossible to read all the books here. The girl even hoped to read the Taigong Danpu, which was not even available in print. Someone nearby said that the original text of Taigong Danpu was in the Wangji section on the first tier of the bookshelf. However, this place had been empty for a long time, and it was unknown which student had taken the books and not returned them. The young man, whom Shi Yuan probably mentioned, kindly helped Han Ling find the book she wanted. This guy was somewhat reminiscent of a bookworm. The level of the students at the academy seemed incredible to Han Ling. The student was so young, but he seemed to be even more capable than the former teacher who had taught Han Ling alchemy in his time. Han Ling thanked her older brother for his help, although for some reason he thought that in such situations, one should say, please. In any case, he could not stay any longer and asked the girl not to tell anyone that he had been there, or that she had seen him at all. The teacher said that today was an important event, and no student in the hall should be absent, so everyone was looking for their older brother, who for some reason was hiding in the book storage room. Fu Shai was the older brother and representative of the hall, and he was obliged to attend such an important event. But this guy didn't want to go anywhere, and they were late. Han Ling quickly guessed that Fu Shi was from the Hall of the Incomprehensible. She had heard that the person in charge of the Hall of the Incomprehensible was very strict, but Fu Shi seemed quite gentle to her. Suddenly, someone met an old acquaintance and was delighted by the pleasant coincidence of seeing her here. Han Ling was here to find Jing Qing on Si Yuan's orders. She also shared the news that she was also a student of the Tongjian Hall. Han Ling was very happy. She did not expect the academy to be so large, and she was particularly impressed by the library. Now she was waiting for Jing Qing to show her the places he had mentioned earlier. The young man, in turn, was glad that he was able to help her. Jing Qing was particularly frightened when he saw the teacher gathered at the parade. At that moment, he thought that Shi Yuan was going to come down from the mountain and lecture the servants. But he told them to follow him to the Phoenix Perch Terrace. Take care of your appearance and don't cause him any trouble. Pay attention to your appearance. The phrase coming from the mouth of teacher Shi Yuan seemed completely out of place to Jing Qing. Behind 3 mountain gates, in the central area surrounded by the Academy Hall, was the Phoenix Perch platform, where sacrifices to the heavens and martial arts demonstrations were held. Every year, the Academy held competitions between different halls to test the progress of the students. But at that time, there were no students yet. The young man tried to calm his teacher down, telling him he shouldn't get angry over such a trifle. They also noticed that Wu Liang and the students from the Hall of the Incomprehensible were there. They were only students from one hall who arrived a quarter of an hour earlier than the appointed time, but at least they were not late. Zhang Yu was still strict with himself and others. He really disliked it when anyone was late and showed his dissatisfaction with it in every way possible. Before going out onto his terrace, Wu Liang gave instructions to his students. After all, their hall had never been in an unfavorable position, and now he was counting on his students to win this time as well. Fu Shi was still busy with some urgent matters, but he tried to pretend he was listening. His younger brothers already felt like everything was lost. But what the teacher said was not only for the eldest Fu Shi, but for everyone else as well. Although the teachers always had kind and gentle faces, they never showed mercy when it came to punishment. Therefore, the students promised to do everything possible to win. Teacher. Hibushin arrived with the students from the Shaihe Hall. Teacher Gaobo and the students from Mandian attended the event. And finally, Teacher Shiyuan and the students from the Tongjian Hall visited the event. Han Ling never thought they would be so lucky and still make it to the imperial exam on time. Jing Qing, on the other hand, didn't even understand what was so special about this exam. In fact, the imperial exam was not just a martial arts competition or a verbal debate. Students were selected from each building, who then competed with each other by completing tasks organized by the academy. This increased the prestige and cohesion of the academy. Initially, the competitions included rituals, music, calligraphy, chariot driving, archery, and mathematics. This reminded Jin of the 6 arts of Confucianism of the Zhou dynasty. Confucianism arose from the study of rituals and music established by Zhou Gong. Over time, the list of competition subjects also increased or decreased. As far as we know, the current project includes horse riding, strategy games, and martial arts competitions. There was also a dispute about horse riding and shooting, among other things. At first glance to Jing Qing, it looked like a mundane school sports event. Suddenly, our hero was noticed by Ms. Shang Li and Liu Yi. The girls waved happily to their friend. He noticed his mistress almost immediately, but for some reason he felt awkward when they called him Big Brother. Jing Qing suddenly thought, since this was an academic competition held by the academy's professor, Teacher Shang Li must be here too. Was it okay for him to greet the girl like that? Lu Ju was beside herself and could barely control herself. After all, she had promised Shang Li that if she could beat her at chess, she would give her some free time. Jing Qing felt that something was wrong, but it seemed that he was safe as long as he stayed close to his teacher and away from Lu Yiju. Finally, all 16 classrooms arrived at the imperial examination, which took a little longer than expected. Now the official part was taking place, where everyone had to greet the vice dean of the academy. Many discussed Wang Xuanqing, a student for whom the deputy director, who had not accepted students for a long time, made an exception because she possessed the qualities of a dragon, a rare and unique talent of a black carp, about which only legends circulated. Wei was surprised when he saw Xuanqing, because he thought that this girl served the Li family, but he missed the moment when she entered the academy. Hao Li was particularly indignant at the sight of Xuanqing, while Gao Zhong tried to calm him down. After all, Xuanqing was now a student of the vice dean, while Hao was just an ordinary student, so he shouldn't have conflicted with her. Jingdian attended the imperial examination for the first time in his life and was able to see it with his own eyes. The young prince, seeing his brother Jing from afar, called out to him loudly and greeted him, and of course heard his teachers lament that he should not behave that way. Hanling and Jing Qing immediately recognized Jingdian and waved back at him joyfully. No one cared about etiquette, and they were sincere with each other. Suddenly our hero's attention was drawn to the birds flying in the sky, but something seemed wrong with them. This time, the vice deputy took on the role of mountain master and officially declared the imperial exam open. Could this be the legendary realm of gods and demons, where the illusory becomes real? It was a truly mind-blowing experience. As expected of the world of high martial arts, Jing Qing compared it to fantasy. All halls except the Tongjin Hall participated in this exam. The purpose of the exam was to showcase the beauty of each hall, so the teachers hoped that the students would be interested in learning and discussing the path. Tai Wei was upset that Tongjin did not participate, but Ji understood that Shi Yuan knew he needed to lie low for a while. He was only sorry that they could not cause him trouble during the palace exam. Jing Qing was surprised why the teacher did not register any of them. Shi Yuan explained that he always felt that something was wrong with the exams at that time, so he did not register. Therefore, Ji Yuan believed it was better to avoid trouble. Instead of wasting time competing with other academies, he would rather return to the academy and collect antiques. The first competition began with the art of horse riding, and now the competitors were to be called. Jay read the name Rako from his piece of paper in the hall, the return of the great aristocrat. His classmates supported Rako as best they could, so that he would gather his strength and win this place for them. They promised him 100 gold coins as a debt of gratitude. This motivated the guy even more, and he took the guys at their word. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the teacher motivated his student, who was about to compete against Rako. The boy seemed completely unperturbed, and promised his teacher that he would be a little more serious than usual. But this answer did not satisfy the teacher, who expected them to do everything possible to win. Tianming left the terrace of his hall without losing his confidence. On the contrary, he was in a great mood and was probably even confident of his victory. Raccoon was not as relaxed as his opponent. On the contrary, he seemed more composed and serious. Both sides had to be ready at the command of the host, Zhao. Jing Qing noted to himself that the mechanisms here were simply incredible, and even in the modern world, he had never seen anything like them. A special area with obstacles and weapons had been prepared for the horse riding test. The competition began. Rako mounted a black horse, grabbed his weapon, and prepared to strike his opponent for the first time. But Tianming, who was riding a white horse, remembered very well that in horse riding, the winner was the one who knocked his opponent off his horse, no matter how. Jing Qing wondered if horse riding was a mandatory part of the test, and whether he should have undergone special training. For some reason, the spectators believed that Rako would most likely win, because in their opinion, Tianming had a strange riding technique. Tianming skillfully controlled his horse and tried to climb on it to do something. Rako had no idea what Tianming was trying to achieve, but in any case, he was going to fight him and put an end to it. Tianming was well aware that he could not compete with Rako in the art of horse riding. Rako was incredibly skilled in this, and everyone knew it. In fact, this is why Tianming resolutely abandoned his pursuit of perfect harmony between man and horse and focused on attacking his opponents on horseback. As long as it didn't break the rules, everything was fine. Tianming knew that Rako was constantly losing at gambling, but he continued to play relentlessly, attracting more than 50 people, from mountain gate guards to academy scholars. His debt amounted to 13,500 gold coins. It didn't matter where Tianming got this information. The people in his hall were only willing to forgive him 100 coins, but if Rako lost, Tianming would be able to give him a whole 1,000 gold coins. It was not difficult for Rako to throw Tianming off his horse, so his classmates had no idea what he was doing. Tianming's teacher was furious because he saw what his student was doing and played the same game again. He had taught him so many skills, and this idiot had forgotten everything, but his classmates found it strange that the teacher didn't use such tricks. Si Wen admitted that Tianming was quite clever. He knew that Rocco was a gambler and owed a lot of money. He offered him 1,000 gold coins to convince him to admit defeat, and thus avoid a brutal battle. Jing Qing should have learned from others and stopped thinking about battles. Tianming was unconditionally declared the winner, and Rocco pretended that after such a great battle, his body was too wounded and battered to fight again. Jing Qing and Han Lin were completely disappointed, because it was not as good a fight as they had expected. Next in the archery competition were Wei Baiqi and Fu Shi. Han Lin and Jing Qing were especially interested because now their acquaintances were competing. The rules were simple. Each side had only one arrow. The winner would be the one who shot the most birds on the field. Tianming was very glad that he was not paired with Fu Shi. This guy had no rules that Tian could use in negotiations. His teammates were indignant about Rocco's loss and planned to beat him up some more. Rocco shamelessly wondered how much money he would be paid if he participated in the shooting again. Wei was thinking, there was only one knot, and to win, he had to hit as many of them as possible with one arrow. He had time to observe how the birds were moving, and finally, choosing the right moment, he decided it was time. Firing one arrow upward, Wei Baiqi shot 9 eagles with it. Han Ling admitted that Jing Qing's brother was truly magnificent, and Jing Qing in turn was proud of him. When Wei finished, all attention turned to Fu Shi, who for some reason was being rushed. He tried to concentrate and closed his eyes, which impressed Wei and the other spectators, or rather puzzled them. There were 64 eagles in total, and they all followed King Wen's trigrams, as Fu Shi had thought. Now there were 55 eagles, so he simply calculated the trajectory of these 55, and then captured the largest number of them at the moment of intersection. Water and sky needed the top 6, 9. The top 6 elements of the Chinese character, denoting the loss of mountains and rivers, were not used, fire and wind were not used, and the horizontal could be the result. The earthly swamp was approaching, the heavenly mountain was retreating, the heavenly swamp was advancing, the fiery swamp was opposing, the heavenly thunder. Fu Shi managed to shoot 8 eagles in the end. The winner was the Great Hall of Excellence, Wei Baiqi. Fu Shi realized with annoyance that the trigram in the middle had changed. The trigrams followed the 4 seasons, but he didn't expect them to change so quickly. The young man could not stop now. He wanted to see this through to the end and understand where he had gone wrong. But Zhao could not allow anyone to linger in the arena. Fu Shi demanded that no one interfere with him, even though the teacher said that the path of martial arts is endless, just as the path of numerology is also endless. Both paths lead to endless searching, but he would rather devote himself to the path of numerology. As could be seen at the academy, among the academy's students, teacher Wu Liang from the Wan Hall was the most skilled teacher, judging by the abilities of his students. After each competition, the vice deputy explained to the young prince about each hall and how the lessons were conducted in general, and who each teacher was. But now it was time for the next exam. It consisted of a strategy game. Fu Shi was punished for his loss, and of course he was disappointed in his mistake. He miscalculated his numerology. The spectators were delighted that the time had finally come for the strategic battle. Many had trained for a long time just for this moment, to compete. But Zhao was surprised that Wang Xuanqing and Meng Shangji were entering the next test. Only now did the young lady understand why her teacher had persuaded her to learn to play chess. Before going out, Shangli wanted to understand how seriously she should take this task. Lu Ju in turn understood the hint and promised that if Shangli won, she would grant her any request. But in reality, Shangli was just joking around. Even if Lu Ju didn't say anything to her, she would still do everything possible for her hall. Many were surprised that Wang Xuanqing was chosen for this test. Han Ling knew that only nobles had access to such games. But for Jing Qing it was surprising, because Xuanqing couldn't be so limited that she didn't even play chess. Some of the students were dissatisfied. Even if Xuanqing was a black carp, she was just a servant and did not have access to chess. And even if she had learned to play chess at school, she could still be considered inexperienced in such matters. But the vice principal apparently knew something, or at least wanted to test his students' abilities, and possibly reveal that very dragon power. But for Xuanqing, everything was already clear. She could not lose this game under any circumstances. Shangli never imagined that she would meet Xuanqing in this way. Xuanqing, in turn, asked her older sister Shangli for guidance. Hao was still beside himself when he saw that a bitch like Xuanqing dared to represent the academy. Han Ling, in turn, was curious to see which of the two would win this battle. Without a doubt, Jing Qing was sure that Shangli would win. She simply couldn't lose. The warring states had been at war for thousands of years, and it was difficult to find any pattern in the changes in the military situation. In order to study the theory of warfare and ensure that all battles would be fought to the death, the soldier Gigu, together with the great masters of the Magometan school, created a game of machines. This was done in order to formulate tactics and hone their general knowledge. Over time, it became a way for the aristocracy to discuss strategy. This time, the method of shaking the book was used to determine the content of the battle. It was the Battle of Chang'an. Xuanqing in black represented the Chu army, and Shangli in red represented the Qin army. Jing Qing was completely delighted that they had invented a chess game in which the pieces moved on their own. According to the Spring and Autumn Annals, in ancient times, when the state of Pu was in turmoil, Gong and Zichong'er fled to Chu. He promised that if the two countries went to war in the future, they would retreat to a distance of 3 houses from each other. At the end of the battle between Chu and Jingchong'er, he kept his promise to yield first and then win. Xuanqing, in turn, asked Shangli for permission to make the first move, as her younger sister. Shangli had no objection, but before they started the game, she wanted to say something. The lady ordered the pieces on the board to move back 3 moves. By doing so, she freed up more territory. Everyone was outraged by Shangli's actions because that was not how Love Ju had taught her to play. For some, it was even perceived as her refusal to play chess. Han Ling, knowing the history of this battle, did not fully understand what she was doing and why she was giving up her territory. Jing Qing suggested that she considered herself Chong'er and was following his example of retreat. Xuanqing involuntarily reminded the lady that they were just playing chess, and she did not need to follow the example of Duke Chong'er Jing. But Duke Jing kept his word and fulfilled his promise. That was what made the king so majestic. The only way to become invincible is to practice the way of kings. Xuanqing thanked Shangli for his kind offer. It was known that in the past, the army had been so aggressive that it had suffered defeat, but Xuanqing did not want to make the same mistake. The terrain was in Shangli's hands, so she had no intention of moving. It was well known in military affairs that there was always a shortage of siege masters. Senior Shanli's skills were indeed far superior to Xuanqing's. If Xuanqing had not conceded those 3 steps, she would probably have already lost. For Shangli, it was not a matter of faith, but she believed that this order should be observed in all 9 provinces of the world. Senior Shangli truly lived up to her noble origins. Aristocrats always looked at things from the perspective of those in power, looking down on others, which led to mistakes, but not Shangli. But Xuanqing did not really believe in these vague and ephemeral things. In this chess game, Jin's decision to retreat 3 steps could be considered evidence of loyalty and righteousness. But when he summoned the feudal lords to form an alliance and proclaimed himself leader, where did he place the Zhou dynasty? Where were his loyalty and righteousness? Who in this world could determine loyalty and righteousness? Xuanqing never knew. What was this insignificant servant saying? Hao was puzzled. Therefore, Xuanqing could only trust herself. Through perseverance and hard work, they created their own future with their own hands, and, risking their lives, fought against fate, ultimately achieving everything. Madame Shangli had to admit that the younger Wang Shunqing was indeed skilled in sophistry. Faith was defined as the foundation, and righteousness as its flesh and blood. Only then could one establish oneself in the world, practice benevolent rule, and enter an era of peace. People must be honest and decent, instead of looking for excuses and whitewashing their actions. Han Ling and Jing Qing did not understand what was going on. Everyone thought they would be playing chess, but for some reason, they were chatting casually. Shi Wen explained that the way to wage war is to be above everyone else and attack from below. They weren't fighting in chess, but explaining their own path. Was this really Dao Shangli? She suddenly seemed a little strange to Jing Qing. She was completely unlike the cheerful girl with flat breasts. But even though she looked a little unfamiliar, she seemed incredibly beautiful to him. It seemed like a draw. However, there were only winners and losers in the arena, so they had to continue their exam. But it was already late, and the chess game would be long. Therefore, they could discuss something else and choose any topic. Xuanqing decided to take the initiative and asked the lady for permission to choose the topic. Shangli was ready to hear what topic Xuanqing had chosen. Xuanqing decided to ask a simple question. Was the horse alive or dead? Xuanqing in turn bet that the horse was alive. The others did not understand the point of the question, because it was obvious that the horse was alive. So why ask such a thing? Han Ling suspected that Xuanqing had chosen such a simple topic specifically in order to lose. Jing Qing did not respond to the girl, and Han Ling was still naive and did not understand Wang Xuanqing's sinister intentions. At first glance, Wang Xuanqing intended to give Shangli complete control over the choice. If Shangli killed the horse, she could secure victory, but she clearly did not want to do so, even though her mentor demanded that Shangli kill the horse. Xuan Qing had thought everything through, but Shangli wondered if the horse was guilty of anything that warranted killing it. Xuan Qing cut her off sharply, saying that the horse was not guilty of anything. Since it was innocent, killing the horse for the sake of victory was something Shangli despised. She had no choice but to admit defeat. Xuan Qing wondered if her elder sister Shangli was thinking that, although beautiful horses were precious, how could they compare to the lives lost on the battlefield? But the younger Xuan Qing should have understood that although chess symbolizes the cruelty of war, it is not war in the end, and no one should have died. A wise person always chose the most righteous path. Moving forward on this path, one had to remain true to one's principles. Shangli hoped that the younger Wang would think carefully about everything. In this era of great struggle, even the most cunning paths could affect the universe. Xuan Qing urged the elder Shangli to reconsider, but it would have been pointless. Wang Xuanqing's disciple had a deep understanding of human nature and outstanding strategic skills. Whether Shangli killed the horse or hesitated and did not, it all came down to Xuan Qing being declared the winner. Shangli, claiming that the horse was innocent, immediately admitted defeat. As befits a noble lady, she acted with dignity and grace. Even in defeat, she did not lose. No one ever thought that younger Xuan Qing was so knowledgeable in the art of war. In the end, they won the debate at the Mingyi Hall, bringing great glory to the Weiji Hall. Hao was indignant. Were these people even considered nobles? They surrounded Wang Xuanqing, this humble servant, like stars around the moon. Ugh. Meanwhile, after the exam, the important guest and the vice-deputy gathered in the Unji Hall. This imperial examination was made especially for Jing Yu, so that the young prince could understand the structure of each hall of the Luo Academy. In the vice-deputy's hall, there were many talented people and several bachelors who had learned a lot. If the prince wanted to open his eyes to many things, this was the place to be. The Mingyi Hall was also good, and Shangli, who had done so well on the exam, was under the guidance of Love Ju. Of course, Master Wu also taught people very well according to their abilities, as could be seen. Everyone was waiting for an answer as to where Jing Yu would choose to go. But the young prince did not understand whether he was allowed to choose or was being forced to go somewhere specific. Jing Yu was already old enough to make his own decisions, so the deputy singer allowed him to make his own choice. Tunjin Hall did not participate in the exam, but Jingdu had a keen eye and believed that this would be the best place for him. After all, he wanted to join the hall where there were at least some people he knew. But this decision did not particularly please the vice-deputy, who probably did not expect such a decision from the prince at all. The next day, Jingyu delighted his brother Jing Qing by announcing that he was now also a student of the Tongjin Hall. Jing Qing and Han Ling were especially surprised. Who would have thought that the prince of the Zhou dynasty would study in the same hall with them? It was unbelievable. The only one who was not surprised and was very upset was Shi Yuan himself. He did not understand what sins the deputy had committed to start giving him so many students. And so, after a month in the Tongjin Hall, the situation changed. Shangli would come to visit our hero from time to time and train with them, Han Ling and Jing Qing. These training sessions were not only productive, but also fun. Shangli always enjoyed being in the company of Jing Qing, who saw her not just as a lady, but as a friend. The discs that Shan Li threw were not easy to lift, but training with Elv Ju had benefited her, and lifting such weights was no trouble for her. To catch or deflect this plate, one had to stand in the first stance, gather blood in the entire arm, and then release it as far as possible. In fact, this was called the fourth position of the warrior's path. Jing Qing was pleased to have finally finished working on the whip handle. This was the only movement in Hyojido that allowed blood to be released from the body, which was very expensive. Our hero trained day and night, but he was still far from the third level of Earth. Still, it was a relief to train the whip hand. Hanling noticed that she was the most tired when Jing Qing was training. In addition, she suggested that the lady practice kung fu and come here to play with them sometime. Lu Ju taught Shang Li that training should be done gradually and without impatience. Every time they broke through to a new level, they needed to rest and relax a little. Just the other day, Shang Li had reached the fourth earthly level, so it was the perfect time for her to play. They would have continued their conversation, but suddenly they heard shouting in the hall. Someone was accusing Shi Yuan of becoming a teacher for no reason. It was a male voice, and he couldn't imagine which of the teachers at the academy was as lazy as Shi Yuan. The prince had been under Shi Yuan's guidance for a whole month, but his martial arts skills hadn't improved one bit. Uncle Jing Yu insisted that Shi Yuan ask himself the same question. Was it possible that he had been too busy having fun to train hard during this period? Nevertheless, Master Shi Yuan stuck to his guns despite his uncle's reproaches. After all, at this age, Jing Yu was already as strong as a tiger. But the old man kept reminding him that he was not just an ordinary person, but the crown prince of the great Zhou. and at his age, he was only at the second earthly level. So how could he compete with princes from other countries who had the right to be dragons? His uncle insisted that His Highness ask the vice-chancellor to send him to study in another hall, as it would be better for everyone. But Jing Yu was totally against it. In fact, he believed that his uncle should not be responsible for his affairs. He couldn't stand these arguments and ran away. After all, he really wanted to stay in Shi Yuan's hall and didn't want to argue with anyone anymore. His uncle wanted to appeal to the prince again, but Shi Yuan insisted that he stop pursuing him, as this would only upset the boy even more. In addition, Shi Yuan noticed that the boys were standing outside eavesdropping, so he ordered them to go and persuade Jining's younger brother to return. The master advised Shi Yuan to resign from his position as a teacher if he was not a good teacher. How could someone as gifted as Shi Yuan, whose teaching skills had skyrocketed, understand the plight of those who were not qualified enough? Shi Yuan was not the only one who knew what it was like to be underqualified. Did the old man really want him to reach the level of a dragon in a month and experience a sudden surge in progress? In any case, Shi Yuan simply did not want to repeat the same mistakes he had made before. Jing Yu found a secluded spot near the waterfall, but Jing Qing quickly discovered his location. Our hero was worried that in this case, the prince might jump into the lake and kill himself. Han Ling decided to take responsibility, because she knew how to guide sad people. As soon as she approached Jing Yu, the girl began to explain that, like the prince, she did not have sufficient qualifications to move on to the next level. But even in this case, as long as he looked at the bright side of life, there was always a reason to be happy. Jing Yu did not understand the meaning of her words at all, in the sense that Sister Han was a horse, and he was a tiger according to the classification. How could he sink to Han Ling's level? After all, classification was something innate. Jing Qing felt that there would be another person to comfort. The prince did not need to be spoken to in any special way. He himself admitted that he did not understand why his uncle was so harsh with him. Jing Yu believed that nowadays, the Zhou dynasty was nothing more than an empty name. All these years, the dignity of the Zhou dynasty had been preserved thanks to his aunt, who sat in Luoyi. Jingdu's father was a mediocre emperor, barely able to keep his word. All the members of the family could only place their hopes on Jingdu, but it never occurred to them that restoring the Zhou dynasty would not be a one-time achievement. Even if everyone expected it of him, the prince believed that he could not break the seal of heaven with his tiger talent. Perhaps they were simply trying to avoid their own pressure, so they placed all their expectations on the crown prince. Jing Qing seemed to Jing Yu to be a gifted person without talent. His level of qi and blood was comparable to that of the third earthly rank. Therefore, the prince admired Jing Qing, because he was something special. Han Ling had the qualifications, but she did not have people who could support her in removing the seal of the heavens. Sister Shangli was also said to be exceptionally gifted and never encountered difficulties in her studies. She even became famous during the exam. The prince envied these kids because they were gifted with the ability to do things that were difficult for other people, or maybe they were just free and uninhibited. Han Ling couldn't take it anymore and revealed that this was not the case. Jing Yu shouldn't think that he was the only one and that only he was suffering. Did he really think that Han Lin wasn't risky, but her family was also going through hard times? And how much did she have to work to correct the mistakes made by her ancestors? Shangli was indeed more highly qualified, but she had difficulty controlling her blood and didn't even have the gracefulness of a woman's hands and feet. As for Jing Qin, he could only rely on medicine to break through. Could it be that after that, the prince really envied our hero's talent? Then, to convince Jing Yu, Jing Qing decided to demonstrate how things really were. To do this, he took a blood pill and showed how he would rely on it to break through to the third earthly level. Han Ling saw enough of the video of our hero using these pills, so she decided to take Shangli away from this sight, which was not for the faint of heart. Jing Yu still did not fully understand why our hero could so easily afford to use the blood pill. But what was important was that he could see the consequences of progress in breaking through to a new earthly level. The prince was a little worried about Jing Qin and hoped that he was all right, and the guy showed off his chain, which remained intact. After taking the blood pill, there was only one small crack, and that meant he was still very far from the third earthly level. It was impossible to break through to a new earthly level through normal training, and even with such powerful drugs, the effect was becoming weaker and weaker. Jing Qing was so high that he had even developed a tolerance to this pill. Shangli observed that the chain had not yet been broken. In general, she did not like that Jing Qing was taking such medicine. Therefore, she wanted to know who was the potion maker who made this nasty stuff. Mrs. Shangli really wanted to ask the creator of this pill for an explanation, but Han Ling, being that very potion maker, remained silent and insisted that no one ask her any questions. After that, Jing Yu finally understood that everyone who seemed so carefree laughing and having fun every day, actually had their own difficulties. The prince truly felt sorry that brother Qing, with his talent from the Zhu tribe, would never be able to reach the threshold of the heavenly seal, even if he didn't have the right opportunity, and spent his whole life trying. Then suddenly, Jing Yu had a brilliant idea, and he immediately wanted to tell Jing Qing about it. The prince could take our hero to the greatest high-level master of his time. If he gave Jing Qing some advice, he would be able to make a breakthrough. None of the three even guessed which great master the crown prince was talking about. Meanwhile, Xuan Qing was suddenly stopped again today by Mr. Hao Li. He was very angry and wanted to scold Xuan Qing. Did this girl think she could get away with everything? Even if she was a student at Luo Yi, she was still a servant of Hao. How could she even stand before her master when she had stolen his seal? Now those who witnessed this quarrel learned some curious things about Xuan Qing, namely that she was a servant of the Li family, and that she had dared to steal from her masters. Although Xuan Qing was accepted by the young master, no contract was signed with him, so she could not be considered a servant of the Li family. As for the theft of the seal and the illegal appropriation of 1,000 gold coins, Xuan Qing did admit her guilt, and collected the necessary amount to repay the debt. In fact, the young master Hao did not need this money at all. He just wanted to approach Xuan Qing every time to yell at her and remind her of who she was, so that the whole academy would know about it. Hao took particular pleasure in telling everyone that Xuan Qing was nothing more than a dog belonging to the Li family. In the vice dean's office, Xuan Qing had already greeted her teacher. Xuan Qing had been trying out for the academy for some time, and of course the teacher wanted to know what level of cultivation she had already reached. The girl told her teacher that 10 days ago, the earth-level chain had broken, and now she had managed to reach the first level of earth. As far as Xuan Qing had heard from other teachers, people with the ability of a black carp usually broke through the chains without any problems, but for some reason, she had encountered obstacles along the way. Nevertheless, the teacher was more interested in something else. He realized that Li Hao often bullied Xuan Qing using his name at home, so why didn't Xuan Qing defend herself and put up with such treatment? Xuan Qing said that she only wanted to cultivate peacefully at the academy, and did not want to cause any problems for herself or others. The vice dean did not look surprised, but he smiled at the girl's thoughts. Of course, for an academy student, this was the right path. But did his student know what a dragon was? A dragon could fight in the wild, hide in the depths, roam the mountains, and soar in the heavens. It swims with the wind and breaks through the clouds, feeling freedom and lightness. And the black carp that transforms into a mystical dragon is especially rebellious in nature. Xuan Qing tensed after these words. Was her teacher hinting at something? Xuan Qing was someone who constantly endured silence. The teacher believed that such strength was worthy of respect, but right now, her restraint was what was preventing her from advancing and becoming a dragon. If her mind was blocked by restraint, then the black carp would remain a black carp, unable to escape the dragon gate. If the girl could not transform, then this talent was no greater than that of a tiger or a leopard, and it was hardly worthy of the vice deputy's attention. Xuan Qing then asked her teacher how she could tame her thoughts. It all depended on the girl, on what demons dwelled inside her heart. One thought and she could become a mystical dragon. Another thought and she would fall into bondage. The vice deputy was not going to help Xuan Qing with this. She had to do it herself. Since the teacher was tired, Xuan Qing had to leave him. Long ago, the supreme heavenly master Taigong Wang moved mountains and divided the boundless Zhuan mountain range into two parts. One part became a 1,000-year-old mountain, where the Luo Yi Academy was founded in the center, to strengthen peace. The other two sections were divided into the city of Zhuangshu and the Luo Academy. The Zhou family built the famous Luo Academy on this mountain. On the way, the young prince Jing Yang revealed that his aunt was the great princess of the Zhou dynasty, who had become a recluse. She also worked and lived in the city of Hakong. In fact, Jing Qing was taken there to meet her. Our hero knew very little about the rulers of this world, but he had heard about the head of the mountain. This aunt of the current crown prince of Zhou was second in power among the gods and demons. She was the greatest master in the world. Instead of training, after removing the seal of the earth, you must separate your soul from your body and enter the world of the dead, where you receive the power of gods and demons, and then return to your world. Having mastered part of the powers of gods and demons, the seal of the earth and sky will become stronger. Those who were able to strengthen the body of a demon became demons themselves and were called masters. Masters of this level became heavenly beings, and their kai and blood transformed into virtual, which was equivalent to the leaders of the university. If the demonic body turned into a real one, it was possible to use the seals of the earth and sky and be considered a master of the divine demonic level. At that time, the royal families surpassed other peoples, each of them having a great master who ruled their destinies. Now there were no supreme rulers in the world. a member of the Zhou dynasty, was the first to leave the post of supreme ruler. With her feminine body and strength, she was to be reckoned with, and now our hero was about to meet her. Upon arriving at his aunt's house, the nephew introduced Jing Qing, whom he had always told Aunt Dong about. He often mentioned that our hero was a good storyteller. Jing Qing seemed not to understand Jing Dian's words, as he was captivated by the figure behind the curtain, for it was the most powerful figure in the world, and now he had the honor of standing next to her and breathing the same air. Without judgment, Dong mentioned that her nephew always came to her only to ask her for something. When Jing heard her voice, she seemed quite young to him, even though she was already a quarter of a century old. Master Dong turned to our hero, assuming that Jing Qing was from the royal family, and our hero confirmed everything. Dong knew perfectly well that their lineage had been interrupted, but they could still be considered distant relatives, which she did not deny. Jing Qing did not see her gaze, but somehow felt it. Only this curtain frightened him. He felt her examining his entire body from top to bottom. Dong commented that even at the second earthly level, Jing Qing's blood and qi were boiling and circulating strongly. It really reminded her of Shi Wan Xuan. Dong immediately guessed that Jing Qing had used a lot of pills to break through the earthly level, and that was very wrong. Jing Qing suddenly felt his blood begin to circulate uncontrollably. Then Master Dong told him not to panic. Jing Qing had consumed too many pills, and because of this, the power inside him could not be absorbed. If this continued, it would destroy his body over time, as Dong explained. Since Master Dong considered our hero to be her distant relative and Shi Wen's disciple, she decided to help him. Suddenly, our hero felt the chain around his leg simply break into pieces. Jing Qing felt very heavy, because his blood was literally burning and he felt like he was about to burn up. Managing to control her feelings and restrain her body, Aunt Dawn finally said that his earthly chain had been broken. It was incredible to see that the chains had finally been broken, but now an even stronger triple chain had appeared, signaling a new level. Jingdong knew he could help Jing Qing and asked his aunt to lend a hand. After all, she was so strong that she could break chains with a single wave of her hand. But Dong said she didn't do anything special because the drugs in Jing Qin's blood left burns and gradually destroyed the seal of the earth. Jing Qin was just lucky to get a second chance to break the chains. Jing Qing sincerely thanked Master Dong, because with her help, he was able to heal his blood. Finally, the Mountain Master said that she could not help with the development of Jing Qing's talent, because only he himself could develop it. Moreover, if they could find a copy of the 9 Dawns of Zhu Li, then they would be able to break through the seal of the heavens. None of those present had ever heard of such a book. The books of Fuyi, Shenong, and Huangdi were called the 3 Graves. The books of Xiao Hao, Yexian, Gaoxian, Tang Yao, and Yu Shun were called the 5 Canons, and these canons were the source of ancient martial arts. But the 3 Graves had long been lost, and only a fragment remained of the 5 canons. The aforementioned 9 Dawns of Zhu Li was only part of the Xiao Hao code in the 5 codes. It was rumored that Xiao Hao, whom the Yellow Emperor appointed to rule the lands of Zhu Li, could not accept that his art of Zhu Li would cease to exist and wrote about it. Jing Qing spent a lot of time in the library, and thanks to the help of Ji Yang and Han Ling, the books containing information about the 5 canons were found. Of course, it was also very difficult for them, including Shan Li, because the teacher could punish them. Very little was written about the 5 canons in books. If all the books were taken together, they barely covered the chronology. First of all, the royal family of Yinshang kept a complete collection of the 5 classics. However, after the Battle of Mo Ye Ding Xin, he realized that he was no longer king, and ordered all royal texts on martial arts to be burned. After the restoration of the Zhou dynasty, only a few fragments survived to the present day, and when the emperor divided the world, he handed over the remains of the 5 canons to the rulers of each country as national treasures. To enrich their countries and strengthen their armies, the great masters of different countries rewrote the remains of the books according to their own interpretations. The 8 Balls is the beginning of modern martial arts, which included 8 trigrams as a guide and 9 states as differences. Some of the books also went to Chu and Qing. Chu created 10 books of war from this part, a publicly available martial art, while Tai Zemin published a bad book, Lei Shou's Martial Decision. After some time, Master Qin Yin improved on Zemin's book and called it The Way of the Warrior's Body. He overcame his pride and published his improved book. When Shangli woke up, she was sure they would find her, but she did not understand why the title of the book was familiar to her. Uncle Yin once told her that he wrote The Way of the Warrior's Body for himself. Jing Qing admitted that he also thought that martial arts were actually related to this book. And yet Jing Qing took many pills to break the earthly chain, rather than relying on books. In the end, it was only a monk's technique, and the basic techniques had been reworked, so the original version should have been chosen. Shangli was not sure if the 10 books of war of the Chu family could help them. After all, there were still old grudges with Chu, but Han Lin knew that the family's martial relics were the clan's main treasure, which could not be passed on by inheritance. And because of this, there could be problems. Suddenly, Jing Dun had an idea. If Jing Qing wanted to learn all the techniques in the 9 Canons book, he would have to join the Wei family. Moreover, they had a daughter whom he could marry and learn the book from. This extraordinary idea surprised everyone, but Shangli admitted that even though Jingdong was a good person, even if he was a prince, she could still hit him. Jing Qing sighed heavily because it wasn't that simple. Even if Master Dong showed them the way, it was obvious that it would be difficult. A few days later, our heroes learned that the 9 dawns of Zhu may have been recorded as Zhu Shu. It was not surprising that if there were any parts of the 9 canons, they would be in the hands of different families. Shangli had her own business to attend to, so she left for half a day with Jing Qin. Tao Zhu invited our hero to go down to the mountain to find treasures, where our hero also planned to fill his bone bracelet. Shangli was excited by the idea of Jing Qing climbing the mountain to find treasure, but Jing Qing immediately warned the girl that if she climbed the mountain with him, her teacher would scold her. But the lady didn't really care. She just asked not to tell anyone about it so that her teacher wouldn't find out. Jing Qing, of course, could not refuse his mistress, and together they went to the Tao Zhu pavilion. There they found an object from the tomb excavations. Shangling could now see with her own eyes how the dragon hunter worked. She did not even expect that he could also appraise things. Tao Zhu said that another master had already verified the authenticity of this item, so it could be sold legally. Moreover, the master had another request, but he was not sure if Jing Qing would help him with it. In a few days, a lot of antiques appeared in the Han River near Fanling. Tao suspected that there must be a large ancient tomb in the nearby mountains. The cave had collapsed so badly that the antiques had fallen out and floated down the river. This plate was one of those antiques. The pattern on it reminded Tao of a kind of map, but he didn't even know where there was a similar place. Therefore, the gentleman wanted Jing Qing to go there and show how good he was at his art of dragon hunting. Tao Zhu would be very grateful to him if everything worked out. Suddenly, Shangli remembered how Jing Qing once told her a story about a ghost lamp and tomb robbers. This idea excited her greatly. Jing Qing was ashamed to admit it, but he was no better than his great-grandfather Ji Guohua. He knew a few phrases, but when it came to math, he always made mistakes. Jing Qing felt that the energy in the bone bracelet was not enough to find the foundation. But Tao Zhu decided to take the initiative. He could invite a master to help Jing Qinyu find the location, and how could our hero refuse now? Shanglai reminded him of the ancient scrolls of the Qin dynasty. In the past, the emperor's son, Dan Zhu, took refuge with Shun, and when Shun released him, he sealed him. History said that Shu declared Yao as his successor. Dan Zhu was enthroned as a vassal in Fangling. Moreover, Fanling was the former residence of the Sanmiao tribe. Later, Dan Zhu gathered an army and fought against Emperor Shun. It follows that if this was a tomb from the time of Deng Zhu, then it was very likely that these were their remains. Shang Li and Jing Qing were indescribably delighted by this, and wanted to do it. But why did Tao Zhu feel so uneasy, even though he had suggested this idea? 3 days had passed since that day. In a few days, our hero was going to leave for Fangling, so he gathered all his belongings and asked his teacher for permission to leave. He was sorry that Han Ling couldn't go with him, because she was only halfway to reaching the first earthly level. Han Ling insisted on going with Jing Qin, because she was the one who started it all and saw the Dragon Seeker. But Shi Yuan impartially reminded her that she had not even reached the first earthly level and could not go anywhere. Of course, Jidong also wanted to go, but Teacher Shi had to stop him. The prince was not allowed to go anywhere without permission, and he had to obey silently. He felt that the boys were upset about this, and Jing Qing thought that he would definitely bring them gifts. But now he was waiting for someone else. Shanli promised him she would come, so he looked for her everywhere and waited. Shangli finally appeared, thinking that the boy had been waiting for her for a long time, and explained that she just had to escape from her teacher in time while she was busy with alchemy. Of course, Shanli didn't dare go on a trip without a weapon, so she took a thick bow from Lu Yiju. Jing Qing was worried that the lady would get in trouble for skipping class. Shangli was very bored spending all day at the academy. The girl thought it was more important that Jing Qing was able to get a half-month's leave from his teacher. Meanwhile, at the Ming Temple, Lu Ju suggested that Liu Yi watch Shangli train today. As always, Liu Yi had to lie that Shanli was supposedly very tired, so she went to the back of the mountain, to the Cave of Curtains. Lu Ju noticed that her student was becoming more and more active. It would be good for her to devote all her time to training, rather than spending time with the savages from the Tongzhen Hall. Lu Ju planned to teach Shang Li to shoot golden crows with a bow. But forgetting about this, the teacher turned her attention to Liu Yi, who was shaking after her lie. while Lu Ju insisted that she had heart problems. Meanwhile, our hero and Shang Li had already boarded Tao's boat and set sail down the Great River. They planned to leave Luo and pass through Han. The territory of Chu opened up before them. Although our hero said he was going to look for the tomb, he knew he would not find it. However, noticing that Shang Li's life was too boring, he took her with him so that she could relax and recharge her batteries. Jing Qing was sure that when he returned, Master Lu Ju would definitely break his leg. Nevertheless, as long as this trip made Shang Li smile, Jing Qing had no regrets. It was worth it. Besides, Jing Qing wasn't expecting anything else. Who would have thought that the master of arithmetic invited by Tao Zhu was a second-level scholar in the Luo Hall, Fu Shi? Fu Shi turned out to be a complete eccentric to our hero, who couldn't even take care of himself, and on top of that, he constantly clung to Shan Li. He had been reading all evening yesterday and seemed to have missed dinner, so now he was very hungry, and Shang Li did not refuse him and promised to help him with food. In any case, it didn't matter who Fu Shi or Han Lin were. Along with them, who didn't like strangers, they were all very well acquainted with Shang Li. Fu Shi, in turn, was very nice and made Shan Li flirt with him. Suddenly, Jing Dong appeared before our hero. The young prince hoped that our hero and Shan Li would be happy to see him. Jing Dong rented a boat and followed Jing Qin the whole way, and now that they were in Chu territory, it would be useless to chase him away. This was called the East and West tactic. Jing Qing was already looking forward to his return to the academy. After all, when he returned, the old men would beat him to death. Meanwhile, at the academy, the prince's master was asking about Jing Dong and Shi Yuan. He had only been away from the city for 10 days, and now they were telling him that the prince had run away. Shi Yuan knew that it would be difficult with all his students. Finally, our heroes arrived at Fanling, located on the banks of the Han River. This place is known for its mountains, forests, and settlements with a large, tall mausoleum resembling a house. Tao Zhu was right to be willing to pay millions for someone to explore this area. The young crown prince was recognized everywhere. People were concerned about him and warned that the mountain roads were too rough and convoys could not pass, so they were ready to provide him with support here. They had no choice but to walk up the mountain. Jing Qing understood from the outset that it was hard work and not as easy as it seemed to others. Fu Shi continued to stare at the characters in his repertoire, while Sister Shang Li tried to remind him that when people climb a mountain, they should watch their step. And so the moment came when Jing Qing, the dragon hunter, set off into the mountains in search of tombs. Jing Qing had been looking in one direction for half a day, searching for a tomb with tangled mountains, which was actually a barrier. Jing Dong wanted to know what Jing Qing's mnemonic meant, but he couldn't tell him everything, and simply assured them that he would definitely find the tomb. On the southwestern side, there was a large lake, and the scenery was so beautiful that our hero had to come here. As they say, live on the sea and on land. Jing Qing tried to hunt in the mountains and rivers wherever he could to get food. The rabbit that Jing Qing caught looked very appetizing, so Fu Shi suggested cooking it with wine. Shang Li understood that one rabbit would not be enough for everyone, so she decided to catch another one. After all, she had brought her bow with her for a reason. She decided to hunt pheasants. But alas, the pheasants were too nimble and flew away as soon as they saw the arrow approaching. Shang Li almost killed a panda with her arrow. But this did not bother Shan Li in the least. She was curious to know what the bamboo eater tasted like. At that time, pandas were not so valuable, but Jing Qin still felt sorry for them, so he asked the lady not to kill the national treasure. When evening came, everyone gathered around the campfire and listened to Jing Qin's fascinating stories. Our hero's stories left no one indifferent. He told them with such expression that it was impossible to stop listening, and the stories themselves were very interesting. But if the guys wanted to know what would happen next, they first needed to rest and eat. And even if they applauded him, he still wouldn't continue until everyone had eaten. To his surprise, Jing Dong admitted that he hadn't applauded at all. Moreover, Shang Li did not do anything either. It turned out that it was Fu Shi who was applauding. He thought that at the end of the story, it was customary to thank the storyteller with applause. Or perhaps it wasn't. Jing Qing and Jing Dong found Fu Shi's reaction amusing, but the boy calmly explained to her that this was not the case. When they all got closer, it turned out that Fu Shi was not so cold to people. He just expressed himself awkwardly. Shang Li noticed that Fu Shi loved different stories very much and promised that when she returned, she would give him a book about the Battle of the Three Kingdoms. Meanwhile, at Luoyi Academy, Xuan Qing requested an audience with Hao Li. Noticing that the stinky Hao Li was not there, the girl looked around. Judging by the fact that nothing had been touched here for a long time, it meant that no one had been here for a long time, which seemed strange to Xuan Qing. At the same time, Gao Zhong told everyone that she had confirmed that Jing Dong had left the academy under protection. Those present sought to kill Jing Dong, and often made plans to do so. Cao Chung happily told her master that everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, Jing Qing spent several days in the mountains, the only place where he could rest. The mountainous area was the poorest region, but for a cultivator, it was no different from a normal trip to the mountains. And after some time, they finally found the destination they had been walking towards for so long. Jing Qing was sure that they were in the very center of the map. One glance in that direction was enough to confirm our hero's thoughts. From this place, you could see mountains and forests that looked like trigrams. The place matched the pattern on the artifact exactly. Fuji suddenly had an idea. He wanted to check something for errors. Shangli had some knowledge of mathematics, so she decided to help Fuxi with the calculations. Jingyu and Jing Qing had absolutely no idea what Fuxi and Shangli were calculating, so our hero suggested that the prince simply admire them. In the end, Fuxi confirmed that if his math was correct, the entrance to the tomb had been calculated. And it was there, where Fuxi's finger pointed. Everyone was delighted with the news and was ready to find out what was in the tomb and begin their dragon quest. Not far away, work was being carried out, and someone else was also planning to reach the tomb. The young master's escort warned that there was only one master among them who had reached the 5th earthly level. If there were any traps in the tomb, no one would be able to protect him, so he suggested sending a letter to the clan asking them to send more masters. But this suggestion angered Tai Wei, because it was impossible to write to the clan without knowing how many times the 9 deadly stones could be used. Otherwise, the other clan members would find out about it and come for the stones. In the end, they achieved some kind of result, and someone digging up the ground found some kind of stone. My aunt's husband told Tai Wei that there was a very ancient tomb here, and also mentioned the stones of 9 lives. Legend has it that after the Tang Yao era, the great masters of the San Miao clan rewrote the book of the 9 dawns of Zhu Li, which was scattered throughout the world. The information was recorded on dozens of stone slabs, with the help of a divine power called Zhu Li Shi. The Zhu Li stone was very mysterious. It was rumored that if a person was a descendant of the 3 seeds, then after reading it, he would be able to understand the meaning of the stone. Some of the martial arts benefited the San Miao people, but after use, the slab was destroyed. During the reign of Shu Dongzhu, Yao's son rebelled against the emperor, joining forces with the 3 Miao, and fought Shun for the throne. The battle took place in the vicinity of Dongshui. Ambassador Danju used the Zhu Li stone only as a bargaining chip to force the San Miao to fight. Danju was defeated and killed, and the messenger of the Zhu Li stone was never found. A few days ago, Gigi was given an ancient scroll containing some very interesting information. However, there were no publicly available records of the Zhu Li stone. Even after Yin and Shang, there were no clues left. Master Ji asked a leading question, whether Tai Wei knew how the Xiang clan ended up in the Chu territory. More than 500 years ago, the king of Chu had visions around Fanling on the Han River. The king of Chu ordered the ancestors of Xiang to come up with a way to suppress the strange energy. Later, the ancestor of the sun received instructions from a high-ranking official to build a tomb for things filled with the aura of war, which solved the problem. It was rumored that after his defeat, Dan Zhu returned to Fanling with his troops. Later, he began to see the death and injury of his people. In a rage, he devoured gold and burned himself, eventually dying, and his people died with him, with only one surviving. Tai Wei thought that Xingsong had built the tomb to prevent the death of the Miao clan, and perhaps the Zhu Li stone had been buried in the tomb as an object of the patriarch. If Uncle Ji was right, then Tai Wei believed that the stone was already his. Finally, the young master was informed that there was an entrance to the tomb at the foot of the mountain, and the path had already been cleared. Jing Qing and the boys had already made their way into the tomb, but who would have thought that they would find the entrance to the cave under the lake? Although according to the trigrams, there should have been 2 entrances to the cave, like yin and yang. Fuxi assumed that they had entered through the mouth. After half an hour, they were wandering around the cave. By this time, they were exhausted. After all, as soon as they entered the tomb, they hadn't even sat down once. Jingyu realized that it wasn't as exciting as he had thought it would be. The search was very long and exhausting. They had been walking for half an hour, but during that time they had found nothing and had not reached anything. Shangli had a hunch that it was some kind of maze. They wanted to continue on their way, but Fuxi kept delaying and asked them not to disturb his thinking. Jingyu was completely disappointed, because there wasn't a single green-haired zombie here, and it turned out that he had brought the donkey's hoof for nothing. Boredom began to overwhelm him, and he kicked his hooves into the void. The prince hadn't been anywhere in a long time, and wanted this trip to be memorable. He wanted to have at least some memories of this trip. To their surprise, they noticed something terrible ahead of them. There were traps ahead of them, which they could have fallen into if they had gone further, but fortunately, the donkey's hoof saved them. This trip will now surely be remembered by the young prince for a long time. It was like in fairy tales and interesting stories, where the hero falls into traps and is miraculously saved. If they hadn't stopped to rest, they would have been dead by now. By the way, they had come so far, and only now had they fallen into some kind of trap. It was obvious to Fushi because the layout of this cave was based on an 8-door method invented in ancient times. When they entered the cave, they encountered an opening where there were no traps. By this time, every tunnel had been replaced by a door. Since everything had been replaced by doors, danger would be waiting everywhere. Fushi was inspired by this idea and began to write something down. He thought it would be wonderful if they turned into the gates of death. The guys demanded that he quickly find a way out, but he wanted them to wait because it was such a rare opportunity, and he would surely have another chance to find a way out someday. From that moment on, survival in the cave began. There were mechanical traps on every road. Fortunately, Mr. Fushi found a safer route than through the gates of death, so their lives should not have been in danger. They had to walk to the fork in the road, then turn left, and then there was hope that there would be fewer traps. Jing Qing no longer knew how far they had walked or how much time had passed, but they were already at the royal gate and could now rest. But she suddenly discovered that the evolution of the 8 gates was accelerating, and in just one stick, the royal gate would evolve into the Gate of Wounds. Jing Qing carried everyone on his back and ran as fast as he could. It was unknown when it would all end. All that remained was to hope for the best, but Fushi still recognized that the person who built this tomb was very intelligent. Jing Qing hoped that the Gate of Life was already opening before them, and ran even faster. Soon, a huge hall filled with majestic statues of warriors opened up before him. Now that the door was open and the traps had been disabled, they needed to find the door of life. Everyone was nervous. When a moment arose and Jing Qing found himself alone with Shangli, he asked her for forgiveness, but she did not understand why. Jing Qing then explained that he had originally thought they could go on a trip and relax. But in reality, not only did they not relax, they almost died. Shangli hadn't thought about that at all. She probably had no idea what awaited her in the tomb, and Jing Qing's apology seemed sweet to her. Shangli took such things lightly because she loved to take risks, and for her it was just a fun adventure. After the girl patted him on the shoulder, Jing Qing felt that her 4th earthly level almost broke his spine. But he didn't dwell on it for very long because he noticed something in front of him. Right in front of him on the floor was something that looked like a seal. Ceasefire, life, and death, and in a word, exchange. In addition, the bone bracelet reacted strongly to something. It was as if something deep underground was calling him. When he was sure of his unusual find, he called others to come and look at it. Taiwei managed to reach the hall, but on the way he lost many people, even the most skilled ones. By this time, he himself was tired. The place reminded him of some kind of city, and he couldn't figure out what the statues were either. The tomb pattern turned into a door, so the arithmeticians urged everyone not to worry. The 8 doors were connected to each other. It was impossible for them to work separately, so if one appeared, the others would appear too. Taiwei could no longer restrain himself and shouted menacingly at the arithmeticians, because if the door did not open, they would die sooner or later. The situation was already tense, and now the gentleman was rushing them. The arithmeticians tried to control themselves so that they could finally complete the task. They thought they had managed to find and open the door, but they had reached another dead end, a real trap. Meanwhile, our heroes managed to find the door. They found it near the largest statue. It turned out to be a secret door. But as they walked, they discovered that the ceiling was collapsing. As soon as they entered the secret door, mechanical traps began to work, and soon the walking dead appeared. The meek warriors were overwhelmed, and life and death were exchanged. The meek warriors seemed to be a dozen or so giant warriors. When the soldiers stumbled upon the door of death, they remained alive. They had to be defeated in order for the gate of death to evolve into the door of life. They had to find a way out quickly and defeat the warriors. Jing Qing noticed that the bone bracelet's reaction was growing stronger. That meant they were close to something. But Jing Qing had no idea what the hell it was. Upstairs, almost all of Taiwei's warriors had died under the rubble. Only a few had managed to survive. The arithmetician who survived continued to count. According to his calculations on the sticks, they had 1 hour left to live. The man thought that something was wrong with these sticks. Taiwei was completely confused. The statues of the warriors were moving even after centuries. And when the gates of death opened, all the tunnels around them would be closed, and they would have no chance of survival. Taiwei didn't know what to say in response. He was afraid for his own life, and suddenly he came to the conclusion that this was all a plot to kill him. According to legend, Zhu Li trained warriors better than anyone else, and Patriarch Qi Yu forged 10 powerful weapons. Qi Yu, Xuan Yuan, and Huang Di fought against Zhou to the outer border of the territory, and it was difficult to stop them. In the end, the Yellow Emperor used a strange method, which involved cutting down a peach tree. Qi Yu was banished forever, and 10 warriors left with him. Who would have thought that such giant statues existed underground? But this statue was so disfigured that it was barely recognizable, starting with the ancient Battle of Zhou, in which the ancestors of San Miao participated, and ending with San Miao helping Deng Zhu overthrow Emperor Shun. The statue depicted the story of the Battle of Zhou, but it differed from the one written in the canon. Kenshu and Tao were legendary trees, and they were cut down by the Yellow Emperor. Jing Qing wondered if Xiao Hao was probably an evil warrior who was not of this world. The Sky Jedi, an ancient fighting force almost as powerful as the Lord of the Rings. Jing Dong was still excited that he hadn't seen a single dead body in all this time and thought he should look for them. As soon as he thought about it, by some incredible miracle, he stumbled upon the skeleton of what was once a human being. This frightened him so much that he stumbled and fell several times as he ran away. Wanting to see the corpse, he was somehow frightened when he finally saw it. There were speculations that this skeleton was the body of Patriarch San Hmong, who was buried here, as written on the statue. But the question still arose as to why it was sitting here and not lying in a coffin. Dressed in clothes, buried in the middle of a field, unsealed and not planted, the ancient customs were very mediocre. Jing Qing, in turn, noted that the bone bracelet's reaction to this corpse was very violent. It probably wanted to absorb the stone in the corpse's palm. This frightened our hero. He thought he would have to gnaw on human bone. Unexpectedly for everyone, he began to bow before the skeleton and ask for forgiveness. Such behavior surprised his friends, but they remained silent. Did the real page meet the stone of the 9 dawns of Jiuli? Perhaps our hero's efforts would finally pay off. When he lifted the stone from the skeleton's hands, the aura of the bone bracelet became even stronger. The energy emanating from the stone was not like simple yin. After Jin took the stone, the skeleton crumbled into tiny particles. Our hero could not have imagined that he would find himself in this space once again. On that day, at the Jade Wall, everything was just beginning. Everything was exactly the same as the first time. All he had to do was absorb the spirit in the stone of Ju Li. The second altar was being restored, foundation by foundation. It seemed as if the small bone would grow over time. The aura of the Ju Li stone simply restored my bone bracelet. Jing Qing felt something entering his head. It resembled the method of circulating qi and blood. It seemed like it was just bits and pieces, but they were overwhelming his body. Jing Qing began to feel every millimeter of his body as energy filled him. He was losing control of himself, and it seemed as if this energy was ready to burst out, as if there was not enough space in his body. Meanwhile, upstairs in the same hall, Tai Wei and his entourage were still stuck and didn't know how to get out. But fortunately, they were at least alive, and one of the traps had rotted over time and weakened considerably. Tai Wei understood that he had to gather his strength or he would die here. Many of the warriors were already in poor condition, and there were few of them left. But even if the young master got out, he didn't know how he could explain the heavy losses and the death of one of their masters, who possessed the 5th earthly level. Out of helplessness, the young master knocked on the statue until he suddenly heard an echo from the knock and then discovered a secret door. Jing Qing suddenly calmed his body, sat down, and sat motionless for half an hour. Shangli guarded his peace, guessing that he was now in the process of cultivation and devouring Ju Li's energy. Fushai was most interested in the stone, or rather the history of the ancient world that was written on it. While there was time, he decided to rewrite it because it was quite strange and needed time to study. But suddenly he heard footsteps. Fushi asked the others to listen, because only then could they hear the very quiet footsteps. Jing Qing once told the young prince that Zongzi was not what you eat but a zombie. Although it moved slowly, it had a frightening pale face with fangs. But Fushi remembered very well that this was just a made-up story, and that such strange things could not exist in the world. As a student of Luo Yi, Fushi could not believe in ghosts, but nevertheless, he was still afraid. In the end, Fushi couldn't take it anymore and started screaming, his thoughts tormenting him. Thoughts of ghosts and zombies frightened him more and more, and he couldn't help but run to Shangli, hoping for salvation. Jing Dong thought that there must be zombies here after all, and he regretted throwing away the black donkey's hooves. Only after looking more closely did the guys realize that these were not zombies at all, but people. Tai Wei still managed to get out with the warriors, but this place seemed strange to him. As he approached, he naturally noticed this modest company, and in particular Jing Qin with the Ju Li stone, which he had been searching for so desperately. In this situation, Jing Dong decided to take advantage of his status as Prince Zhou. He demanded that they leave, because who would dare to attack him? Tai Wei wanted to take the stone, but a few days ago, his assistant had received a message from the palace that Ji had said that the prince had gone home, and that they could not treat them rudely, since they had already encountered each other. In that case, Tai Wei decided to pretend to protect the safety of His Highness the Prince and not be rude to them. Tai Wei ordered the Crown Prince to be returned and protected, and also to make it look as if Jing Qing had stolen the Crown Prince and now had to be captured. Jing Dong tried to stop this situation, but no one listened to him. Tai Wei took advantage of the moment, pretending that he wanted to protect the prince. If Jing Dong later told the master everything, he would not be able to say that Tai was wrong. It was obvious that Tai Wei was using all this as an excuse to get to Jing Qing, and Shang Li couldn't just let it go. Although these soldiers were all wounded, they outnumbered her, and one of them was at a high earthly level. Shang Li decided that she would not let them get close to Jing Qing. Our hero apparently absorbed all the energy of the Ju Li stone into his body, including the bone bracelet. The stone broke into pieces. Slowly, the situation began to improve, as Jing Qing came to his senses after cultivation. He was completely unlike himself. Absorbing such a powerful force had taken its toll. He still felt sore, as if after intense training. Tai Wei couldn't believe his eyes that the Ju Li stone had been completely absorbed by Jing Qing. How was that even possible? The Ju Li stone implanted the Ju Li martial art into Jing Qing's consciousness, which compressed his blood to the limit, and then instantly exploded it. During movement, the blood and qi were like mist, forming the shadow of 9 lives. On the first day of danger, Jing Qing from the Tongjin Hall wanted to invite Tai Wei to a debate to decide whether he would win or lose. Jing didn't even know if they would have the courage to say yes. If these scumbags couldn't defeat Jing Qing, how were they going to protect the Crown Prince? Everyone present in the cave felt that Jing Qing radiated a special aura that could not be underestimated. Tai Wei understood that he had lost his chance, because now the Ju Li stone was gone. Tai Wei and his subjects had suffered greatly in that room. If they started fighting now, they would be in mortal danger. Of course, it was too rash for Tai Wei to admit this publicly, and Jing Qing was with the prince to protect him. Tai Wei gritted his teeth and admitted that he would do nothing more. Moreover, Tai Wei congratulated Mr. Jing Qing on the improvement of his strength. In his opinion, Ju Li's talent was deeply connected to his Sanmiao blood. Jing Qing did not respond to the gentleman's congratulations, only wishing them a safe journey. And yet, Jing's older brother was so dominant that he scared Tai Wei and the others away with his aura alone. Shang Li did not understand one thing. How did he master this martial art? The ancient martial art of Ju Li, which consisted only of numbers, a combat triad, fierce and powerful, acted like a god, but it was not the only one. This powerful stone of 9 dawns is capable of exploding blood in a short period of time when its energy is consumed. One strike is the same as 10 or 100. But were all the martial arts of the 9 dawns really that cool? No wonder the stone was lost so long ago, since all its owners are already dead. Fushi seemed to be floating in his own space, reacting rather slowly to everything that was happening, and only now did he conclude that they were not zombies after all. And if they weren't zombies, then he wasn't afraid. Besides, he had learned a lot during this trip to the tomb, so he wanted to write about it right now while the others were helping Jin get back on his feet. Finally, the time came when our heroes left the cave and stopped to rest at the guest house. It had been a truly dangerous journey, and the guys couldn't help but celebrate it, because the trip had been a success. Jing Dong was inspired by this journey, and was going to write a book about his experiences on the trip, and wanted to call it Mistakes in Search of Zombies in the Ancient Kurgan. Fushi rejoiced that they had managed to solve all 8 doors in this tomb, and all this was, of course, thanks to mathematical calculations. Of all those present, only Jing Qing looked rather strange. He was unusually quiet and pensive. Of course, this did not escape the attention of Shang Li, who made him drink with her. She hadn't taken such a risk in a long time, and she obviously enjoyed it. Shang Li didn't care about anything anymore. She wanted to get properly drunk and celebrate this trip with her friends. Jing Qing noted to himself that he should invite Shang Li on more trips in the future, as it had a very positive effect on her. I request half a month. After crossing the Han River, they had to disembark and walk for several days until they reached the Ishui River. Then they would be able to board a boat and return to Luoyi Academy. Along the way, our hero entertained the boys with his stories. Jing Qing always came up with a variety of stories that left no one indifferent. People always thought up and invented possible plot developments themselves, so it was never boring with Jing Qing. Finally, our heroes approached an important crossing, which was located between 2 rocks and was very narrow. For some reason, Jing Dong began to laugh heartily, and Jing Qing did not even understand what the prince was laughing at. Shun Li then explained that the young prince was just playing with imaginary thoughts and that it was not worth taking seriously. People said that the handsome Zhou Yu and the wise Zhuge Liang were very intelligent, but in Jing Dong's opinion, They were actually incompetent. If an army had ambushed them here, it would have been easy to capture them. The young prince's words had barely left his mouth when horsemen galloped toward them, ready to kill them. None of the heroes even had time to realize what was happening. The road was empty, and no one understood where they had come from, or why they had appeared so suddenly. In any case, Jing Qing realized that they were in danger, especially the young prince. He caught the arrow in midair, but noticed that it was very powerful, so he also injured his hand while catching it. Shangli immediately realized that something was wrong, because these horsemen were using Tai Qin Mo Yuan's armor-piercing arrows. It was decided right then and there to change direction and head straight for the mountain pass. Shangli stood at the back of the cart and began shooting her bow. They planned to catch all of these horsemen in the mountain pass. Jing Qin's plan was extremely simple. While these horsemen were chasing them, the cart was to drive away, and he would delay the enemies. The enemies understood perfectly well that their target was heading for the canyon, and thought that this would play into their hands. At the head were Gao and his daughter Zhong, who thought that if they didn't gather people, it would take a long time to find them. They had to ambush them in the ravine and block their path. The Li family had endured humiliation and uncertainty for so long, just for today. Gao decided that they would kill them today. Jing Qing had no idea where these kidnappers on horseback had come from, but it was clear that they would not last long. When the boys left the canyon, they would quickly be caught up with. Now Shangli had to take control of the carriage, and he would cover the rear. Jingdong and Fushi had no military experience, and there was nothing to do but entrust the main task to the lady. There was no time to delay. Their lives were at stake. Someone had to take control of the carriage. Jing Qing understood perfectly well that if they did nothing, the killers would continue to pursue them. Shangli did as our hero asked and mounted the horse. She admitted that the boy was right. It was indeed the only way to save everyone. But she wasn't going to leave Jing alone. For some reason, Shangli remembered her exam, where Xuanqing had suggested that she kill the horse in order to win. Was Jing Qing now the horse that had to die to save the others? Shanli would not betray herself and would remain true to her choice until the end. These moments were already becoming classic for our hero. He was up against a whole horde of warriors. This scum believed he could kill anyone who stood in their way and was going to pass judgment on Jing Qing. But our hero did it before the enemy even had time to breathe. After all, no one has ever managed to escape our hero's axe, let alone some insignificant horseman. Meanwhile, Shangli managed to cross the gorge, and near the river, she began to slow down. Stopping completely, she ordered Prince Jingdun to take her place and take control of the carriage from that moment on. Jingdun looked confused because he did not know how to drive a carriage and had never done so before. He found himself in a situation where no one cared anymore, and now the prince had to learn on the fly. If this young man had known that this would happen someday, he would have definitely learned. But now there was simply no way out. At Shangli's command, the horses rushed forward without delay. After Fu Shi and Jingdong crossed the river, Shanli was going to destroy the wooden bridge so that their pursuers could not catch up with them. Fu Shi was worried about the lady, because how could she stay here? But Shangli considered it her duty. With a single swing of her weapon, she completely destroyed the bridge, cutting off any thoughts of retreat. She did not want to give up her horse, and if she wanted to win, she had to defend her horse to the end. At the same time, Tai Wei's escorts were already packing their things. The young master's thoughts were in turmoil. Tai Wei thought that Jing Qing was acting as if she were opposing the Chu clan. At least, that's how it seemed to him. Tai was going to discuss this with his master. But bad news had already reached him, and the warriors were beginning to panic. A scout had just reported that Jing Qing and his group had been attacked by a band of horseback robbers 20 miles away. Jing Qing was alone and was holding off a huge group of robbers. Tai Wei was furious. He didn't understand what a group of bandits was doing there in the first place, and decided that they should help them. One of the soldiers did not understand why they should help them at all. Wouldn't it be easier to ignore the situation and teach Jing Qing a lesson that way? This suggestion simply infuriated Tai Wei, because it was complete nonsense. After all, Jing Qin was still the crown prince. The crown prince of Zhou was suddenly in danger on Chu territory. Was someone trying to frame the Great Chu? Tai Wei sensed a conspiracy and did not want the clan to get involved. As expected of the heir to the Chu clan, at the decisive moment, he put all his grievances behind him and put his family first. Worthy. The stranger who had suddenly appeared continued to speak. He considered Tai Wei's mind to be rather narrow, but quite malleable to development. The stranger could float calmly in the sky, and no one even guessed who he was behind his black clothes. But in any case, it meant that this man was at least a master of the heavenly seal. Tai Wei saw no choice but to treat the stranger with respect. Tai briefly explained the situation, because if something happened to the prince and it became known, the whole world would be in trouble. The stranger said that the prince would be fine and that Tai Wei should not worry about it. Chu and the heir, among others, were forced to bow their heads to the stranger. In any case, they had no choice. With a single movement of his hand, Tai Wei and his Chu warriors were dead. Tai Wei remembered the last moment of his life. Someone from Gao's soldiers managed to break through after all. The road was narrow, and they tried to walk one by one, but it was not long, and they hoped to get there quickly. Despite everything that was happening, Jing Qing tried to hold his ground. Li's warriors tried to stick together to destroy all their enemies at once. But destroying Jing Qing was not so easy, because they were far from his level. Our hero had a very difficult time at that moment, as he had to fight and maintain a defense that the enemy had already broken through. At that moment, Jing Qing remembered the words of his teacher, Shi Yuan, "If you haven't been hurt, then you haven't fought," and how right he was. Jing Qing had no intention of running away. He held on until the very end, holding back the enemies as best he could. He cast aside all pity and chose to be ruthless in order to protect himself and his loved ones. Jing Qing, from the Shao family, had not been Gao's equal in the past, but now he was at the third level of the earth, strong and cunning. 9 dawns. Zhu Li was something else entirely. His skills were top-notch. Gao and his daughter understood perfectly well that they had encountered a worthy opponent, and that they had to use all their strength to defeat him. Jing Qing felt that they were shooting at him even more, and he had to make a decision quickly, or else he would be dead. So he decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. The spiritual energy of the bone bracelet, used to heal wounds, could not be wasted. As he ran away, a wounded warrior clung to him, asking to be killed, as all these guys were already dead. Jing Qing felt like he was trapped, and indeed he was. He had to think critically. One wrong decision, and it would be the end of his life. The arrows kept flying, raining down on our hero like rain from the sky. There was nothing he could do but defend himself. Some warriors had already managed to break through again. They hadn't lost hope that they could still catch up with Jing Dun and achieve their goal. By doing so, they wanted to restore the kingdom. They ran into the gorge, hoping that their arrows had already destroyed Jing Qing, but after what they saw, they couldn't believe their eyes. Before them stood Jing Qing, still alive but gasping for breath in pain and pulling arrows out of his body. Jing Qing had been shot from all sides, so it was no surprise that his body was covered in holes, now bleeding profusely. He was in great pain, but he did not show it. Even now, pulling an arrow out of his body, should he have eaten a piece of his own flesh? Should he have cried out about his father and mother, about how their blood should not have been wasted, and then eaten his own flesh? The enemies trembled with fear, because before them was a guy who should have already died, easily pulling arrows out of his body and even joking. Was he immortal? The warriors suddenly realized that they would all die at his hands. Was it worth continuing to fight? One of the warriors supported this idea, because there was no shame in fearing death. And yet, immortality did not exist as they thought, so they gathered their strength and attacked Jing Qing. During this battle, our hero realized that these people were not ordinary bandits. They did not care whether they lived or died, they were not afraid, and they all wanted to kill him, whereas an ordinary bandit would have fled at the first sign of danger. In the end, these warriors outnumbered him. Jing Qing could not withstand them, and they pushed him out of the canyon, where he was safest. Now the warriors were going to surround him. Jing Qing lost his reliable shelter in the form of the canyon, and now they were going to surround him. Our hero already thought he would not survive. His situation was difficult to envy, but he probably had no regrets. Knowing how hopeless the idea was, Jing Qing continued to fight until his last breath. He did not have time to get up before an arrow flew over his head. The arrow hit his enemy directly, killing him. The warriors quickly took this as reinforcement from Jing Qing, but the guy himself couldn't even understand what kind of arrow it was and who had shot it. This archer was very familiar to Jing Qing, and he probably didn't want to see her here, for he tried to save her life, even at the cost of his own. But Shangli was unstoppable. She still knew how to shoot, and was capable of doing so she had no intention of leaving Jing Qing alone against this horde. Such an act astonished Gaozhong. Where had it ever been seen that Shangli, a lady by birth, would return to the rescue to save her protector? The situation was heating up, and it was clear that these guys were impossible to kill. They had to either retreat or fight to the last. Meng Shangji was the noble daughter of the state of Qin, and enjoyed the favor of the great master Qin Yin. Gao thought strategically, because her murder could also affect many states, and of course, Gao's death would also affect Qin Yu. Shanli told our hero that Jingdong was already safe, but now they had to figure out how to get out of this mess. Of course, Jing Qing didn't know how to get out of there, so he lied to Shanli just to keep her from worrying and leave him alone, which the lady figured out. But the guy didn't want to admit it out loud until the very end, saying that he did have a plan to escape after all. In fact, the plan was extremely simple and obvious. Since they were already surrounded by enemies on all sides, they just needed to kill all the enemies and escape. But this was not a canyon, and it would be more difficult for our heroes to fight back. Still, they stood confidently. There were too many enemies, so Jing Qing asked Shang Li to be careful, and she asked him the same thing, because he had been fighting here longer and needed to be vigilant. Our hero decided to take the southeast side, while the lady took the northwest. With the bone bracelet, Jing Qing completely forgot what fear of death was, and during all this time he even got used to pain. But suddenly, at that moment, he began to feel oppressed. Jing Qing once again felt that he was standing between life and death. This feeling of oppression did not arise from fear of death. No, he was not afraid to die at all. Rather, he feared for the life of his precious mistress. He was afraid that this girl would be injured, or that something would happen to her. Jing Qing and Shang Li literally covered each other's backs, helping each other out when one of them was attacked by an enemy. During this time, they managed to kill only 6 enemies. Completely out of place. But Shang Li decided to ask the guy to tell her a story so that she wouldn't feel so sad. Jing Qing did not refuse her request and decided to tell the story of Zhao Jilun, who was riding in a red cart with horns and picking up speed. That day, in the midst of chaos, Zhao broke into the 8-gate Golden Lock formation with a red soldier. The young master Liu Cheng expelled the warrior nicknamed White Death, and the warrior swore allegiance to Zhao Jilun. Jing Qing and Shang Li were still holding up well, which Gao clearly did not expect, but he decided he could not wait any longer. Gao Zhong assumed that his father's martial arts skills were too dangerous. Gao had once driven Lord Li's chariot and served in the Imperial Guard. Once, he was supposed to die with his lord to repay him for his kindness. But now Gao wanted to stop enduring humiliation in a foreign country, and all this was only for today. He was happy to kill these guys. To his surprise, our hero noticed that they had stopped attacking. The reason was simple. The warriors retreated because they simply did not want to die at Gao's hands, for he would spare no one who stood in his way. Jing Qing recognized Gao, who was the manager of the Li family. He wished he could get rich so quickly. But what worried our hero most was the question of why the Li family had decided to attack the ruling Zhou family, the crown prince. Whatever the answer to this question might be, Jing Qing had no intention of backing down. During this time, he had grown fond of Jing Dun, who was not at all the arrogant boy he had seemed to him in the early days. And the Li family was clearly no friend to him. 2 different forces clashed in battle, and Gao's power proved to be too strong for our hero. Jing Qing felt the first blow as if he had struck a mountain. Bayuxi's practice of the 4 powers of the King of Beasts was incomplete, and Gao only mastered the power of the barbarian bear, which caused him to lose his mind in fierce battles and unable to distinguish friend from foe. But this completely unleashed his fighting instincts. He was then able to challenge 6th-level masters with only the power of a 5th-level Earthlock. It was harder for Jing Qinyu to fight him than those ordinary soldiers, because he couldn't even break through Gao's defense. His blows seemed to vanish into thin air, and in the end, Gao threw him away. Seeing what was happening, Shang Li rushed to help her friend so that no one would dare touch Jing Qin. Gao didn't care who he was fighting. Shang Li tried her best to block the enemy's blows and defend herself, but Gao's blood and ki were comparable to a 6th-level master. The lady could no longer withstand Gao's blows and was thrown in the direction of Jing Qing, who was already running to her aid. Fortunately, she was fine, and even managed to land elegantly. Shang Li was well aware of how strong Gao was, but she still had one technique that could break Gao's technique, only it took time. Jing Qing understood what the girl wanted, so he quickly took on Gao so that Shang Li could prepare herself. And yet, if it weren't for Shang Li, Jing Qing would probably have met a sad end. Now he was fighting so as not to abandon his precious mistress and not let her down, which gave him strength. Thanks to his barbaric nature, Jing Qing had no intention of yielding in strength to others, let alone Gao. The moment had come when they would test who was stronger. Gao Zhong, standing aside, did not understand how Jing Qing could be equal in strength to Gao, how he still had ki and blood left, and what kind of martial art was this anyway. Gao Zhong ordered the other warriors to go to Gao's aid, but would that save him from the fate that Jing Qing had in store for him? Jing Qing tried his best and managed to inflict at least some damage on this scum so that he would lose his concentration. Moreover, our hero's earthly level became even stronger, but if he continued at the same pace, he would encounter some difficulties. Fortunately, Shang Li had enough time to focus and prepare everything necessary to carry out her plan. Shang Li jumped up and fired the 3rd of 9 shots of the Golden Crow, which she had learned from her elf Ju. The arrow went straight through Gao's body, which clearly weakened him, but the story was not over yet, and Shan Li wanted to hear the rest from Jing Qin, because they still had a long battle ahead of them. Jing Qing continued the story. It was said that Zhao Jinglong disappeared very quickly after defeating his enemies. But now Shang Li wanted to talk about how Zhao Jinglong and Liu Chang had quietly disappeared. At the same time, 16 people remained in the camp, and Lai Hao's whereabouts in the camp were unknown. It was likely that Gao Zhong and Gao Dailian were holding him hostage. Xuan Qing had been secretly watching this group for over a month. According to her observations, their martial arts were mixed and of low quality. The strongest was Gao Dailian at the 5th level of Earth. The participants were very different, and it seemed that they belonged to representatives of many different countries. Xuan Qing also noticed that half an hour ago, when this group came out, they held a ceremony for the kingdom of Ba. More than 20 years ago, Ba was destroyed by the Grand Commander Qin Yin, the main army of Qin. The king of Ba, known as Lord Lin, a grand master of the god demon, died along with all his best warriors. The royal family was exterminated. Due to Qin Yin's ruthless tactics, Ba could not be restored. In most cases, some representatives of Ba, unwilling to submit to Qin, hid their identities and fled to other provinces. Unexpectedly, one of them turned out to be Gao Dailian. Now they had gathered together and kidnapped Ling Hao. Xuan Qing suspected that someone who was trying to cause a big stir must have been behind this. Such a grand conspiracy was beyond what Xuan Qing could interfere with, but she couldn't think about it any further. Xuan Qing just wanted to help her former master and free Hao Li. It was already evening, and a very young boy was walking with a bucket of water to his temporary residence, wondering why Gao Dailian hadn't let him go with him to help there. But suddenly he heard someone's footsteps, and his reflexes kicked in. He dropped the bucket and grabbed his sword. Not far from him, he found a girl who was gathering firewood and had accidentally injured herself, and now she was begging not to be killed. The guy realized that he had nothing to fear anymore, but he was still excited and thought about how he could help the girl. Assuming that she lived in a village under the mountain, he began to learn more about her. No one in the camp expected the young man to go for water, but in the end, he brought the girl back. The young man felt responsible for her, because it was supposedly because of him that she broke her leg, and if she were to be released at night, it would end badly for her. The men welcomed her warmly, telling her that they were not bad people, and not some kind of caravan in the middle of the desert. Xuan Qing decided not to hide her surname, and also said that she lived in a village at the foot of the mountain. The young man's grandfather did not mind the girl staying for the night. The young man confirmed what he had said earlier, that they were not bad guys, and that grandfather Xiang just looked angry. But the young man suddenly saw something behind the girl and could not do anything. Grandfather Xiang decided to bring his sword to the stranger's throat. When she felt it, she jumped back in fear and screamed. The young man who had brought Xuan Qing here stood up for his new acquaintance, trying to understand what his grandfather was doing. Grandfather had no bad intentions. He just wanted to see if she was an ordinary girl, or if she was actually trained in martial arts. After this little experiment, Grandfather Xiang ordered the girl to be locked up, despite his grandson's protests. Xuan Qing continued to play the role of a carefree girl so that no one would suspect her. The young man began to feel even more guilty, because he had told this stranger that they were good people, so why did they now want to lock her up and why couldn't he help her? Grandfather Xiang once told his grandson that the Ba people were ruthless, only to their enemies. Had Li Jun not taught him not to indiscriminately kill innocent people? As an old servant, Grandfather should have asked if, upon encountering strangers, someone did not kill them immediately but brought them back to camp. Did he know what consequences such careless actions would have? The Ba people sought to restore their country, and according to the family line, only this young man remained a young master because he was an illegitimate child. For the first time, the young master became interested in women, and indeed, he had already reached the age to get to know them. As soon as Gao returned victorious, they would make Xuan Qing a concubine who would fulfill his desires. After all, the grandfather saw that this young man had already reached the first earthly level, and had great prospects. Xuan Qing correctly noted that this young man was arrogant, for which he could have been put in prison, but on the contrary, he was respected. Apparently, he was a royal descendant of the Ba family. Initially, she wanted to kidnap this boy and exchange him for Hao, but he turned out to be too naive, allowing a stranger to come to the camp. Xuan Qing did not expect that there was still someone with the 4th earthly level in the camp. Therefore, she tried to avoid clashes and find Hao, and then escape with him under the cover of night. During this time, she managed to gather her strength and come up with a plan. Freeing herself from the weak rope, she tried to bypass the guards and remain inconspicuous. When Xuan Qing was studying at the academy, her teacher only taught her the techniques of hiding her body and remaining silent, and she did not expect that it would one day come in handy. Was it really a coincidence? However, Xuan Qing was too suspicious of everything, so she decided not to think about it too much. While she was hiding behind the tents, she suddenly spotted her benefactor. Gongzi already knew that the girl had gone somewhere, and was now searching for her everywhere in confusion. Qing had no choice but to reveal herself and, of course, play the role of a pitiful girl, so that someone would take pity on her and not kill her. When Gongzi approached the tent and saw that the rope that tied Qing had been broken and she was gone, he became very agitated. Qing asked the boy for help, but if the guard found them, Gongzi would not be able to protect her because grandfather Xiang would not agree. There were many things that Gongzi could not clearly explain, but in any case, he could not allow Qing to part with her family just because of his selfish desires. In that case, Gongzi suggested that Qing run away with him. There was a trail in the southwest that was rarely guarded, and he could take her there, and she could climb down the mountain. Gongzi promised that if he had the opportunity, he would definitely come to Qing's village. He asked the girl to remember his surname, which was Lin. Qing played along with the guy as best she could. They still hadn't found Li Hao, so she didn't dare attack the young man. Finally, the girl saw the gentleman who was indeed being held like a prisoner. Apparently, they really hated him. Gongzi asked Qing not to be nervous or afraid. He couldn't explain what was happening, but he assured the girl that he was a good person. Pretending to believe him, Qing waited for the moment when she could kill the young man and save Hao. They were both on the first level of the earth, and while she had no opportunity to do anything, the girl waited. By this time, Hao had already woken up and boldly addressed Qing by name. The young master looked confused. He didn't understand what Qing was doing here and whether she knew this group of people. Of course, he asked her for help. Only now did Gongzi realize that the girl was here solely to save Hao Li. He began to draw his sword to defend himself. But before he could do so, Qing cut him down without hesitation. Her face didn't even flinch, let alone her soul, if she had one at all. With a stony face, she admitted that she had lied to the boy. At the cost of a young life, Qing achieved her goal and freed Hao Li, just as she wanted. The young gentleman was glad that he had finally escaped. That bitch Gao Zhong dared to treat him so despicably. Upon his return, he wanted to tell his father everything and punish the traitors. Moreover, he finally realized that Qing was the only one he could trust, and who was truly kind to him. Hao wanted Qing to become his lawful wife. Qing suddenly asked Hao to stop, which surprised him. They had to go. Hao was worried that their enemies would find out that they had escaped and set out in pursuit, but Qing was adamant. The girl explained to the master that she had risked her life to save Hao not for wealth or fame, and not to repay him for his past kindness. The reason was much deeper. Qing wanted to fight Hao Li in order to break her earthly chains and transform into a dragon. Qing had never seen her mother. Her father told her that she was an orphan, and that he had picked her up from the homeless. But after her mother gave birth to her, she died. Her father was from Yongzhong, and although he had lost a leg, he was an excellent parent and had saved up some money so that his daughter could study. She was born in an ordinary house and was not a noblewoman, but she was not a slave either. At one point when she froze, she had an idea of what she wanted. When everyone was kneeling because they respected the Lord, Qing did not want to do so. Her father asked her to kneel before the great lord of the Qin kingdom, but she stood straight. Was it the power of her lineage, or the rules of this world? Noble people always soared in the sky, while the humble dragged themselves through the mud. As she stood there, she suddenly saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Through the dark clouds, rays of sunlight shone down on her. She didn't know what it was, but she remembered that moment very well, carrying it with her through the years until today. Qing just wanted to reach those rays, and then she knew she would definitely fly. Qing kept asking herself this question, and for a long time she couldn't answer it, hoping that Hao would give her the answer. In this world, were the noble always noble and always above others? Should ordinary people in this world always be humble and obey the noble? Were the noble families of the 9 provinces truly noble and courageous? Hao understood that the girl hated the nobles very much, and assumed that someone had harmed her family. All she had to do was tell him who, and Hao was ready to use all the power of the Li family to take revenge on them, as long as the girl did not kill him. Xuan's mother died young, and her father also died of illness several years ago, so she had no deep resentment to avenge. Suddenly, Hao remembered that Qing's father was a scholar, so Hao offered to support and revive her family. But in reality, Qing was a commoner and had made up some facts about her identity to raise her status, nothing more. Hao Li felt like he was at his limit. After all, Wang Qing was a commoner, and now she was attacking a nobleman? It was treason, and now the heavens themselves were angry with her. One only had to look up at the sky to see the thunder. Indeed, dark clouds completely covered the stars and the bright moon, and instead of calm weather, thunder roared. Did this really mean that the heavens blamed Qing? Of course not. Qing was sure that Hao Li was completely wrong. Since the heavens treated everyone the same, that is, like stupid dogs, It made no difference to them who was low or high in status. And if the heavens suddenly blamed her for her actions, then they themselves were to blame. Xuanqing felt no guilt. In that case, if the heavens themselves had made mistakes, why should they blame people for anything? Hao Li was dead. He had failed to defend himself against Xuanqing. Hoping to escape from one, he died at the hands of another. Xuanqing was barely catching her breath from the murder, and she smiled as she looked up at the sky. Rays of light shone through the dark clouds, but now it was not the sun, but the moon. Everything was almost the same as in her childhood, only in its own way. Xuanqing was unkind, unfair, unfaithful, and ultimately unbelieving. She was well aware of this. And despite all these things, she wanted to turn into a black dragon, fly among the clouds, and soar in the sky, to climb to the top and look down from above, in the hope that from that bright place she would be able to see things that ordinary people cannot see. For this reason, she did not regret betraying anyone, or perhaps even herself. She did not regret any of her cruel deeds at all, because she had finally turned into a dragon. At that moment, Xuanqing felt the fifth earthly chain on her body, the chain of Zhu Keren. This meant that her qi and blood had risen to the fourth earthly level. Xuanqing felt neither resentment nor affection toward Hao Li. In fact, she didn't even care about the insults and abuse directed at her. But since he was Xuanqing's master, it hurt her heart deeply. Why should she listen to and obey him? She did not want to be anyone's servant. Only by killing her master with her own hands did she break her chains and find enlightenment. Standing over the body of her master, whom she had killed with her own hands, Xuanqing thanked Hao Li for allowing her to become a dragon by killing him. As expected of Xuanqing, she was uncontrollable and tried to go beyond the rules of the world. Whether it was a king, a master, or a teacher, they were all like a thorn in her side. The stranger did not understand why it was the fourth earthly level. The black carp turned into a dragon and flew into the sky, although it should have been at least the fifth level. The stranger assumed that there was probably something in this girl's heart that she couldn't give up. Once Xuanqing finally turned into a dragon, the stranger realized that he had not helped her in vain. The stranger killed everyone in the camp. The remaining Ba warriors could have pursued Xuanqing, but now they were all dead. On the other side, the young man and woman were able to fight off hundreds of warriors on their own, which was unusual. And all three of them were from Qin. So many talented people. Was this Qin's destiny? It was cloudy that night, and it looked like it was going to rain, although some people wouldn't mind the rain, because the night was hot. Jing Qing and Shang Li were finally able to sit down after a hard battle, and clearly did not refuse a refreshing rain. They didn't even have the strength to get up and wash themselves. Shang Li thought that Jing Qing would recover quickly, and waited for him to help her, but after that, it was difficult for him to recover. Jing Qing suddenly wondered, did the lady really see him only as a protector, a friend, and not even think of them as a man and a woman? Shang Li chose not to answer and asked him to help her wash her hair. The guys could only hope that these bandits would not return, since they seemed to have killed everyone. Jing Qing was happy that despite such a bloody massacre, he and Shang Li had managed to survive together. As they sat quietly and caught their breath, they heard the voice of the young prince Jingdun calling them. As soon as Uncle Yu found him, they immediately set off with Shi Yuan and Luvju to help Jing Qing and Shang Li. As always, Luvju demanded that all men, including Shi Yuan, stay away from her and her precious Shang Li. The mentor was very worried about her ward. Shi Yuan did not understand such a violent reaction at all. She broke his hall, so now she was beating him. It was clear that the boys were seriously injured, and now was clearly not the time for any arguments. Still, Luvju believed that Jing Qing was the same as Shi Yuan. Therefore, she tried to control their distance from Shang Li. In turn, Shang Li decided to cheer up our hero, saying that her teacher was unlikely to beat him, because he was already practically dead. The next day, the vice deputy, along with Shi Yuan, Luvju, Shang Li, and Jing Qing, arrived at the mountain lady, Dong. First of all, Lady Dong thanked the two for her nephew, for keeping him alive and well, but she regretted that they were not residents of Zhou, because in that case, she could have rewarded them more for such a good deed. In any case, they received a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold, 10 jade biz, 10 buckets of sea pearls, and a pair of white deer. And when they reached the 9th earthly level and entered the heavenly steps, the name Dong would help them in their affairs. Dawn reprimanded Shi Yuan for not keeping track of Jingdong leaving the academy and Luzi for causing a commotion in the classroom. But this time, she decided not to punish them, on the condition that they set a good example for the students on how to behave. By this time, Ms. Dawn was tired, so she asked everyone to leave and only the vice deputy Ji Wei remained. Lu Ju demanded an explanation, because she thought that Shi Yuan's student had kidnapped Shang Li, which is why she fought with the bandits and was seriously injured, and she asked Shi Yuan about it, even though Shang Li tried to calm her down and didn't complain about anything. Shi Yuan was willing to pay for Shang Li's treatment, but Shi Yuan did not understand why Lu Ju had destroyed his Tongjian Hall again. They couldn't argue here because it was the Dong Palace, so Lu Ju suggested that Shi Yuan take a walk in Fengstai. Meanwhile, Jing Dong was looking at the appetizing white deer that his aunt had given to Jing Qing. Han Ling hoped that the prince would not eat them now. Han Ling was a little sad because the teachers were still arguing, but it was also great that her older sister Shang and her loyal servant were fighting side by side for life and death. Shang Li tried to persuade Lu Ju not to go to Fengqiti, because she was not allowed to go there, although Shi Yuan did not mind going there if Lu wanted to discuss the Tao. Jing Qing, for his part, tried to persuade his teacher not to do anything rash, because he was wounded. Han Ling, watching all this, was somewhat envious of Jing Qing and Shang Li, because such a relationship was something one could only dream of. Han Ling muttered this under her breath, attracting the prince's attention. She had to come up with something, and she couldn't think of anything better than to suggest eating deer on the first evening, which the prince, of course, did not refuse. The deputy vice principal reported to his aunt. He had managed to find the people who had tried to kill the crown prince, but there was one strange thing. That day, Shi Yuan and the others were happy to find a group of people, but they were already dead. Ji Wei suspected that someone was pulling the strings and plotting something bad. Moreover, someone had also killed Tai Wei. The killer used weapons from the Qin dynasty, and their leader was Li Yao, the minister of the state of Ling. His son, Hao Li, had also disappeared somewhere. The evidence pointed to the state of Qin as the culprit, but Lady Dong believed that they could not be the killers because they were moving eastward. Ji Wei thought it was too simple a trick, and was sure that it was all the work of the Qin dynasty. After all, their Zhou dynasty could suppress the power of the Qin people. In that case, Lady Dong ordered not to go too far, and not to involve the students of the Luoyi Academy, especially the students from Qin. And the lady ordered that the person behind the scenes pulling the strings be caught, even if Ji Wei himself took action. Meanwhile, Ji mourned his student, or more accurately, his son. He could not come to terms with the loss of Tai Wei and suffered alone. But he was unable to remain alone for long. The vice deputy had to explain that the root cause of Wei Tai's death was the weakening of the Zhou Palace's power. The vassal states were becoming more daring and acting indifferently. Jing Dong was almost killed. Wei Tai was brutally murdered, and he, or she, was from the Li clan, a worthy cultivator of heavenly level. And crying here, would Ji be able to avenge his disciple? Ji Wei claimed that it was all done by the Li family of the Qin kingdom, but Ji was convinced that this was not the case, and that there were other accomplices besides the Li family. Ji asked Ji Wei for help, and was ready to listen to him in everything. Ji was related by marriage to the Wei family, an important family in the state of Chu. Ji could do anything he wanted, but he needed to convince the king of Chu to take revenge and kill the Li family. Half a month later, after meeting with the head of Mount Luyi, Zhu held Shang Li in the hall and took good care of her, so she couldn't leave. However, Jing Qing felt relieved when the lady in green told him that he would not be left with any scars. Jing Dong was punished by his aunt for leaving Tongjian without anyone's knowledge, and was now being re-educated in the vice deputy's hall. Due to the murder of Tai Wei and the assassination attempt on the prince, the relationship between Zhou's disciples became more tense. As a native of Qin, Jing Qing did not become a target thanks to his merits in saving the crown prince. But to avoid trouble, he hid in the Tongjian Hall, studying ancient letters that he deciphered on the Ju Li stone. Lu Ju severely damaged the Tongjian Hall, but Shi Yuanyu didn't care. He didn't say a word about it. It was no longer dead, but Jing Qing paid for the repairs. Our hero mainly trained only in his own hall. He studied new techniques, and this time, it was the Sanjiang technique, which was much more effective than pills. Jing Qing became very strong during this time. Jing Qing was also very happy that Tao Ju's house still hired him to appraise antiques, otherwise his bone bracelet would have cracked long ago. Han Ling already felt that her loyal servant was training all the time, both in his free time and when he wasn't free, and if Mrs. Shang Li found out about this, she would start worrying again. But lately, the mistress had been sitting in her hall and couldn't even go out. Therefore Jing Qing didn't worry about it, and trained with all his might. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to protect Shang Li. Han Ling didn't understand one thing. Why was teacher Shi Yuan so strict with her while completely ignoring Jing Qing? Jing Qing trained every day, suffered injuries, and even without waiting for them to heal, continued to train, tormenting his body. Shi Yuan understood perfectly well that given Jing Qing's talent, no one at Luo Academy could teach him, not even himself. Even if Shi Yuan rummaged through the Academy's secret book collections, he could only guess. Only when Jing Qing entered Tianfeng Would his body be able to withstand the fierce power of the ancient martial art of Zhu Li? Our hero had a difficult road ahead of him. Every time Jing Qing destroyed himself like this, Shi Yuan had to sneak up and tend to his meridians so that he would not suffer hidden damage. It was very exhausting. Shi Yuan could only think about how unlucky he was to take on such a problematic student. Why did Jing Qing end up with him? There was a strong wind outside, and the moon was shining brightly. Shi Yuan did not want to sleep at all, so he decided to take some wine and go to Sanjian Lake to relax there. As he pondered his simple plan, he felt a sharp, intense headache. Shi Yuan experienced this pain from time to time, and it annoyed him terribly, but there was nothing he could do about it. He hadn't even had a chance to get drunk yet, and his head was already aching. If his head hurt again, Shi Yuan was ready to cut it off and throw it to the dogs. A new day dawned. Han Ling noticed that her faithful servant had become much healthier overnight. Jing Qing had trained for a long time yesterday, and he clearly needed some rest. In general, his body was enviable. Jing Qing had no intention of stopping training. Shi Yuan told our hero to take a break. He didn't even hide the fact that every time Jing Qing trained hard, it affected their teacher first and foremost. Now his students had to show him respect, go somewhere and play until evening, and not disturb him while he rested. The students, of course, guessed that their teacher had apparently been drinking all night and now had a hangover. Jing Qing caught himself thinking that if his teacher stopped being lazy, he would be shocked. Today, no one gave Shi Yuan any peace. Not only were his students bothering him, but someone was constantly visiting Jing Qing. This time it was Liu Yi and Wei. Liu Yi conveyed the words of Mrs. Shang Li. There was important news. Qin was sending envoys to the Luo Academy to offer his apologies. However, it was not an ordinary envoy who arrived, but Mr. Shang himself. The origin of these assassins was suspicious. The investigation was still ongoing, so why did Qin take the blame? The assassination attempt on the Crown Prince of Zhou shook the world. The investigation pointed to assassins from the Qin dynasty, which led to outrage in the country. The powerful Chu, using the death of Tai Wei as a reason, gathered troops on the border, threatening to attack Qin and take revenge for Zhou. Under pressure from many states, the ruler of Qin followed the advice of Lord Shang, removed Minister Lin Yao from office, and ordered the destruction of the Li family. The famous Li family of Yongsuns was destroyed. Only the eldest legitimate son, Lin Shu, was at the border. Where he was unknown. This move eased tensions between the Zhou and Qin dynasties, but it was still not enough. Therefore, the king of Qin specially appointed Prime Minister Shang Xin as ambassador to Luo Yi to present the He Pu Jade as an apology. Shang Li, along with many people, went out to see her father. Jing Qing was completely baffled. There were so many people in the streets that it resembled a civil uprising. The people were extremely dissatisfied with the appearance of anyone from the Qin dynasty. How dare they set foot on Zhou soil? The people were still outraged. Despite these protests, Shang Xin behaved very restrainedly, completely ignoring the protests, because he had his own goal.